Now, today, we're going to see what if Harry Potter fallen in love with 7th-year housemate Millie. Join Patreon for early access of super op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry and Hermione were sitting at the Gryffindor table, going over their first week at Hogwarts. They weren't trying to keep their conversation to themselves. They didn't feel the need to. It wasn't as if what they were talking about was a secret. Honestly, Hermione said, exasperated at what she was feeling, I don't know why they keep Professor Snape, Binns, and Quirrell here. I mean, I have a lot of respect for professors, but we aren't learning anything in their classes. But how am I going to pass my O.W. Wells if I'm not learning anything? She asked as she scooped some eggs onto her plate. Eat more, Harry. She put some eggs on Harry's plate. She didn't understand why he didn't eat much. Most boys she knew ate like they were never going to eat again. I don't know, Hermione, Harry said just as frustrated. I can't even stay awake in Binns' class, and Snape hates me, he said, taking a bite of his toast just to appease her. She was right, he didn't need to eat more, but the thought of it made his tummy hurt. Quirrell is just plain useless. I can't understand how he got the job. His class makes my head hurt. He put his toast down. I'm not really hungry. I promise I'll finish my toast and eat more at lunch. He shoved away the plate of greasy eggs. They were making him queasy just looking at them. That'll have to do, I guess, but promise me you'll eat more than just a sandwich, she said with a sigh. And it is Professor Binns, Professor Quirrell, and Professor Snape. Harry, Hermione corrected him a bit pompously. Besides, I'm sure Professor Snape doesn't hate you. He's a professor. That would be unprofessional of him. Though, she mused, he really doesn't act professional. She shook her head. But that is beside the point. He is still a professor, and you should treat him with respect. She gave him one of those you should know better than that looks. Respect. Harry stared in wide-eyed shock at his friend. How can I respect someone who talks to me like that? Were you even in the same class that I was in? There is nothing there for me to respect. He's almost as bad as my uncle, and I have no respect for him. I think we should find a way to get them removed. He didn't even know how she could think there was anything about the man to respect. The man was dour and just downright cruel. A 7th-year Muggle-born girl sitting next to Harry heard their comments and turned to them with a small smile. Do you two first eyes honestly think we haven't tried? Do you really believe you're the first? We've been trying to get Snape and Binns fired since my year got here, and I'm sure it's been tried in before us. Snape is just mean to all Gryffindors. If he acted like that in the Muggle world, he would have been fired on the spot. And if you think that is bad, wait till 3rd year, when you have your electives. Then you'll see some really bad professors. She held out her hand to the two young students. I'm Millie Foster. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Millie, Hermione said, shaking her hand. What do you mean you've tried? I mean, what have you done so far? Her mind was racing, considering all the ways they could get someone fired in the Muggle world. And what are you talking about, our electives? Aren't they supposed to help us get better jobs when we graduate? She asked, already wondering what jobs awaited her in the future. Hi, Harry said, shaking Millie's hand. I'm Harry, and this is Hermione. Fuck you here. She's on a tangent. He was very fond of the bushy-haired girl, but she did get on to a subject like a dog to a bone and didn't let go until she knew everything. Hermione apologized softly, then perked up, looking at Mill expectantly. Everyone knows who you are, Harry. Nice to meet you too, Hermione, Millie said with a smile. As for what we've done, well, we've petitioned the governors and we talked to our head of house. We've even talked to the headmaster. Some have talked to the ministry, but none of it has worked. The Weasley twins have tried pranking Snape for about a month, hoping that he would quit, but that just made him meaner, she said with a sad shake of her head, remembering the terror of that month. That sounds like it was fun, Harry said with a snicker. He didn't know the twins well, but what he'd seen in the common room and what Ron had told him, they were quite some good pranksters. It was, she agreed. Thought she shook her head, exasperated. They lost more points that month than ever before for things like breathing and other made-up infractions. The twins quit soon after that. She shook her head again and got back to the discussion. Still, it didn't work. What about out electives? Hermione asked, getting back to her favorite subject, academics. I'm not saying all the electives are bad per se, Millie said, looking at the two first eyes. Just be careful what you pick. Read the course description carefully before you decide. But you have a few years before that, so don't worry about it now. Just keep that thought for then, yeah. She didn't want them to be caught flat-foot like she, and quite a few others almost had. Who would take a class like Divinations of Purpose? Have you written to the parents? Hermione asked, wondering how so many avenues hadn't worked. Going back to getting rid of the professors now that the electives were taken care of. Yeah, Millie replied, giving her a condescending look. We're not stupid, but since they're mostly muggles or muggle-born, no one will listen to them. The ones that are purebloods are seen as blood traitors, so they aren't listened to either. Some of us even tried to leave the school, but there's a spell on the invitation, and when you reply, you're effectively making a contract that states you'll stay at Hogwarts until at least your OWLs, or your wand will be snapped and your memories wiped. They said if we left, they'd also bind our magic, she finished, shaking her head in disgust. She had been one of the few that had tried that. The two first eyes looked at each other in shock. They didn't know about this. Hermione wondered if her parents knew. Both were now wondering just what they had gotten themselves into. What did the headmaster say? Harry asked quietly. He didn't like the fact that he was effectively a prisoner here until his 5th year. Sure, he thought of this place as home, but now it was a gilded cage. He said he trusts Snape explicitly and that we were exaggerating. I'm not sure how he came to that conclusion when the points counterbacks our story, but there you have it, Millie said with a resigned shrug. She didn't trust that old man after that. Well, the contract was a giveaway too. Oh, was all the two younger students could say. After the last war, there were trials for the Death Eaters. Death Eaters are followers of you, know who, Millie explained, seeing their blank faces. Anyway, Snape was a Death Eater, but Dumbledore stood up for him at his trial and said he was a spy. Most of us here think he is keeping Snape here to protect him from the other Death Eaters that were never caught or got off. She shrugged again. So, the chances of him getting fired are very low. She didn't want them to get their hopes up. And Binns? Hermione asked. How do they justify Binns? Or Quirrell, for that matter? She was desperate to get these teachers gone. Her career in this school depended on it. Well, he's tradition, isn't he? He's been at Hogwarts for so long that they think of him as a fixture. Millie replied in a quiet tone that brooked no argument. What a lousy tradition, griped Harry, as he nibbled his toast. Quirrell used to teach Muggle studies, the older girl said, flipping her hair and smiling at the two first eyes, and then went away for a year and came back like this. He was actually a good professor back then. He didn't stutter, but I wouldn't worry too much about him. The dad position is cursed, so he won't be here next year. She waved off her last statement. It's debated, but so far there hasn't been one that's lasted a year. This is horrible, Hermione said as sadness filled her brown eyes. I gave up going to a prestigious school to come here, just because Professor McGonagall said that it would be harmful for me not to. She told my parents that I could be great in the wizarding world. She felt devastated, like her life had just taken a turn for the worst, and there was nothing she could do about it. She lied, Millie said bluntly. What do you mean? The bushy-haired girl asked, hoping for the best, but fearing the worst. Muggleborns are second-class citizens in this world. The sooner you realize that, the better off you'll be, the older girl said firmly. Her voice softened at the devastated look forming on the resident bookworm's face. However, I recommend you learn all you can, and then tutor yourself with Muggle studies in the summer, so you don't fall too far behind. You think that will help? Hermione asked, hope once again in her tone. Yes, Millie said, smiling at the girl. Then, you can make your way to the top of any profession you want outside of this backwards place. It's kind of like thumbing your nose at these stuck-up bigots, yeah. A twinkle forming in her eyes. It was what her plans were. Screw these purebloods. She was going to use their education and make her own way. Well, that leaves me out, Harry said sadly, shoulders slumping in defeat. There's no way the Dursleys will let me study in the summer. They keep me too busy for that anyway, he said, hanging his head. Don't worry, Harry, Hermione said, giving her friend a one-armed hug. I'll talk to my parents, and if we can't get you out of that house, then we can at least visit, or have you visit often. I'll find some way to help you keep up with your studies. My dad can be pretty intimidating when he wants to be. He'll scare you relative straight, she said, smiling encouragingly. Thanks, Hermione. Harry gave her a small, shaky smile. It was good to have friends. He was glad he made friends with her on the train. Actually, why don't we talk to some of the other students that live in the Muggle world? We can get a group of us together, along with the parents, and make sure you're treated right. No one should have to suffer for being magical. We'll think of something, Millie said, giving the sad boy a hug on his other side. You do that for me? Harry asked in awe. No one had ever done anything like that for him. His plight had been ignored for all his life. Now he had 2 friends and hopefully more to come. Maybe, just maybe, he could make something of his life in the future. Yeah, I will. I'll talk to a bunch of people tonight, and we'll start riding home to see what can be done, she said, deep in thought. She looked at the small boy in front of her and asked softly, They're not hurting you, are they? Because that's against the law, and we can get you removed from that house if they are. She wasn't going to let the boy suffer if they were hurting him. With his eyes tearing up at the caring of the 2 girls surrounding him, Harry answered, No, they just don't feed me a lot and give me loads of chores. But no, they don't hit me. He decided to keep the part about the cupboard to himself for now. It was something he never wanted anyone to know. Now that he had been moved to the smallest bedroom, it was in the past anyway. Okay, Harry, Millie said doubtfully, turning back to her now lukewarm breakfast. I'll start things rolling on my end. You know I'm graduating this year, so I'll have plenty of time to do. It was a few days later, and Harry was walking to the Great Hall. He had been up earlier and wanted to go jogging or something. Any exercise to get into shape. It wouldn't do to get out of shape and have Dudley catch him off guard when he went home during summer break. From what he noticed, most wizards didn't work out. There weren't any gym classes, and the only form of exercise they got was from climbing the stairs and the occasional flying lesson. Those didn't get you into cardio often enough to stay in shape. Sure, they were tedious, but they were strenuous. He had looked out a window and glanced at the lake, but didn't see anyone. So he figured that the students just let themselves go. Maybe I'll go jogging by the lake. It's really far from the castle, though. It might get really cold during the winter, he thought as he looked at the Black Lake's picture-perfect scene. He continued down the hallway thinking of what he could do to work out. It was then that Harry heard a group of people headed his way. They were chattering merrily and didn't seem to be any trouble, so he continued down the stairs. As the voices got closer, he noticed a large group of people wearing jogging suits coming his way. He recognized one of the girls. It was his friend Millie. Morning, Millie, he called to her to get her attention. What's going on? He asked, hoping she was going to answer in the positive. He really wanted to join whatever group she was part of. It looked like what he was just searching for. She turned to Harry, her red face, shining with sweat, and then a smile broke across it as she recognized the first eyes. Oh, hey, Harry. We're just finishing up our morning exercises, and now we're going to take a shower. I'll see you at breakfast, yeah, she greeted, and was just about to turn away when Harry's voice stopped her. Oh, I was just thinking I might do that. I didn't see anyone around the lake, so I figured no one did, Harry replied with a shrug and shuffled his feet a little. He still wasn't used to talking to upper years, even Millie. She was so nice to him and Hermione the other day, but they had had little in action since. Sure, she said she'd tutor him this summer, but she was so much older than him. The lake? Why would we go to the lake when we have a courtyard here in the castle? It's still cold in the winter, but it's inside, so it is not as windy, she asked in confusion as she wiped her face off with the towel hanging around her neck. You silly first eyes are always thinking that you're the first to think of something. She reached over and ruffled his hair. Oi! Get off, Harry said as he pushed her hand away and tried vainly to right his hair. It's messy enough without your help, and I didn't think I was the first. Remember, I told you I'd check for other people. It's not like they give tours of the castle, so how would I know? There are courtyards? He asked indignantly. So, what's this courtyard like? And where is it? Millie waved at her friends to tell them to go on without her. Harry noticed that some of her friends were in different houses, and he was pretty sure he saw a few from Slytherin. He looked to Millie with his face scrunched up in concern and confusion. He knew she said she studied with other houses, but not Slytherin. He had been warned not to make friends with them. He was told that the upper year snakes would hurt him for being in Gryffindor. Notice that, did you? Millie asked, amusement etched on her face. Don't worry, these guys have been working out with me for years. We just make sure that no one bothers them or us. She settled against the wall, arms folded and ankles crossed. Oh, was all he could say to that. He would have to think on that. According to Ron and Hagrid, Slytherins were bad news. He leaned against the wall, mimicking her pose. Now about your question on the courtyard, she continued. It's called the Middle or Transfiguration Courtyard. It's off the Transfiguration classroom. About 2 doors down you can see an arch. You probably haven't gone that far down the hall. Anyway, this courtyard has grass in the open area, centuries-old tree. There is one massive iron armillary sphere that stands in the center. It's not as big around as the lake, but we just jog around it a bit more to make up for it, yeah. Near the center is a nice spot to do jumping jacks and the like. And like I said, it's inside and not far from the Great Hall, though we have to trudge up the stairs to get clean afterwards. We just call it the cooling down part of our workout. Oh, do you think I can join you? And can I ask my friends and bunkmates? Harry asked, pushing away from the wall and practically jumping in place, getting excited. Do you think I can meet more people from different houses? Maybe while we're working out, we could get them interested in that study group. You guys should ask the other first years if they want to join so they don't have to feel left out. He chastised a mocking gleam in his emerald eyes. She was just so easy to talk to. Sure, kid, no problem. You can ask anyone you want. It's no secret. You're right, though, we did sort of forget to ask you guys. Well, I'm off. I'm starting to reek. And with that, she straightened up and jogged up the stairs to get cleaned up before breakfast. Harry finished making his way to the Great Hall. He sat at the table and thought about what he had just learned. This would be great, especially if he could get Ron and Hermione to join in. It would also help him clear his mind. He always felt better after he got over the adrenaline rush caused by Dudley chasing him. Maybe he was an adrenaline junkie? Maybe? The food appeared on the table, but Harry just pulled out a potions book and waited for his friends. After a while, Hermione joined him. Good morning, Harry. What are you doing up so early? You're usually still in bed, she said, sitting to his right and serving herself some bacon and eggs. She too pulled out a book and propped it on a juice jug. Oh, Harry said, putting his book beside his plate. Morning, Hermione. I was thinking about getting some exercise, so I won't get out of shape. I didn't see anyone by the lake, so I didn't know there was a group of people that got up before breakfast and went to the courtyard by the Transfiguration classroom, which is good, because I really didn't want to go to the lake. I ran into Millie, and she said we could join her. Damn, he said, snapping his fingers. Ignoring Hermione's language, Harry. I forgot to ask her what time. Do you want to join? He asked, turning imploring eyes once again to his friend. Well, I'm not really an exercise person, but I suppose I can walk around the courtyard while you run, she said, not wanting to abandon her friend. The fresh air would do her good. Her parents were always going on about her not getting enough. Yeah, that'd be good. Maybe if you like that, you could work your way up to jogging. I know I think better when I get some running in. Millie's group is from all the different houses. She said they were going to talk to the first years and get some of them to join in. Maybe we can meet people there for our study group. Hermione hummed thoughtfully at that, her mind already revising her study guide for the different groups of people. They were soon joined by Ron, Neville, and the other boys from first year. The first-year girls didn't seem to be down yet. They were probably still getting ready or something silly like that. Everyone started loading their plates. What air you alking about? Came the garbled voice of Ron as he shoved food in his mouth and spoke. Really, Ronald? Is it too much to ask to swallow before you talk? How are we supposed to understand you? Hermione huffed. It wasn't like it was the first time she asked. The boy had no manners. Ron swallowed. Whatever. I said, what were you talking about? He took another bite of his eggs while he waited for them to answer. Well, I was asking Hermione if she wanted to go to the Transfiguration courtyard with me and some others early in the mornings so we can do some exercise, Harry said, taking a bite of his breakfast. After a week and a half, his tummy was taking food better, and the greasy eggs didn't make him as queasy. Really? Asked Dean, getting excited. That'd be great. I'm getting all flabby, what with all this lazing around. He grabbed his not flabby tummy and tried to wiggle it. My coach would have killed me if he'd known. Did you say others were there? Can I come too? He inquired, bouncing in his seat. He too had been wondering where to go to get some jogging in. He, like Harry, had been eyeballing the lake. The Wizard Ray's boys were looking on with something akin to horror. What's jogging? Neville asked, interested. If Dean said it keeps him from being flabby, then maybe he could start and lose some of this baby fat. It certainly did sound better than lying in his bed every morning while he waited for the others to get up. He didn't like going anywhere alone yet. He hadn't heard Harry leave this morning, so he must have gotten up earlier than Neville had. Get up early, Ron said in disbelief at the same time as Neville. Are you mental? Why would you want to get up any earlier than we already do? He asked. He was of the firm belief that one should stay in bed until the very last minute. Hermione turned to Neville and ignored Ron, then went about explaining to him what a normal morning workout consisted of, arms mimicking each exercise as she went over them. Poor Neville trying vainly to understand. He got the gist, but she was going into far more detail that he could keep up with. Harry turned to Dean. I ran into my friend Millie. She's in 7th year, he said, looking around but not seeing her yet, and she and a group of people from all of the houses get up and work out. You can join if you like. When she gets down here, I'm going to ask what time. Then he turned to Ron and said, you don't have to join if you don't want to, but I'm not going to get lazy during the school year and let my fat cousin catch me and beat me up during the summer just because I didn't work out here. He turned back to his meal. Ron's ears turned red. He knew a little about Harry's home life from the discussions that Harry and Hermione had about how they were going to try and make it better. Mental, the both of them, wanted to do schoolwork in the summer, and now wanted to get up early. I'm not going to join in that. I'm going to stay in my nice warm bed until I have to get up. And with a firm nod of his head, he went back to eating. Well, I'm in. Just let me know what time, okay, Harry? Dean said, and then he turned to Seamus and started telling him what they were talking about and trying to convince him to join in. Sure, Dean, Harry said to the back of his bunkmate's head with an indulgent smile, used to his inattentive ways. He was glad those two got on so well. Maybe he would put in more effort with Neville. He can't have too many friends after all. Besides, it would do Neville some good too. Merlin knows Ron wasn't really trying, and Neville seemed to know more about the wizarding world than Ron. Harry really needed to know what was going on in the wizarding world. That and Neville looked like he could really use a friend. Not that Harry was going to stop being friends with Ron, but he wanted to know more about the world he lived in now, and Neville would have a different point of view. Harry hoped to make more friends from this expedition into merging his culture with the wizarding one. Millie joined them and told Harry that she was going to talk to her workout partners and let them know to ask the other first ties. She told all the people that wanted to join the workout group that they got up at 6 a.m. and gathered in the entrance hall. She smirked at some of the groans and told them they'd get used to it. She told them to just wear their most comfortable clothes until they could ride home for a jogging suit. She would write to her parents about getting a set for Harry because she knew his relatives wouldn't get it for him, even if he asked, which he probably wouldn't. The group of 5 first years joined Millie and her mates the next morning, and when they got to the entrance hall, the group looked like it had more than 15 first years. All the upper years Harry had seen yesterday, and to Harry's great surprise, Professor Flitwick, though that made sense since he had heard the half-goblin was a dueling champion. This was going to be fun. Hey guys, welcome to the morning workout. Millie greeted all the first years. These are all my friends. You should know Professor Flitwick by now. This group meets up every morning. You're under no obligation to stay if you don't like it. This isn't an official club. Yeah, she said, and then introduced all the people she had been working out with for years, and noted some of the first ties from other houses shy away from the group of Slytherins. We do, however, expect you to be polite to everyone, she said firmly, as she also noted the sneer on some of the kids from the Snake House. Morning, Millie, came the response from the regulars, and shockingly the professor, as greetings were given all around. They started moving and soon made their way to the courtyard, and Harry noted that Millie had been right. It wasn't as cold in here, and there was very little wind. Someone had told him yesterday that they held flying lessons here, so he would have known about it eventually, but he doubted he would have thought of it as a place to run. There was a worn path around the edge, where you could tell people had been jogging for years. He was just glad that there was a place that was mostly protected from the weather. He wondered what they did when it rained, but that was for another day. They went to the center and did stretches and calisthenics for warm-up. Even Hermione knew that these were important. Harry outlasted the other first years, except Dean, who was quite athletic. He did his best to keep up with the other boy, but Dean beat him today. He'd do his best to get to where he'd best the other boy someday. For now, they had a great time racing each other. Soon enough, it was time to go and get ready for breakfast. Hermione could be seen talking to the other kids that had stopped jogging, mostly because they weren't used to it. She seemed to have procured a piece of parchment and a quill from somewhere and was writing down names. When she was done and noticed that Harry was waiting for her, she blushed and headed his way. I was getting names and schedules for our group, she explained when she caught up with him, tucking the list in her pocket. I figured as much. Come on, it's a long way back to the dorm, he said, still trying to get his breathing under control. He may have pushed himself a little too hard with that last lap. As they went up the stairs, which he was using for his cool down, Hermione started going on and on about the kids she had signed up, even a few from Slytherin. She was just so happy that Harry didn't stop her. Millie was behind them talking to one of her older friends. However, she was keeping an eye on her little first eyes, making sure they got up the stairs okay. She smiled at the resident bookworm and noted Harry doing the same. She hadn't planned on it, but she was going to mentor these two until she graduated. And after 2, it seemed, all was right in Harry's world. He had good friends, a great study group, and was on the Quidditch team. He and Hermione had a bit of a falling out on that last one. But Millie had taken Hermione aside and chastised her for wanting to take something good away from Harry, and they were all right now. It happened because of a small infraction in flying class. But somehow that had landed Harry a slot on the Quidditch team as the Seeker. He didn't even ask for it. He was drafted. It had come as a complete surprise to him. If he had been asked, he probably would have turned it down. Now, he had no idea how to get out of being on the team without disappointing loads of people. Right now, it was Halloween and the whole castle smelled of pumpkin spice and other sweets. Harry couldn't wait for the feast. He had never been to a large holiday celebration before and wanted to see if it was different from the Muggle one. His friends in the study group told him that though they celebrated with feast and treats, the family gatherings were usually quite tame. It was a day to honor the dead and that he should say something to his parents' spirits before retiring for the night. He felt that it might give him a bit of closure to do just that. Harry was walking with Ron, who was complaining about Hermione helping him in Charms class. He was just about to defend her when Ron called her a nightmare and said that she didn't have any friends. The two boys were pushed apart as a bushy-haired girl streaked past them with tears in her eyes. Figuring his friend needed to have a minute to calm down, he rounded on Ron. "What is your problem?" Harry all but yelled. "She was only trying to help you. And I hate to say it, but you needed that help," he said, getting in the redhead's face. His other bunkmates were nodded their heads in agreement. If I was sitting next to her, I'd have listened to what she was saying. Hermione is the smartest girl in our class. How could you not want her? Help. The dark-haired boy asked, thoroughly disgusted with his friend. What do you mean you'd wanted her help? She's a bossy girl who is always telling people what to do. The confused Ron asked, not liking that Harry was defending the girl, who wanted to be bossed around. He had enough of that with his mom. Don't you want to do well in school so you can get a good job? If you had listened to Hermione, you would have done better at that spell, and she wouldn't be crying right now. Does it make you feel better to make someone cry? Harry asked, hoping that wasn't so. He didn't think he could be friends with a bully. He had enough of that at home. Dudley was, always making the kids on his street and in primary school cry. Well, no, Ron said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess I just didn't think about it. Maybe you should start thinking before you speak. 'Cause you're starting to sound like Malfoy with your name calling, Dean suggested, butting into the conversation. The others around the three nodded in agreement. Ron was always cutting someone one down, and they were getting tired of it. Ron's face morphed in horror. Really? Do you guys really think that? He asked. He had never really thought about it before. Coming from a large family, with few outside influences, cut-downs were thrown around a lot. He figured it was the same for friends, not realizing that you had to be close friends for them to let that slide. Maybe you should watch his mouth better, because he really didn't know he was coming off like that blonde-haired git. Look, Ron, I like you, but I won't be friends with a bully. Think about it. I have to go and find Hermione, Harry said, clapping Ron on the back. Given the look on Ron's face, there was hope for him yet. He then turned and started off the way his best friend had run. He could hear the conversation continue behind him and hoped the others could make Ron see the road he was headed down. Harry missed his next class trying to find Hermione. He looked everywhere he could think of. Finally, he saw Millie and went to catch up with her. Millie. Hey, Millie, wait a minute. I need your help, he called after her. She would know what to do. She was a girl. Millie stopped, waved her friends on, and waited for her favorite first eye. What's wrong, Harry? You look frazzled. Did you and Hermione fight again? She asked, concern etching her face. She hated to see the kids fight. No, it wasn't me this time. Ron said some mean things about her, and she heard him and ran off. I can't find her anywhere, Harry said, desperation leaking into his voice. He was distraught and very worried. Don't you worry, my favorite first eye. I'll find your lost lamb, yeah. I can go places you can't, and since we're both girls, I think I know where to look. You go to class and let me take care of this, she said, hoping to make him feel better. She ruffled his hair and sent him on his way. Harry reluctantly left and went to class. Millie would take care of it. She was a godsend to him and Hermione. She made them feel better many times since they came to the school. Millie started with the bathrooms on the ground floor and worked her way up. She finally found her in the one on the second floor. Come out, wherever you are, she sang in a teasing voice, hoping for a laugh. She did hear a snuffled giggle coming from the last cubicle. Hermione slowly came out of the stall. Her hair and face were a mess. The hair was bushier than usual, like the poor girl kept grabbing and pulling it. Red blotches were on her tear-stained cheeks. Her eyes were bloodshot from all the crying. Her usually neat uniform was wrinkled, and parts were wet from where she used it to wipe the tears. "Oh, come here, sweetheart," Millie said, opening her arms to the sad little girl. She remembered coming here when she was in first year, and someone called her a mudblood. That day was the turning point of her life. She vowed never to let someone make her cry again. It didn't work quite like that, but she was stronger for it. "Tell me what happened," she said after Hermione all but flew into her arms. "You know Harry has been tearing apart the castle looking for you. You haven't quite worried yet. Him." Hermione started and cleared her rough-sounding throat and tried again. "We were in Charms class learning the levitation spell. I was partnered with that git, Ron. He was waving his wand around and almost poked me in the eye, and he was saying the incantation. Wrong. All I did was trying to help. I don't know why he doesn't like me." Fresh tears started to fall. "Anyway, after class he was walking in front of me and called me a nightmare and said I didn't have any friends. Why would he say that? I've tried to make friends, really, I have, but they all call me a know-it-all." "Hermione, you are being silly," Millie said, drying her tears and looking her in the eyes. Then she hugged her again. "Not everyone calls you that. Harry adores you, and I know some of your study group thinks you are a good friend," she chastised, releasing the hug and wiping the tears with her thumbs. She gave the smaller girl a big smile. "I'm your friend too, yeah," she stated as fact. "As for Ron, well, friends don't do that, but he is a boy, so maybe you could wait and see what he does next." "I guess you're right. I think I'm just letting the past get to me. I didn't have any friends in primary," Hermione said with insight that only girls could reach at that age. "How do I stop them from calling me names?" she almost begged, hoping the older girl had some advice on that. Millie thought a moment about all she had heard about Hermione and came up with a solution. "Okay, from what I've heard you like to answer all the questions in class, right?" she asked, knowing the girl liked the attention the teachers gave her. Hermione nodded her head quickly because it was true. "Right?" she said softly. "If you don't want people to call you a know-it-all, then stop doing that all the time." She raised her hands to stop the protest, but was as far as the younger girl got when Millie went on. "Look, I know you're smart," Millie said, still wiping the girl's tears, which hadn't stopped yet. "You know you're smart. Everyone knows you're smart. The problem is you're not letting anyone else be smart. They think you're trying to show them they're stupid," she said, giving her a smile to take the bite out. But Hermione said again, only to trail off. "I know that's not what you were trying to do," the older girl continued, "but it comes across like that. So, try not answering any questions for 2 weeks unless no one else knows the answer. Give it a minute before you raise your hand and let them have a go," yes, she suggested. She had a friend in her year that had been the same way, and this worked for him. Maybe it would work for this little girl too. "Oh, I never thought of it like that. They really think that?" Hermione asked with dawning realization. "That must be what the kids in her primary school thought as well. Just give it a try," Millie said, petting down the other girl's hair, and turned to the sink and grabbed a paper towel, got it wet, and gave it to her. "Clean your face, and we'll go to the feast, yeah. We'll let Harry know you're okay." She waved her wand, and Hermione's clothes were wrinkle-free and dry. Hermione did as recommended, and the two girls left the bathroom and made their way to the Great Hall. Millie hadn't realized they had spent that much time in there. When Harry saw Hermione, his face lit up with a huge smile. He rose from his chair and went to give her a big hug. Seeing Millie stand behind his friend, he gave a winning smile and then guided Hermione to the seat he had saved for her. Millie went to join her friends at the other end. She told them what happened and then settled down to eat. She was just glad the two had each other. The feast was going well until the defense professor came crashing through the doors, yelling about a troll in the castle. Millie got up and went immediately to the First Eyes. When Dumbledore told them to go to the tower, she grabbed both their hands so they wouldn't wander off. The group of Gryffindors had just reached the 3rd floor when an overwhelming pungent smell came drifting down the hall. The entire house turned as one and saw a giant ugly troll heading towards them. From the middle of the group, they heard twin voices yell, "Everyone follow us and run." The two red-headed twins started away from the troll and led them down the corridor to a secret door that was guarded by a picture of a lady dressed in pink. "Hobnobbing," they yelled, and the portrait swung open. The group followed the passage up 2 flights of narrow stairs, and out on to the 7th floor. No one was really sure how that worked, but hey, Magic Castle. Everyone made it safe to the tower, and the twins were seen as the heroes of the hour. Harry was just glad it wasn't him. That night, when Harry was in bed and all his bunkmates were asleep, he looked out the window to the starlit sky and said, "Mom, Dad, I know you were closer to me today. And I just wanted to say, thanks. Thanks for loving me enough to die. Thanks for giving me life. Thanks for just being my mom and dad. I've always wondered what you looked like. Everyone tells me Dad and I look exactly alike, except I have Mom's eyes, but no one really says what Mom looks like. If only I had a picture, then I'd know, you know. Well, that's all I really had to say. Maybe when I can picture you in my head, I can talk longer. Thanks again, Mom and Dad." And with that, he closed his curtains and went to sleep, dreaming of a beautiful red-headed woman hugging a man that looked just like him. They smiled a sad smile at him and watched him through the night. He didn't remember it in the morning, but he felt loved. Hermione did as Millie suggested and didn't raise her hand in class unless no one else did. It took her classmates a few days to realize what she was doing, and class participation got higher, much to the relief of the professors. Smiles were starting to come her way, and more congratulations on correct answers filled conversations. Ron did apologize, but they still weren't good friends. He was just too grumpy for her taste, and she was just too bossy for his. Ron stopped himself many times from making cutting remarks, and it upset him just how often that was. His friends would wait and see how long it lasted with that temper of his. Still, life was good for Harry. It was the day before the first Quidditch match, and Harry was nervous. He was sitting at the Gryffindor table with his best friend, Hermione, and some of the boys from his dorm. They had been trying to cheer him up for over 20 minutes now, and soon it would be time for the study group to meet, and they were hoping to get him out of his funk before then. It was hard to study when you were thinking about your impending doom. Millie came in and noted the long faces, and with a smirk, she made her way to them. She knew what was going on. She nudged Neville over, so she could be sitting directly across from Harry. "So, little first eye, all nervous about tomorrow," she teased lightly. "Millie, that's not nice," Hermione scolded, then blushed when Millie turned to her with a raised eyebrow. "Careful, Hermione. Your mum is showing ya," Millie warned and then turned to Harry and smiled. "Don't look so scared. The pitch is for kids, yeah. There are loads of spells on it to make sure you're okay if something happens. Tell your friend Millie what's got you so uptight," she asked, knowing the answer. She gave him a one-armed hug to let him know she was there for him. The poor little first eye was terrified. She was going to remedy that. "Everyone is going to be watching me," Harry said, raising his pale face and looking at his oldest friend. "They are all going to be counting on me to win the game." He had heard what Wood had said about the Seeker being the most important player. He didn't know if he could handle that kind of pressure. "Kind of full of yourself there, yeah?" Millie said, making Harry look at her with wide eyes. She smiled at him, trying to get him to relax. "What?" the preteen asked, not sure why she was saying that. "Why do you think they'll only be watching you?" she said with a grin. She released the hug and stared at him for a moment. Wood said that the Seeker is the most important player. Harry mumbled, echoing his thoughts and not looking up. "Sure, you can stop the game by catching the snitch, but there are other players that'll be making scores too. Silly little first eye. Always thinking you're so special," she teased with a smile, showing she was just joking, reaching over and messing with the dark-haired boy's hair, just because she knew it would snap him out of it. "I leave off, will ya? How many times do I have to tell ya?" Harry snapped and tried once more to straighten his hair. It was futile. That hair was never going to sit flat. Millie just smiled and shrugged her shoulders, causing the young man in front of her to glare. "So, tell me about your study group. I heard you have some tough ones, yeah," she suggested. Now that his mind was off Quidditch, maybe she could keep it off for a few more minutes. "Well," Hermione started, and then stopped when Millie looked at her again with a raised eyebrow. She blushed and waved her hand to Harry, indicating he should answer. "Yeah, we got a lot of kids that are really struggling. Hermione helps them a lot, so do some of the smarter ones. Let's see, we've actually got Sally and Perks, Megan Jones, Leanne Smarts, Wayne Hopkins from Hufflepuff. They're pretty okay class-wise, but we're all getting better at working together and learning loads more. Then there's me, Hermione, Neville, Lavender, and Dean from Gryffindor. Neville is really smart when it comes to plants, and we're trying to figure out a way we can bring that to his potions. Hey, maybe you can help Millie, he said in a questioning voice. Sure, I can drop by and lend a hand. I'm not much good with potions, but I should be able to help a furs tie, yeah, the older girl said, not the least bit put out. It was common for upper years to help. That'd be great, Harry said, beaming a smile her way. Even Hermione and the other students who were good at potions were hard-pressed in helping Neville get over his fear of Snape. Oh, okay, we only have two people from Ravenclaw, Michael Corner and Sue Lee, and they're almost as scary smart as Hermione. They don't need a study group, but you've seen them in the mornings when we work out, and they decided to tag along. We have a few like that in our group too, Millie confirmed, knowing some people use these groups to socialize. It was about making connections. You scratch my back. Harry dropped his voice and leaned closer to Millie and motioned her closer as well. When she complied, he said, we've got Vincent Crabbe, Greg Goyle, Tracy Davis, and sometimes Daphne Greengrass, but only one of their house knows. Darren Falster. He's a 7th year. He makes sure they get to and from the group without trouble. He whispered and then leaned back in his seat when he was done. Millie shot him and his friends a proud smile. You guys did really good, yeah. Are you using that classroom I showed you? This time she looked at Hermione to let her know she could answer if she wanted. Hermione nodded quickly. Oh, it's a great place. We sit in the student chairs and take turns pretending to be the teacher. You might not think it, but Ciara, one of the bigger kids is really good at potions. He does better than me. So, we all take turns and tutor what we're good at. If it wasn't for Harry, I'm sure we would all fail defense against the dark arts this year. She gave a one-armed hug to her best friend, who blushed to the roots of his hair. Millie looked at her watch and noted the time. She reached over and ruffled Harry's hair again, making the kids around them laugh. Well, my job here is done. Harry is not moping, and all his friends are laughing at him. Now I've got to run. You guys should get to your study group. Yeah. Buck up, Harry. You'll be fine tomorrow. And she got up and left the Great Hall. She might as well be your big sister, the way she carries on with you, Dean said with a smirk. I should know. I have 2 of them, he added, smirking knowingly. Oh, is that what big sisters do? Embarrass their little brothers? Harry asked, perking up and running that happy thought through his mind. It would be nice to think of Millie as family. Oh yeah, mine go out of their way to make me blush. I really miss them, and I'm glad I'll see everyone at Christmas, the other boy said with a fond smile. Yeah, Millie said she is staying for Christmas this year, so it won't be just me and the Weasleys in the dorms. I know just what I'm getting her for a present as well. If I tell you, can you tell me if you think she'd like it? Harry asked Dean, since he had older sisters. Sure, mate. Glad to help, the darker boy said, clapping his friend on the back, knowing that Millie would like almost anything Harry bought her. Heck, he'd gotten his oldest sister a dead frog one year, and she said she loved it. It was years later that she confessed to that it was the most horrifying thing she had received to date. The 5 Gryffindors from the study group got up and gathered their books to go and meet the rest. Now that Harry was distracted from the game tomorrow, he got down to studying. The next morning dawned bright and early. The sky was perfect. Only the occasional fluffy cloud played across its expansive blue horizon. The air was warm, but Harry knew that higher up it would be cooler, so he made sure to put on an extra jumper under his Quidditch gear. All the first-year Gryffindors were settled around Harry, making sure his mood didn't sink again. They got him to eat some porridge and toast. Soon enough, Oliver Wood, the team captain, came by and collected Harry. Harry left with the chorus of "Good luck, Harry/Potter," and "Be careful, Harry," from his and other tables, bar Slytherin, though he did receive a nod from Crabbe. The rest of the group got up to head to the bleachers. Millie and her friends joined the first ties because they wanted to share their omnioculars. Hermione and Dean had a sign that wanted to vote for Harry Potter for president. President of what? It didn't say. The game was going strong, but Slytherin, under their captain's orders, was cheating and playing rough. Harry was getting desperate to find the snitch and end the game. His team was getting hurt, and he wanted to put an end to that. Suddenly, his broom bucked and almost threw him off. He grabbed on tighter as it continued to try and dismount him. Millie, who had been checking on him at that moment, noticed and her brow furrowed. She continued to watch as it seemed he was losing control. She then turned her omnioculars to the teachers, knowing that very few of the students could curse a broom. She saw both Quirrell and Snape muttering under their breaths. She never noticed that Hermione was gone until she saw bushy hair sneak up under Snape and set his robe on fire. She watched as Snape jumped up and knocked Quirrell down. She then turned her view to Harry and noted that he was now in a dive, yet seemed in full control. When Harry caught the snitch in his mouth, of all things, winning the game, she gathered up the first ties and made her way to the field. They met up with a flustered Hermione on the way. "Oh, Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked, throwing herself at her best friend. Harry pulled her close and muttered that he was only scared, but not physically hurt. Millie gathered them up in a hug of her own. But when Hermione started to tell them about Snape, she shook her head and motioned to be quiet for now. Wood and Flint were arguing with Madame Hooch about whether or not Harry's catch was a valid one. When the flying instructor said it was, Gryffindor cheered and carried the team away to celebrate. It was a few hours into the celebration that found a tired Harry, surrounded by Hermione, Millie, and Neville in a quiet corner, discussing what happened with Harry's broom. "It was Professor Snape," Hermione said with finality. "It could have been Quirrell," Millie rebutted mildly. "But I saw him. He was muttering under his breath and not breaking his sight from Harry." "I've read all about these types of curses, and you can't break eye contact," the resident bookworm argued back. "Yeah, but I saw both of them doing that, yeah. So, we really can't know. Besides, remember what I told you your first week here?" Millie asked, looking at them with a lifted eyebrow. "Quirrell's changed a lot since he came back. He was a great teacher when he did Muggle studies. Now he is all jumpy and stuttering. People don't change like that unless something drastic has happened to them. And if it was vampires like he says, do you really think he would come back to teach about them?" She questioned them, hoping that the kids would think about it and not just jump to conclusions. "Well, he might, but I see your point. Do you think he is faking?" Hermione whispered, not wanting to believe that. Quirrell was a nice man. Sure, he stuttered, but he was kind. Snape was a creepy and menacing. "Well, it is possible, but what I'm trying to say is that we just can't be sure." When you set Snape on fire, he knocked Quirrell over, breaking both their concentration. "By the way, next time you tell me what you're planning," Millie chastised. She didn't want the smartest girl of her year to get expelled for harming a teacher. "Sorry, Millie, I panicked," Hermione said with a blush. She wasn't used to having friends yet. Even though it had been months now that she had these guys, years of being friendless would take a little longer to get over. Millie had been a great help. She had talked to her about her bossiness. She didn't tell her to stop, just be more suggestive about it, and not downright telling people to do their homework. And if they didn't want to, well, it really wasn't Hermione's place to tell them what to do. Doing that just stressed both her and them out. "I'm just glad it's over." But why would someone want to do that? I mean, I know Snape hates me, but I would never have thought he'd try and kill me. "And I've done nothing to Quirrell?" Harry asked with huge, confused eyes. Today had terrified him, knowing that an adult was trying to kill him. Well, he always felt if given the chance his uncle would do him in. The girls got up and hugged the trembling young boy. Neville put his hand on the other boy's arm in comfort. "Don't you worry, Harry. We've got your back. We'll tell the rest of the study group to keep an eye on both of them," Neville stated, and then tapered off when Millie interrupted. "And then you'll come find me or a professor." "Yeah, you little first ties aren't equipped enough to handle an adult yet," she stated firmly, glaring at all three of them, making sure they knew she meant what she said. They all nodded and started talking about good things that happened in the game. Hermione, who was never big on sports, pulled out a book and just listened. The next day, Hagrid invited Harry and Hermione to tea to discuss yesterday's events. Neville tagged along. They told him what they thought, leaving Millie out for now, not wanting to get their friend in trouble. They just said an older student, Balderdash, the gentle half-giant said when they had finished, "Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell are respected teachers. They wouldn't try and kill a student. Why they're working to protect the SD. Ishuntas said that," Hagrid said, rubbing the back of his head, making his hair messier than before. "There's something to protect in the castle? Does this have to do with the three-headed dog I heard the twins talking about?" Harry said, perking up. Ever since he heard the Weasley twins making plans, he wanted to know why there was a large three-headed dog in the castle. Since he became Millie's friend, she had talked him out of leaving the common room after curfew, which was good because now that he thought about it, Malfoy was probably setting him up to get caught when he challenged him to a duel. "How do you know about Fluffy? You're not sneaking round the castle, are ye?" Hagrid asked, his beetle eyes narrowing on Harry. "Nah, the twins told me." "Well, Not exactly, but they were talking about how to get around the Cerberus on the third floor. I had to look up what a Cerberus was, and let me tell you I'm not going anywhere near one. Harry defended himself with an indignant look, his two friends nodding in agreement. Good. You leave that to the professors and stay out of stuff that don't concern you. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. I shouldn't have said that, Hagrid said, trailing off again, his eyes shifting side to side like he shared far too much. Don't worry, Hagrid. I have enough issues with someone trying to kill me, Harry said as he patted the tall man on his massive arm. They drank the tea from the large cups and tried to eat the rock cakes, but soon gave it up as a lost cause. After talking for about an hour, the kids took their leave and headed back to the castle. We should ask Millie about Nicholas Flamel, Harry suggested as he discreetly dropped his rock cakes into some bushes as he walked past them. Hermione nodded her head in agreement. Why? Neville asked with a tilt of his head, dropping his own rock cakes in the same manner. I thought you told Hagrid you were going to leave it alone. He didn't understand why they were even talking about Mr. Flamel. Harry shrugged and asked, what if the reason someone is trying to kill me is because they think I know what Fluffy is guarding? And that I might try and stop whoever it is? He really hoped that wasn't it, but it was as good a reason as any. That's stupid, Harry. Why would they think that? Neville argued back, stopping and turning to his friend. Because I'm the boy who lived, remember? I'm supposed to know all sorts of things I've never even heard of. Don't worry, I just want to know who he is. That and it'll give Millie a clue as to what's going on. He put the last rock cake out of his pocket and started walking again. Neville could see his point, so he nodded and they followed Harry. A few hours later in the common room, they finally found Millie. They waved her over and told her what Hagrid told them. Nicholas Flamel, huh? Yeah, I know who he is, and I have a pretty good idea what's on the third floor now. But I'm not telling you first eyes. You leave it to me, and my mates will figure it out. Got years more experience than you, yeah, she said with a wink and a nudge. I don't see how it relates to your broom going wonky, though. But like I said, you leave it to me, and just enjoy yourselves with your friends. She winked at them and moved back to her friends. They got into a lively discussion. What about the trio didn't know? The 3 first years bobbed their heads and decided to let someone older handle it for now. They would get involved only if they had to. It was good to have people to rely on. It was a new experience for all 3 of them, but a good one. Also, I want to thank those that are commenting and leaving kudos for this story. I knew it wouldn't be very popular, so every single one of them are precious to me. It was Christmas break, and the only ones left in the tower were the 4 Weasley boys, Millie and Harry. The Weasleys were off having a snowball fight with some of the other students that stayed at the castle, and Millie and Harry were sitting by the fire in the common room. Hey Millie, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Why do you say yeah at the end of your sentences? Harry asked shyly, hoping he didn't offend his older friend. Noticed that, did ya? I was wondering when you'd ask. Don't worry, everyone asks. Sometimes or other. It isn't something most Brits do. Well, when I was growing up, we had a French family living next door. They didn't speak English very well. They had a girl my age that was learning. She would end a lot of her sentences that she was unsure of with we or yes. So I started answering her with yet to make sure she understood. I never grew out of it yet, Millie answered with a smile. Many of her friends were annoyed with it at first, but it grew on them. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Hermione did tell me she didn't know anyone who talked like that. What happened to your friend? Harry asked, wondering if the girl had just moved or something. That happened to him once. She moved away when I was 10, she said, confirming Harry's thoughts. However, we spent a lot of time together growing up. So like I said, I never grew out of it. My mom tried to make me stop, but I never did. I like it. It makes me different, she said with a shrug. It didn't bother her to talk the way she did. If others didn't like it, they could stuff it. Just then Hedwig pecked on the window, and Harry got up and let her in. She fluttered to the back of the chair. He just vacated and stuck her foot out. Harry took the small package off her leg and opened it. It was from the Dursleys. Harry had sent them a note earlier wishing them a happy Christmas, and he guessed this was their reply. He slowly opened the package, and inside a note that stated, "We receive your message and enclose your Christmas present. From Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia." Taped to the note was a 50-pence piece. He just stared at it, not sure how to take it. Oh, those people, Millie said, knowing this was an insult. She got up and hugged Harry close and said, "Don't you worry about those wankers. We'll set them straight this summer, yeah." She, for one, couldn't wait to show them what for. People like that picked on kids, didn't deserve being nice to. She was going to show them how foolish it was to abuse a magical person. Didn't they realize that Harry would be a grown man one day? He might retaliate. Stupid Dursleys. Harry nodded against her shoulder, still unsure how to react to this insult. On one hand, it was one of the better presents he had ever received from the Dursleys. On the other, it really was rude. Finally, he just shrugged it off as being the Dursleys and not worth his time to ponder over. He put the pence in his pocket and forgot about it. So, Millie, how are we going to be doing the tutoring this summer? I mean, are you going to come to my house? Or should I go to yours? Maybe we should meet up in the Surrey library. They should have all the books we need there, and they don't mind if you stay all day, he said knowingly. He had spent many hours hiding from Dudley there. They returned to their seats and faced each other. The chairs were quite comfortable and the fire nice and warm on this cold winter's day. Yeah, I think the library would be best. I have all my old books from when I was your age, but they would have references that I don't, Millie said, nodding in agreement. But I'm going to meet your relatives and tell them what for before we do that. Yeah. A hard gleam was seen in her eyes. She really hated abusers and wanted nothing more than to make them hurt. Millie, Harry said tentatively, seeing the determined look in her eyes, don't hurt them. I mean, I know they're wankers, but they're still people. And as much as I'd like to repay them, I still have to live there. Maybe you could scare them a bit. Make them understand that you're an adult and can do magic. But they were really mad when Hagrid put a pig's tail on Dudley. Though it had been funny at the time, after a while, Harry couldn't help but feel sorry for his cousin. And he had had to listen to the invectives for an entire month after that. Even though it frightened them, they ignored Harry. They didn't keep their voices down when they complained. If they ever found out he couldn't do magic outside of school, they'd stop ignoring him and the verbal abuses would fly again. He didn't know when he was going to get over the fact that they were never going to accept him as family. He had a feeling there was always going to be a part of him that hoped, and Harry didn't want to be starved again. Don't worry, little First Eye, I'm not going to hurt anyone, Millie said, breaking him out of his stupor. It's not in my nature, yeah. I'm just going to put the fear of Merlin in them. Let them know that they can't be mean to you anymore, she said, ruffling his hair. She could see this was really worrying him. She'd keep her wand to herself unless they threatened him physically. He batted her hands away for the millionth time, and they settled down to discuss what he would be learning over the summer. Christmas morning came with snow floating outside. The view from the window was beautiful. It was like something off a postcard. It was so nice. There was a small pile of presents at the end of Harry's bed. He didn't open them yet. He and Millie had made plans with the Weasley boys to all open their presents together by the tree in the common room. So, Harry quickly got dressed and gathered his gifts and woke Ron, telling him he was going downstairs and that Ron should join him. Millie was already dressed and waiting, her own presents already under the tree. It was a huge tree that was fully decorated and made the whole common room smell of pine. "Happy Christmas, Harry," Millie said as she took Harry's bundle and joined it with hers. "Happy Christmas, Millie," the young boy replied as he followed her to the chairs by the fire. It was toasty warm, but the flames, almost too warm with his winter clothes. They were going to open one at a time and take turns between all of them. Even Percy agreed to join. So, the two sat and waited for the Weasley boys. Soon enough, 4 sets of footsteps could be heard coming down the stairs. "Happy Christmas, everyone," the twins bellowed. They had Santa hats on their heads and were still in their night clothes. "All right there, Harry?" they asked as one, something they did often. "All right." "Happy Christmas, Weasleys," Harry said and watched as they placed their gaily wrapped articles with the rest. "Happy Christmas, Harry and Millie," Ron and Percy said, following their rambunctious brothers more slowly. "So let's open some presents, yeah," Millie said, taking control as the oldest. She started handing them out one at a time. Harry received lots of candy from his study group and was glad Millie reminded him to make sure he got something for everyone, even if it was candy. From Hermione, he got a book Quidditch Through the Ages, so he didn't have to check out the one in the library. Millie got him another jogging suit to replace the one she got earlier in the year, because he had grown a few inches. He received a wooden flute from Hagrid. Mrs. Weasley sent him a package with a nice jumper and some fudge. He made a mental note to send her a thank you. Millie got a lot of candy as well, plus many books and magazines on fashion. She too received a jumper and fudge from Mrs. Weasley, though she had to wonder why. Her parents sent her a variety of clothes and some weird puzzle block that had different colors on all sides, which you mixed up and then tried to put back the same. It was harder than it sounded. The Weasleys were fascinated by it, and Millie said they could give it a try when she was done. There was a package that had not tag on it, but Harry remembered bringing it down, so it was handed to him. When he opened it, a silvery, silky cloth slithered into his lap. He had no idea what it could be, so he unfolded it and saw it was a cloak. He put it on and heard the gasps around the room. "What?" he asked. Harry looked down. Millie said, her eyes wide with awe. "So, he did, and when he didn't see his body, he yelled in a panic, 'Where's my body? Calm down, yeah?' It's an invisibility cloak. However, who would give a kid the means to get in trouble?" "That's the question," his older friend said as she felt the cloak between her fingers. "There's a note," Fred said, picking up the piece of parchment that had fluttered to the floor. "Your father left this in my care. It is time I returned it. Use it well," the note said. It wasn't signed. "Use it well," Millie exclaimed, hardly believing that someone would send this to a child. "How are you supposed to use it well?" she asked, thinking of all the trouble someone could get into being invisible. Harry was a good kid, but he was a kid. "Don't know," Harry said with a shrug. "Maybe I'm supposed to hide from Snape and Filch with it. It doesn't say who sent it." He smiled to show he was joking, but only partly. "Well, I don't trust that at all. Let me see if it is safe." "Yeah." And Millie approached Harry, wand at the ready. Harry, fearing that Millie might take the cloak that belonged to his dad, slowly backed away from his friend. He trusted her not to damage it, but she was just so responsible she might think he was too young for it. "Don't worry, Harry. I'm just going to check it to see if there are any spells on it," she said, seeing his fearful face. Harry trusted her, so he stood still and waited for her to finish. The Weasleys looked on still in various states of shock. The twins were jealous. What they could do with a cloak like that. Oh, they weren't maliciously jealous, but mildly so. Ron was also in that frame of mind, but realized that it was something that belonged to Harry's dad, and that was calming him down. Percy just nodded in agreement with Millie. It was the responsible thing to do. "Just as I suspected, there's a tracking charm on it, and it seems there's a compulsion charm on you. I'm going to remove them, and then we're going to tell McGonagall. I don't think she'll take the cloak if you promise not to wander the halls at night," Millie said, not at all satisfied in knowing she was correct. "Okay, Millie, I trust you." Harry said, a little downhearted that his precious gift might be taken away. It was the only thing he had from his parents, and if McGonagall took it, well, cheer up, little First Eye. If she doesn't want you to have it, I'll hold on to it for you, yeah," Millie offered, putting her arm across his shoulders. Harry beamed at that. Millie would make sure that he'd get it if he asked for it. So, Millie removed the charms, and after everyone finished opening their presents and taking them upstairs, she and Harry went to find McGonagall. They started with her office and were happy that she was in, finishing up some papers. "Happy Christmas, Professor," Millie said after they were bid to come in on their knock. "Happy Christmas to you as well, Miss Foster and Mr. Potter. What brings you to my office on a holiday?" their head of house asked as she looked over her glasses at the two. Harry received an anonymous gift, which is a family heirloom. It is an invisibility cloak. The problem is it put a compulsion charm on Harry and had a tracking charm on the cloak, Millie explained, keeping a hold of Harry's shoulder, so he knew she was there for him. "Charmed, you say? Well, that is unsettling news. May I see your cloak, Mr. Potter?" the deputy head mistress asked, trying for a gentle yet firm voice. She knew who sent the cloak, but not why it would be charmed. Sometimes she wondered about that man. Slowly, Harry handed his professor the cloak and tried to keep a firm grip on it. McGonagall gently removed the item from his hand and ran her own test. There was some magical residue that was not part of the cloak's makeup, but all charms had been removed. She looked at the wary young man whose eyes had yet to leave the treasure from the past. She sighed. She knew the responsible thing to do would be to take the cloak and give it back to him in future years, but seeing that look on his face, she didn't have the heart. "Mr. Potter, I would have your word that you will not use this cloak for breaking the rules," she stated firmly. "That means no wandering the castle at night, and no using it for pranks, like your father did." She had a fond smile, remembering all the trouble James and his friends got up to with this item. Harry nodded so hard they feared for his neck. "A verbal response, if you please," the professor said, trying to catch his eye. "Oh yes, Professor. I promise to only use it in case of emergency," Harry said in earnest, looking her straight in the eye, hope blossoming in his chest. "Very well. If I see you break even one rule, I will have to take this from you and only return it when you have shown you can be responsible," the professor said as she handed back the cloak. "Yes, ma'am. I understand." Harry took the cloak and held it to his chest, making up his mind to keep it in his trunk for now. He'd asked Millie to put a locking charm on the trunk, so no one could take it. See that you do. Go and enjoy the rest of your Christmas, you two. Breakfast will be starting soon. I suggest you put that away first, the professor said, waving them away. Yes, ma'am, they both said, and after wishing their professor a good day, they left the office. See, I told you it would be okay, Millie said, ruffling Harry's hair. He was so excited that he didn't even protest. They got to the common room and noted that the Weasleys had already left for breakfast. Millie followed Harry up the stairs and to his dorm. I want you to promise me that you won't use this to wander around the castle at night, she said once again. I promise, just like I told McGonagall. Can you put a locking charm on my trunk? Harry asked as he put the cloak on the bottom of the trunk, after rewrapping it in an old shirt of Dudley's. Sure, kid. Do you want it to open to your magical signature or by password? She asked, knowing how to do both. Magical signature would probably be best, Harry said thoughtfully, thinking someone could get the password easier. You got it. After the cloak was secure, they went to breakfast and enjoyed the rest of the day with the few students that stayed over. That night, when everyone was asleep, Harry quietly went to his trunk and unlocked it. He took the cloak out and wrapped it around himself. He felt closer to his father now. Hey, Dad, he said, looking out the window. I got your cloak today, and I know, from what some of the professors say, that you probably want me to play pranks and stuff. But I think I'll just hold this close for now, so it'll remind me that you're real. Maybe in a few years, I can use it for pranks, but not this year. I have a friend, you see. She made me promise not to break any of the rules. She's a great friend, and she's going to help me with my studies and scare the Dursleys. So, I don't want to disappoint her. I'm sure you understand. Harry then settled on his bed and slept with the reminder of his father. The months that passed were mostly uneventful. Harry and Hermione continued to exercise and study with their group. While Hermione was the only one that maintained top 5 status grade-wise, the rest of the group made a good standing. Neville, Greg, and Vincent thanked them over and over for the improvement of their grades. Harry, Hermione, and all the other Muggleborn were learning loads about the wizard world. The more they learned, the more they agreed with Millie, though there were some aspects that did intrigue them, such in Quidditch for Harry and the Department of Magical Creatures for Hermione, which she found out can be headed by Muggleborns. That didn't mean they still wouldn't study during the summer, just that they did have options open. The group, in various sizes and houses, would visit Hagrid. He welcomed everyone and always had tea and rock cakes at the ready for visitors. So, it was surprising when one day Hagrid tried to turn them away. Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Sally Ann were knocking on his door one spring day. It was still chilly with Scotland's normal chill, though the sky was bright and blue, with lazy white clouds drifting across it. The bite was still in the air. That, however, didn't explain why all the shutters and the door were closed, and there was enough smoke coming from the chimney that indicated that there was a roaring fire going. It wasn't quite that cold. Harry tentatively knocked on the very warm door. They heard Hagrid's dog, Fong, barking, and Hagrid telling him to be quiet. The large man's footsteps came closer to the door, and then it opened only a crack. One beady, I peeped out. Now's not a good time to visit. Really busy right now. Come back later, yeah? The half-giant said through the crack. His beady eye looked at them like he was hiding something. It was shifty, and Hagrid had never been good at lying. Hagrid, what's going on? Why are all your shutters closed? It's not that cold out, the ever-inquisitive Hermione asked. Now you need to not be getting into my business, Missy, Hagrid said, then added with fondness at the hurt look on the bushy-headed girl's face. Hermione, sometimes adults need to be doing things that little children need to not be known about. I know, Hagrid, I just want to help if I can, Hermione said, still upset at being snapped at by someone who she considered a friend. For all his size, sometimes it was hard to remember that Hagrid was indeed an adult. Well, Hagrid said, taking in the sad faces. I suppose it'll okay if you come in for a little bit. He opened the door just enough to let them in, and then promptly closed it. Wow, Hagrid, it's hotter than Hades in here, Harry commented as he shed his robe to ward off the heat. It was like a furnace in the little hut. There was actual sweat dripping down the wooden walls. Well, you see, air got me a dragon's egg, the big man said tentatively, but with a proud puffing of his massive chest. Hermione arched an eyebrow, and the rest of the group looked on in shock. Hagrid, you do know those are illegal, don't you? Neville asked, as the only pure blood here. he knew the laws better. His gran made sure that he knew. She was a stickler for stuff like that. Though Hermione was catching up, she wanted to be well informed. Not that she ever wanted a dragon, but she thought her male friends might try to raise one. Not to mention you live in a wooden hut, offered Sally in shyly from her seat next to Harry on the large couch that took up one wall in the hut. And there were loads of flammable things hanging from the rafters. Where did you get the egg, Hagrid? Harry asked, some suspicion in his voice. He knew from experience that Hagrid was easily manipulated. He and Hermione had done it once themselves when they wanted information. They felt bad about it after the first time and never did it again. They had seen the twins talk themselves out of trouble a few times. Won it in a game of cards down in Hogsmeade, Hagrid said proudly as he brought tea to the table and some rock cakes on a huge plate. Oh, don't you think it's odd that someone would carry around an illegal dragon's egg? Hermione asked, getting where Harry was coming from. Not really, though he did seem rather anxious to be rid of it. Come to think of it, the gentleman said, rubbing his beard in thought. Then he shrugged it off and poured tea into large cups. To him, it was not strange to carry animals or eggs in one's pockets. He had owl eggs and dormice in his. Well, that really doesn't matter, Neville said, not understand why the questions were being asked and bringing the conversation back to his point. What matters is that Hagrid now has an illegal dragon's egg. He needs to get rid of it fast. He could pay an enormous fine or go to Azkaban if he is caught. He worried that the man would go to jail. He knew that Harry and Hermione liked the gentle giant. He was fond of the man himself. Azkaban, he stressed. Wow, that's really serious, Sally Ann said. Being Muggle-born, she didn't know the laws like Neville did. She was still slightly intimidated by the giant and his huge dog, but she didn't want to see him arrested. It'll be all right. Don't you fret none. I know what I'm doing, Hagrid said in confidence. He had always wanted a dragon and would not be swayed easily. Got me a book from the library and everything. Tells me all I need to be known. The look he gave was like a kid with a new chemistry set. The small group argued with him some more, but he wasn't going to listen to children, so eventually they left and tried to come up with a plan. We should tell someone, Neville said, and then held his hands palm out to ward off the protest. He's not going to listen to us, we're kids. Besides, isn't it better he gets in trouble with a professor or the headmaster than arrested and sent to Azkaban? He asked in a serious tone. He shoved his hands in his pocket after asking. It wasn't cold, but he didn't want to wave them around. Harry and Hermione shared a look and nodded in understanding. We'll talk to Millie, Harry stated to the other two. Let's keep it between ourselves until we get some advice from her. He turned and started walking to the castle, the others following. Everyone in the study group knew Millie and her friends. They came by once a month to make sure the kids in their study group were doing okay. If the kids were floundering, the older ones helped and came by more often. Millie had been a great help in getting Neville to understand potions. While Crabbe was good at potions, he had no concept in tutoring. Neville had offered to pay Millie, but she waved it off and said it was good practice for the summer. It took a better part of the day to track down Millie. She was with her own group in the same classroom the first highs used. They knocked on the doorway of the open door. Doors were to remain open if you were using the classroom for studying. A few of the upper years looked up at the knock and nudged Millie, letting her know the kids were there. Millie excused herself and went to them, nodded her head further down the hall, and indicated they should follow. What's up, first highs? Why do you guys look so serious? She asked when they got far enough down the hall so as not to disturb the other studiers. We have a problem, Harry said, taking charge. He looked sheepishly around and made sure there was no one listening. He didn't want Hagrid to get in trouble. We went to visit Hagrid earlier and we found out he has a dragon's egg and is trying to hatch it, he whispered, not wanting rumors to spread. He didn't know how far his voice would carry to the room of students down the hall. Millie's forehead scrunched at that bit of news. How is that your problem? Hagrid is an adult, yeah. If he wants to take the risk of getting into trouble, that is not your problem, she stated firmly, knowing that no one would listen to children if they decided to tell anyone. She also knew they'd get in major trouble if they decided to help the gentle giant, but what she said she felt was true, and she was not going to let a group of first highs get in trouble helping a man who should know creature laws better than anyone. But Harry protested loudly and then dropped his voice. He is our friend. Shouldn't we help him? He asked, ever the one to jump in to help someone. It was a bad habit of his. Millie softened her face and knelt down so she could look Harry right in the eye. She knew all about his saving people thing with as many times as she had had to talk him out of getting in trouble this year. Harry, she said, putting a hand on his shoulder. He is an adult and knows the laws better than you do. There is no reason for you to protect him, she explained. But, he said, only to stop when she raised her hand. I know he comes off as a kid, she said, lowering her hand, but he is in his 60s, and you are 11. If it makes you feel better, we can go and tell McGonagall. She, as another adult, can go and talk to him. She'll listen to me. I've never caused any trouble for her yet, she offered in compromise, giving his shoulder a squeeze. Harry knew she was right. You would think being around kids year-round that Professor would listen to them, but that made them more inclined not to. He knew kids lied to get out of trouble, and some like the Weasley twins often said things just to stir up trouble. From what little he learned about his dad, he was the same way when he went here. So, he nodded his dejected head, and the rest of the group sighed in relief. Millie made an appointment with Professor McGonagall. Since school was in session this time, not like at Christmas, and the professor had more time. It came 2 days later, and Millie had talked the kids out of going to Hagrid's in the meantime. She didn't want them caught up in any of this mess, besides knowing Harry, he would get into trouble if he was anywhere near the situation. Though she went herself and tried to talk to the man, but it was for naught. So, she informed him that she was going to inform the professor, and if she couldn't influence him, that it was on his own head. Hagrid hadn't liked it, but still would not be persuaded. Millie, Harry, and Neville went to the appointment. They decided that the fewer the better. If the other two were needed, McGonagall could call them. They knocked on the door and went in on the enter. They took the seats in front of the large parchment-cluttered desk. Thank you for seeing us, Professor. I know you're busy with the end of the year coming up, so we appreciate it, Millie said, feeling bad to be dumping this on the already harried woman. She could tell from all the parchment on the desk that the woman was overwhelmed. I always have time for my alliance. What can I do for you, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom and Ms. Foster? The formidable professor asked as she straightened up some of the clutter. She looked at them with little hope that they weren't going to burden her further. Hagrid has a dragon's egg, and he is trying to hatch it, Millie bluntly said, getting straight to the point. There was no point beating around the bush. McGonagall's mouth opened in shock for a minute. Then she shook her head and seemed to realize who they were talking about, and decided she really wasn't shocked. Oh, that man, she fumed, like she didn't have enough to worry about. I assume you have already tried to talk him out of it. I know you were his friends. She looked at Harry and Neville. Yeah, Harry said sheepishly. Looking down at the floor, he still felt like he was betraying his friend. Mr. Potter, look at me, McGonagall said firmly, knowing how children thought, and she wanted to nip that in the bud. Harry lifted his head and looked at his head of house. Her face softened a little, but was still firm. You need to know that sometimes you need to tell adults things you do not want to. Imagine if you would that Hagrid was successful in hatching this dragon, and it grew. Where would he keep it? There is nowhere in Hogwarts that he could hide a dragon. If he were to try and keep it in the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs would protest, and we have enough problems keeping the peace with them. I guess, Harry said, still feeling bad. Now think of how many people would be killed or hurt if there were a full-grown dragon roaming the forest, she continued, looking sternly over her glasses. Hagrid, for all he is good with creatures, is not trained to handle a dragon. One needs magic to control one, and Hagrid does not possess a wand. Do you understand? She asked, though she could see she was not getting through to him. Harry had a guilt complex the size of the castle. She looked at Millie and hoped this child, no woman now, could make him understand. Harry, Millie said, drawing his attention to her. Do you think I'm a bad person? What? No. Of course not, Harry protested loudly. He would never think that about Millie. But I told the professor here about your cloak. Isn't that the same thing? The older girl said, looking at him like she'd be hurt if he thought that. But she needed him to understand. Well, no, I knew you were going to, Harry denied. It wasn't the same thing in his head. Besides, she was a girl, girls did that. He felt like he was going behind his friend's back and tattling. And I told Hagrid we were coming here, yeah. I told him that it wasn't up to you kids to solve his problems, and that I was going to tell an adult. So, it is the same thing, she explained, scanning his face to see if there was any understanding. Harry thought about it for a minute, and then decided that Millie hadn't been wrong yet. She talked them out of looking into what was hidden in the castle. He made a note to ask her about that, and saved them loads of hours in research, and probably kept them out of trouble. Reluctantly, he nodded his head in agreement. His guilt was lifted a little. though he, like most boys his age, felt like a tattletale. "I want you three to not say or do anything. Let us professors take care of this," McGonagall demanded. She would go and tell Dumbledore, who always seemed to fix Hagrid's messes. She did feel it imperative that she not tell him where she got her information, though. She didn't like the attention the headmaster paid to Harry. He was too fixated on the boy. "Thank you, Professor," Millie said as she led the first eyes out the door, knowing a dismissal when she heard one. After they were back in the common room, Harry asked his question. "Hey, Millie, did you ever find out anything about the third floor?" "Yeah, me and my mates are keeping an eye out. The problem is all the professors are patrolling the area, and they all look in the door. Though only Quirrell and Snape seem brave enough to go inside. They both come out right quick, so they are probably just checking to make sure that the Cerberus is still unharmed. This does tell us that the thing they are protecting is well looked after." "Yeah," she explained without giving her favorite first eye anything to perk his need to help. "Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure," Harry said, relieved that it was taken care of. In the end, they found out from Ron that Dumbledore had gotten a hold of one of his brothers, Charlie, who was a dragon handler, and had the dragon egg taken away before it hatched. Hagrid seemed to get over it quick enough, so the headmaster must have given him something in return, but they never knew what. It was the last week of school, and the final test had just been taken. Harry and Hermione were talking about said test when all of a sudden Harry was seized under the arms, lifted up and held flush against a male chest with one arm. His arms beat against the arm holding him, and his feet kicked at the legs. But he was only a small boy, and it had little effect. He couldn't see who was behind him, but from the look on Hermione's face, it was probably either Quirrell or Snape. Next thing he knew, he was being carried down the corridor and up the stairs to the third floor. "Find Millie, or get help," he yelled to his friend, who seemed frozen with fright. He was struggling against the person holding him, that seemed to snap her out of it, and she ran down the hall yelling at the top of her lungs. The other students in the hall started screaming, and some of Harry's friends tried to follow only to be stunned or having to duck spell fire coming their way. Once his kidnapper got to the top of the stairs, he shoved Harry under one arm and used his wand to create a dark blue barrier on the entrance of the third floor passageway on the right-hand side. It would take a professor or a really good seventh year to get past it. The students that had followed could only look on in horror as Harry and his kidnapper disappeared into the room most of them knew contained a three-headed dog. They were kids after all, and most of them had taken peeks in the room. That and the rumors about that room had been floating around since the first week. "You are going to get me that stone for my master," the kidnapper said. Harry was now sure it was Quirrell, as the voice was not silky like Snape's. "I won't do anything for your master." Harry spat back with bravery that he really didn't feel at the moment. "You will do as you are told, or you will die," the voice said, and with that Harry's world went black. When he woke again, it was to Quirrell standing over him, with a menacing look upon his face, his wand pointed at Harry's chest. "You have been a great disappointment to my master. He was expecting someone strong to fight, but you are nothing but a pathetic little boy who keeps out of trouble. If it hadn't been for your mudblood friend, we would have met much sooner. But no, you had to tell her. She and her mates have been hounding my steps since that first Quidditch game. I could do nothing until now," the demented man said, disgust prominent in his voice. Done with his tirade for the moment, he grabbed Harry's robes and lifted him up and dragged him to a mirror that sat in the middle of the otherwise empty round room. Harry had never seen such an elaborate mirror. It was freestanding with gold leaves all around it. There were markings at the top of the mirror that Harry couldn't quite make out. They looked like gibberish. "Look in the mirror, boy, and tell me what you see," Quirrell demanded, shoving Harry close to the glass. Harry looked, and the first thing he saw was a red-headed woman and a dark-haired man that looked just like him, standing at his shoulders. Behind them were all his friends and people he had never met before. They were all looking at him with proud smiles. Then, as one, they looked behind him, as if they were sentient, and concern showed on their faces. Then, with winks and nods of encouragement, they disappeared, and only Harry was left in the mirror. The mirror, Harry winked and put his hand in the inner pocket of his robe and pulled out a ruby red stone. He put the stone back in the pocket, and the Real Harry felt its weight. Harry knew that whatever that stone was couldn't be given to Quirrell, so he wished it back into the mirror. The mirror, Harry nodded in understanding and pulled the stone back out of his pocket and felt the weight disappear. Thank Merlin, that worked, he thought with relief, and continued to look in the mirror as if, What he figured was his family was still there smiling at him. "Well, what do you see?" the turban-wearing man asked impatiently, shaking Harry out of his trance. "My family and friends," was the short reply, lying through his teeth. There was no way he was going to tell the truth. "Useless," Quirrell said, shoving the boy aside. "How does this blasted mirror work?" he mumbled, wringing his hands uselessly. "Idiot," came a slithering voice said. The boy lied. He had the stone but put it back. "Let me speak to him." The voice seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere. "Master, are you strong enough? I haven't fed on a unicorn in weeks. Thanks to the centaurs and that blasted giant," Quirrell said nervously, his hands squeezing in fear. His master's displeasure was fierce, and he felt it often. "Do as I say, fool, and don't question me," the voice said, with a great deal of angry authority. "Yes, master," he replied and started to unwind his turban. As what seemed like miles of cloth unwound from the head of the Dada professor, a stench filled the air. It smelled like an airtight container that held garbage had just been opened. Harry gagged at the taste such a rancid smell created. He moved as far away as he could get, edging towards the door. "Harry Potter, Quirrell was correct in stating that you are a grave disappointment. How could such a pathetic wizard have vanquished me as a mere babe? Do you know who I am, Potter?" the voice said as Quirrell slowly turned. On the back of his head was another face. It was flat and serpent-like, with red eyes and slits for a nose. "Voldemort," the boy said, squinting his eyes at the face. Harry stood to face the man who killed his parents. Yes, the face hissed. "See what I have become? But don't you worry, I will rise again, and I will come after you. Nothing can stop me. Now get me that stone from the mirror," Voldemort demanded, not bothering to offer any deals with such a weak wizard. "I would rather die, thanks," Harry said, bravely holding his ground. He knew he was outmatched. Plus, he was wandless, however he would die standing, thanks. He had no idea where his wand was, but it wasn't on his body when he awoke. So be it. A vindictive look crossed that horrible face. "Kill him," he ordered Quirrell, making the man turn and start towards the boy. Harry knew he had to stall for time. He knew Hermione and all the students would have gotten a teacher by now. "Wait," he cried, holding his hands in front of him, as if to ward off a blow. "I'll try and get the stone for you if you tell me why you killed my parents," he lied, hoping to it worked. "I don't make deals with children." "Seize him and take him to the mirror," Voldemort ordered the ever-confused man. Quirrell grabbed Harry's hand and immediately dropped it as his own hand burned. "What magic is this?" the man cried out in pain, and he turned his back to the confounded boy. Harry looked at his red hands and suddenly realized that was the first time the professor had touched his skin. A look of understanding dawned on him, and he didn't even think. He just jumped on the man's back and placed his hands directly on Voldemort's ugly face. "Burn, arsehole!" he screamed, pressing as hard as he could. The possessed man screamed out of two mouths. Harry's hands were burning. Smoke was coming off the face he held. It started to crumble and fall apart. Soon it was just a body on the floor with the back of its head gone. A plume of black mist rose from the dead man, and Voldemort's face formed out of it, and the mist screamed denial and pushed itself directly through the young wizard. And the second time that hour, Harry's world went black. While Harry was fighting for his life, it seemed the whole school was trying to get past the barrier. Finally, Snape showed, and with a few flicks of his wand, the barrier was gone. The professors surged forward. Only Sprout and Sinistra were left behind to keep the student body from following. They got to the room with the Cerberus and found a charmed harp keeping it asleep. They went down the trapdoor and easily went through the rest of the trap. Though it was easy for them, it still took time, and they were hoping it wasn't too late. When they got to the fire trap, they heard the dual screams and hurried to take the correct potion. When they got to the room, all they found was dead body of who they suspected was Quirrell and the unconscious Harry. Millie and Hermione were at the front of the crowd being held back. They saw Snape emerge from the room carrying Harry and noticed the boy wasn't moving. The potion's master was walking as fast as he could. "Please, Professor, please, tell me he is alive," begged the tearful Hermione as she held tightly to Millie's arm. She had felt so useless, not knowing how to get to her friend, and vowed that she was going to make sure she and Harry would never feel that way again if they could help it. The dark, oily man looked down his long hooked nose at the scared girl as he stalked past and nodded his head once, indicating that the boy was alive at the very least. But he didn't break his stride and was gone in a minute. The two girls followed, and the professors herded the other children into the great hall. The two friends sat on the benches outside the hospital wing and waited. They clutched to each other, crying and fretting. It was several hours later that Harry woke. He was sore and very tired. He grabbed his glasses from the table next to his bed and looked around. He must be in the infirmary, judging from the hospital-like setup of the beds around him. The voices he had heard whispering stopped, and footsteps were coming his way. He looked up to see Madame Pomfrey and the headmaster coming from the office at the end of the room. "Ah, Harry, my boy, you are awake, I see," the old man said redundantly. "Yes, sir," Harry said shyly. Then an overwhelming guilty feeling stole over him. He had killed a man. He was only 11 years old, and a man was dead by his hands. Tears fell down his face, and great sobs started. Madame Pomfrey rushed to his side and held the distraught boy to her chest and comforted him the best she could. She summoned a calming draught and made the child drink. She knew what he was thinking, and she felt bad for the boy. She understood that this was traumatic for him and that he'd need to talk to someone. Meanwhile, the headmaster conjured a chair and sat at the boy's side, holding the tiny hand in his withered one, offering what little comfort he could. Soon enough, the sobs stopped, and only hiccups were left. "Oh, child, I am so very sorry that one so young had to experience what you did. The school will be more than happy to pay for any treatment you require to help you through this painful ordeal," Dumbledore offered, knowing that it was within the budget to do so. After all, the child was hurt by a member of his staff. While he had wanted to test this particular child, he never meant for him to be hurt. His plan was to monitor him and his friends to see if he would fight for them. When nothing happened during the year, he had been disappointed, yet amazed at the goodness the young man showed to all the people he came across. If only he had not listened to the owl stating that he was desperately needed at the ministry, he would have been here to prevent all of this. Why? Why does Voldemort want me dead? Wasn't it enough that he killed my parents? I don't understand why, Harry asked as the tears dried on his face as the calming draught took effect. It is quite a complicated tale, and I will tell you when you are older. Until then, I can only hope you will take the comfort of your friends, Dumbledore said, patting Harry's hand in a consolatory way. But, sir, I need to know. He told me I was a disappointment and that I was his enemy. Why? What could I have possibly done to him when this is the second time we have met, and the first was when I was just a baby? If you know, please tell me, the poor young man begged, trying to understand. I am sorry, child. I promise in a few years I will tell you everything you need to know. For now, put it out of your mind and enjoy your youth. Take it from a man who is quite old. Childhood passes before you even know it is gone, the gentleman said, still patting that tiny hand in his. He gave it one more pat and then sat back in his chair. Sighing in frustration, Harry gave up that line of questioning. "Fine. Can you tell me what the stone I almost lost my life protecting was?" he asked, wondering if the old man would tell him. "Ah, that I can answer. That was the Sorcerer's Stone, created by my good friend Nicholas Flamel. It is what had kept him and his wife alive for over 600 years. Dumbledore beamed proudly. "Oh, are they going to get it back now?" Harry asked, amazed that anyone could live that long. "Alas, they and I have decided that it is time for them to go to their next great adventure. Soon the stone will be destroyed, so that no evil will ever try and use it again. The Flamels feel it is time. For them it is as if they were taking a nap after a very long day," the headmaster said softly, hoping to lessen some of the worry Harry seemed to be carrying for people he had never even met. "Oh," was all that Harry could think to say. It had been quite a stressful day after all. "I must take my leave now. I understand that besides a little magical exhaustion, you are completely healthy. Your wand was retrieved and sits in the drawer next to you. If you need anything else, then don't hesitate to ask," Dumbledore said as he got up and vanished the chair, and with a wink and a twinkle he left. As soon as the doors closed behind him, they were thrown open and two very worried girls ran through. A bullet of bushy hair flew to Harry, and he was soon within the grips of a tight hug. Hermione was crying in his shoulder. Millie was sitting on this bed and grabbed his hand in a tight grip, like she was never going to let go. In her other arm, she held a leather-bound book. It took several minutes for the girls to stop crying. Harry wasn't much better, but he had a calming draft in him, so that helped. "Oh, Harry, we were so worried. When Professor Snape carried you out of that room, I thought you were dead. I felt so useless against Quirrell. You and I, are going to study our arses off," Hermione said, uncharacteristically cussing. "We're going to make sure we can learn every little bit of magic that can be learned in school, and then we're going to get more books and learn more on our free time. Do you hear me? Never, ever again." The poor girl was desperate to make him understand. "Don't worry, Hermione. I'll study right with you. Haven't I done everything you told me this year?" Harry asked, patting her shoulder. "Well, yes, but we're going to be pushing harder next year. And we're going to make our study group study just as hard," she said firmly. Millie, who had been quiet up until now, said, "I am only sorry I won't be here to see that, yeah." She finally released Harry's hand and handed him the book. "Hagrid came by and wanted me to give you this. I haven't looked at it," she explained, looking almost lost as to what to say. Harry opened the book, and inside were wizarding photos of a couple. The couple he had seen in the mirror. "Mom, Dad," he said in awe, looking at his parents for the second time. There was a note on the cover that said, "I wrote to all your parents' friends, and they sent these to you. I had hoped to get it to you for Christmas, but it weren't finished. I am happy to give it to ye now." "Hagrid, that was very sweet of him," Millie said with a small smile. She was still trying to make her mind understand what had happened to her favorite first eye. "Yeah, it was," Harry said distractedly, still looking at his parents. The three settled down for hours just looking at the photos, making up stories about what could be happening in each. Soon giggles filled the air, and it was just the release they needed. It was around dinner time that Madame Pomfrey shooed the girls away, keeping Harry overnight. When the lights went out and Harry had lain awake for 20 minutes, he looked out the window and said, "Mom, Dad, I know what you look like now. It was too bad it took killing a man and almost dying to find out. But at least I feel that I can relate to you better now. I hope you understand what I had to do today. I know I don't, but Madame Pomfrey said someone will come by the Dursleys to make sure I have someone to talk to. When I am better, and I don't think that you would be disappointed with me, we'll talk more." And with that, he turned on his side and soon slipped off to sleep. I always find it funny as hell when Harry goes away one summer and comes back kung fu fighting, even with time dilation that won't happen, unless he goes into a room at the age of 15 and comes out 20. Anyway, here's my take on that. It was getting to the end of Harry's first year at Hogwarts. The leaving feast is tonight, and he was thinking that along with his extra Muggle studies, he might take up karate or something. If what he had to face earlier this week was any indication of what he might have to face in the future, then he needed to learn to fight any way he could. After he had been kidnapped, he knew that he was in trouble. Because it wasn't Quirrell. Well, it was, but he had Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head. That meant that Voldemort wasn't dead. And the man thought of Harry as his enemy. That means that his life was in danger. He had felt so helpless. No wand, no physical prowess. Nothing. If his hands hadn't burned Quirrell, and he still didn't know why that happened, then he'd be dead. Hermione and Millie were going to tutor him in Muggle studies over the summer. A mind healer was going to come by once a week to help him get over his trauma. Hopefully that will keep the Dursleys off his back. Maybe his friends could come with him to martial arts. He wanted to find them to ask. Harry found them in the Great Hall, going over their summer plans. "Hey guys, gals, I was thinking about going to karate or something this summer. So I can learn to fight and maybe protect myself from Voldemort. Then he won't be able to hurt me next year if he shows up again," he said, sitting down next to them and grabbing a biscuit that was on a plate in the middle of the table for the studying students. It was study hour, which was the time the teachers used for homework marking. Harry, it will take years to get good enough to actually fight someone," Hermione said, looking at him like she didn't want to disappoint him. "The most they will teach you the first few months is how to block and fall correctly, well, some defensive moves, but nothing that will take down a full-grown man." She had researched karate. She never actually took it, but she knew that to get really good at the actual fighting took years of study and practice. "What do you mean?" In all the films, they show people learning to fight in like a month," Harry questioned. She could see the confusion on his face. "The telly made it look like it only took a few weeks, months at the most." "Well, that's films, isn't it? They aren't real." "No, it takes years of study to be any good," the bushy-haired girl answered. She didn't want to burst his bubble, but she didn't want to see him hurt again. Look, Harry, we're not saying you can't take the classes. What you learn in the 2 months you're at home will help. Wizards aren't physical people, so it might give you a bit of an advantage. However, we don't want you to think you're going to come out a pro in that short amount of time. Yeah, the seventh-year girl said with a soft smile. She understood what Harry was worried about. Harry's shoulders slumped. He thought it had been a good idea. He had kept in pretty good shape this year, thanks to the jogging he did all year with all his friends and Millie. He figured since he was in such good physical condition, then he would learn to fight faster. Suddenly, Hermione perked up and nudged her friend. "Harry, there's another way," she said excitedly. "When my mom was mugged a few years ago, she started to take this class for dirty fighting. One of the reasons karate or any martial arts takes so long is because there are forms you have to follow. With this class my mom takes, it is all dirty tricks and staying in shape. So maybe we can ask her and see if she can get us into one of those classes. I don't know if they have classes for kids though, but it wouldn't hurt to ask." She started bouncing in her seat. She was so excited. "Yeah, if not, then I can take the class and teach it to you guys," Millie said, getting motivated. It might just do her good anyway. If rumor was to be believed, then there was going to be a war, and she was going to be a target, being muggle-born and all. And Merlin knows those. Purebloods didn't know how to dirty fight. She'd have to get all her friends in on this too. She started going over who was able to join and who would need to be taught by someone taking the class. With the money she was going to make from Harry's tutoring, then she should be able to afford it. This caused her to think about maybe hiring herself out as a tutor for the friends she had in the wizarding world. They would need to protect themselves too. She could work this into her schedule. She was planning on going to the university when summer was over, and so she could teach the fighting to her friends at night and on the weekends. "So, tell me what you know, Hermione," Harry asked, overjoyed that maybe there was a way he could defend himself. Millie leaned over the table to hear better. "Well, it's pretty new," Hermione started, tapping her chin in thought. "I think the classes have only been around for a few years here in England. They are very popular across the pond, though. Like other martial arts, you have to learn to fall first thing. There are loads of exercises, so you'll be okay there. And a lot of hitting in the right places. Some even teach you how to use weapons or know what you can use as a weapon in the things around you. Most attacks take place in alleys, so there's a lot of garbage that can be used," she explained, going over what she knew in her head. "Hey, if you didn't take the class, how did you know all that?" Millie asked with a tilt of her head. There was a pamphlet that explained the class. She blushed in embarrassment. "Figures," Harry said with a teasing smile. "Prat," Hermione said, playfully pushing her best friend. "You are you," Millie said, patting her little bookworm friend on the shoulder. "Go ahead and owl your mum for that pamphlet, yeah," she added, giving the girl a wink. "You can borrow Hedwig," Harry offered, grinning like a fool. "Great. I'll do that right now," Hermione said, taking out some parchment and scribbling a note. Hermione owed her mum asking her to look into it, so they would know what to expect when she got home. The year ended with Gryffindor winning the cup, only because of Dumbledore giving a large number of points to Harry for bravely fighting off evil or some such rot, which Harry considered unfair. His mind still in conflict over killing a man, and he didn't think he should be awarded for that. He griped to his friends about it, but most of them disagreed. The train ride was exciting. Harry had loads of friends that came by to wish him luck for the summer and hear his plans and tell their own. After he crossed the barrier into the King Cross station, he was met by a very put-out Dursley family. It was okay, Millie was by his side. Hermione had already left with her family after introductions and goodbyes were said. "Well, hurry up, boy. We have an all day to wait for the likes of you," was the fat man's greeting. He went to grab Harry's shoulder, but the boy ducked out of his reach. "Oh, Harry, I am so sorry," Millie purred, giving the young boy a hug. She sounded very sincere. "Are you one of those freaks?" Dudley asked dumbly, not quite understanding that what Hagrid had done to him was minor. It had been painful to have that tail removed, but the pain faded and so did the fear mostly. "Why are you sorry, Millie?" Harry asked at the same time. "Because I'm going to hurt your family, yeah," Millie said sweetly, smiling a bright smile, as if she was happy to meet such fine upstanding citizens and hadn't just threatened them. "What do you think you can do to us, freak?" Vernon blustered, making his overly bushy mustache twitch. "Oh, didn't you know? I'm out of school and I live near Surrey. I'm going to be Harry's tutor this summer. So, I'm going to be by almost every day, yeah. And if you think something minor as a pig's tail is the worst we can do to you, well, just think again," Millie answered the fat man with that sweet smile still on her face. Oh, and I know the number to Scotland Yard. Have a friend who still works there. Yeah. She was still smiling, that sweet smile that butter wouldn't melt in. At this, the Dursleys paled. For all their flaunting it being normal, they knew if it ever got out how they treated Harry, they'd be done for. Harry, my favorite ex-firstie, I'll see you at exactly 9 in the morning, she said, giving the boy a hug, and then turned to his family, still smiling. This means I'll be seeing you as well, yeah. Oh, and by the way, if one hair on his head is must, and he didn't do it, well, I do. Know how to use a phone and a wand. And with that, she turned and went to her own family that had been waiting quietly. They too glared at the Dursleys, having been told everything about them by their daughter. They didn't like child abusers either. Vernon picked up Harry's trunk and waddled quickly to the car, wanting to get away from the people that were looking at him as if he was abnormal. He even carried the trunk up to Harry's room when they got to the house. And for once in Harry's life, he was treated semi-normal in the Dursley household. Millie showed up bright and early the next day and saw that Harry was just fine. To press her point, she turned their coffee table into a teacup and back. They left Harry alone after that. They went to the library and did his studies. It went on that way for a week. That Saturday, Hermione called. "Hey, Harry," she said, sounding excited. "Can I and Millie come over for a while? I want to talk to you guys about that class we discussed." "Of course you can." After that first meeting with Millie, the Dursleys don't dare say no to me anymore, Harry said, sounding just as excited as she was to get the news about the self-defense classes. The mind healer, named Sally Pointer, came by once a week on Wednesday afternoons to talk to Harry. This added an extra layer of protection against the Dursleys, who were out of the loop as to why Harry needed a mind healer, but they were sure to point out that he did need one. Dudley wanted to pick on him, but his dad told him to leave the loser alone. "Okay, let me call Millie and we'll be there around noon." "See you then," Hermione said as she hung up the phone. "See ya," Harry said, and then heard the phone disconnect. Shrugging, he hung up and went to his room to do his Muggle homework while he waited for his friends. His room was a mess, so he spent the time tidying up. At noon, the doorbell rang, and Harry went down to let them in. The Dursleys were out shopping, so they weren't there. He brought the girls up to his room, and they sat on the bed, and Harry took the rickety chair. "Okay, I was right, they don't have classes for kids, well, not yet anyway. They say there isn't enough interest, and the insurance for such a class costs too much. So if Millie takes the class, she's going to have to figure out what she can teach us and how, because the class is designed for adult women." Hermione started straight away, holding the pamphlets her mom had gathered for her. "Okay, I'll do that. Maybe I'll have to tone it down until you guys get older, but you can at least get a lecture about what I learned," Millie said, thinking over in her head what could possibly be taught that kids couldn't learn. "I'll pay for you to go," Harry stated, "but I need you to take me to the bank. We'll call it part of your pay." It was argued about and then soon agreed upon. Hermione gave the name for the class and instructions on how to find one in Millie's area. The three chatted for a while, and the girls went home. Millie took Harry to the bank the following Monday. A week later, they all met back up at the park on a nice warm Sunday. Millie told them about her class, all the while showing what she was talking about. "We started, as many martial arts classes do, by lining up at the front of the room and taking a bow. Then we went right into jumping jacks, then alternated with push-ups and some basic blocks with a partner. After this, we moved to the floor for a work and then did a little stretching. The instructor yelled a lot, and it made me want to run just to get away from him," Millie said, laughing at the kids' shocked faces. "So, if we do this, expect me to yell a lot." The man said it was important because most life or death situations aren't quiet, so you need to be able to react when someone is yelling. "Yeah, Uncle Vernon yells a lot," Harry pointed out, making Hermione cringe. She was not used to people yelling at her. "Next, we got with a partner and practiced hitting pads with our palm heel." Millie continued with a demonstration, thrusting her hand heel first in the air at an invisible opponent. "Next, we moved into some attack scenarios, first watching the instructor and his assistant walk through a frontal choking situation. He showed us how to get out of this and what not to do. Then we broke it down into steps and practiced one step at a time with our partners. So, after what happened to you, Harry, that might be important for you and Hermione to learn, yeah." Harry nodded in agreement. "We started with a block, then added a palm strike, and finally added a knee to the groin," she said, and laughed again as Harry crossed his legs. "You guys are a bit small to do that, so you might want to use your head to that area of your attacker. Yeah, it's a very important strategy. That is one of the most sensitive areas of the body. Use it. Okay, Millie, they both said, though warily. Anyway, the order and speed in which we learned this was very easy to understand and really simplified the moves. So, I'll show you that way, Millie said, moving on. Throughout the class, the instructor came around and offered feedback and criticism on our form and force. So, expect me to badmouth you if you don't get it right. It is important that you develop thick skin to taunting. Your attacker is going to use that, yeah. There was one Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange. She did weird stuff like that. She said not wanting to frighten them, but letting them know what to expect. Harry and Hermione nodded, though with trepidation. They were both used to bullies. Millie went on, we ended the class the way we started with jumping jacks, push-ups, and up work, but this time we had to move quickly from the floor into palm strikes and back again. This helped to prepare us for the idea that we may have to get off the ground and fight for our lives at some point. So we should be ready, and taught us how to fall correctly. Wow, I didn't realize it was so intense, Hermione said when Millie sat down, indicating she was finished. I think it'll be good for me. I hate being shy all the time. I only really stand up to my relatives when they push, Harry said, getting excited. Maybe he could use it on Dudley and his gang, though they've left him alone this summer. The next words out of Millie's mouth put that notion to rest. If I teach you this, I want your word that it'll only be used in self-defense, yeah. And that's it. Nothing else. I mean it, guys, she said, her eyes hard. This type of fighting can really hurt someone. A lot of it I won't even teach you for years because it can kill. I watched a higher class than mine, and if you think mine was intense, you haven't heard nothing. Millie pierced them with a glare. They could tell she really meant business. Both kids nodded, and Millie relaxed. They spent the rest of the summer with their normal Muggle studies and learning how to defend themselves. Some of the other Muggleborns joined them in the park, and Millie made a bit of money on the side as the instructor. Millie continued to teach Harry in his Muggle studies every day, and he was getting mind, healing every Wednesday. He was getting better over the fact that he caused the death of Professor Quirrell, but he now knew it was not his fault per se. The man brought it upon himself by being possessed by a Dark Lord. This also kept the Dursleys off his back. They left him alone except for meals, where they asked him how his day was and were polite. Millie had taken them aside and explained that ignoring him was just as abusive as beating him, and that they could get Dudley taken away if they kept it up. It had taken a few of these talks for her to sink in, but she got her friend from Scotland Yard to come and lay down the law to them. Millie also continued to teach the two kids self-defense moves, as well as a large group of other people. She'd go to classes and then teach the wizarding folk. She was making money hand over foot. She was pretty much set for the summer. If she wanted to get into teaching, she was making a good start of it. It was all going really well until Harry's birthday, where it didn't go pear-shaped per se, but it got twisted a bit. The Dursleys were having a dinner party for the Masons, some important clients of Grunnings. Harry was to stay in his room and remain quiet, which he was okay with. He had homework to do anyway. He went to his room, after watching the Dursleys do their dress rehearsal of what to say and do for their guests. It was hilarious. In the middle of the room was a creature. It was a small, thin humanoid creature that had a huge head. The ears made up most of the head. The eyes made up the rest, though its nose was nothing to sneeze at. Its arms and legs were stick-thin. Its body wasn't much better. "Hello," Harry said in a friendly tone, coming in and closing the door. He kept his voice low and kind. "Harry Potter says hello to Dobby," the creature said, blowing its nose on the disgusting pillowcase it was wearing. "What are you doing in my room?" Harry asked, going to his bed and sitting on it. "Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter that he must not return to Hogwarts," Dobby said in an ominous tone. He turned his body to face Harry, but didn't do anything else untoward. "Oh, why?" Harry asked, tilting his head. "Bad things will be happening at that school this year," the creature said, blinking at the boy's calm demeanor. "Dangerous things. Things that can hurt Harry Potter. Even kill," Dobby warned, pointing a finger at Harry. "Oh, what?" was Harry's next question. He leaned forward to listen intently. "Dobby cannot say," Dobby said, wiping some snot from his nose, like he was sorry that he couldn't add more. "Can you tell me anything else?" Harry asked, remorseful that there wasn't anything else forthcoming, looking at the pitiful creature. He really wanted to help him. "Dobby cannot," confessed Dobby. His eyes got big, and he looked around the room like there might be someone listening. "Let me talk to a few people, and I'll let you know if I'll go back or not," Harry said, going to the door and listening to the people talking downstairs. "Can you get home on your own?" he asked Dobby. He had no idea how the creature got into his room, but it wasn't through the front door. Dobby will stop Harry Potter from going back to Hogwarts, the creature threatened, though it wasn't menacingly. He was pointing at Harry again. Like I said, let me talk to a few people, Harry said, crouching down and looking the creature in the eye. I promise to think about what you've said, he pledged, making motions over his heart. Dobby wills best, keeping an eye on yous, Dobby said, clicking his fingers and popping away. Millie isn't going to like that, the preteen said, looking out the window. He went to his desk and wrote a letter. He attached it to Hedwig and sent it to his older friend. He really hoped she could help. He then did his homework, but his mind was on the poor creature that was in his room earlier. Maybe he should have offered it something to eat at the very least. But he didn't have any food in his room. The Dursleys didn't allow food in the bedrooms, unless your name was Dudley. He finished his homework and Hedwig returned. The letter said that the creature sounded like a house elf, and if it returned, just to be kind and listen to it and not to provoke it in any way. She'd be there in the morning to see what they could do about it. He went to bed feeling better about the whole situation. Millie showed up at the regular time, and they went to the library and got their normal table. This time Millie put up a Notice Me Not charm and a Muggle repellent charm. She didn't want them overheard. They would have gone to the park, but it was raining out. Tell me what happened, yes, she said, putting her books on the table and getting set up for their tutoring session. She was still getting paid to teach him, and this shouldn't take long. So, Harry recounted his little meeting with Dobby and left nothing out. He looked like he was abused, he added at the end. There was sadness in his tone and a few tears in his eyes. Sadly, most house elves are, she said, a forlorn look on her face. There's nothing we can do for them. They are technically slaves, for all they need the bond to live, she added, running a hand down her face. It had been an ongoing problem for decades, if not longer. I don't understand. They are slaves, Harry said, aghast. Slavery was illegal, not to mention immoral. Yeah, but they're also symbiont, she explained, taking up a piece of paper and drawing a chart. If they don't bond with a wizard, they die, she said, showing the chart she had drawn. It's a vicious circle. They can't live without the bond, but they have to deal with cruel masters. Well, I shouldn't say that. The Hogwarts elves are treated fairly. And I know many purebloods that treat their elves well too, yeah. But there are those, like your Dobby's owners, that are bastards, she said, anger in her tone. That sucks, Harry said, looking at the chart and frowning. Like he could fix it by thinking hard enough. We've tried, she said with a smile, knowing what he was thinking. Believe me, we've tried. Like many more before us, she added, pulling the English textbook to her. You should remind him that Muggleborns are under contract to go to Hogwarts, she suggested, tapping her chin. Oh, yeah, Harry said, hating to be reminded of that himself. Let's study what we came here to study. I'll think about what to do about Dobby, she said, starting their session. Do you think Dobby is the reason I've not heard from my dorm mates? Harry asked, pulling his textbook to him. Neville and Seamus hadn't written to him all summer. He'd written to them, but he had not heard a word from them, nor the Weasleys. Dean wrote using the Muggle Post, as did most of the study group. Dean said that Seamus was worried about him, but Dean had told the Irish boy that Harry was all right, and something must be messing with his post. Probably. You could ask him when he comes back, Millie said thoughtfully. That'd make a lot of sense. Dobby came back 2 days later. Use trick Dobby, the elf accused, pointing a finger at Harry. He was vibrating so hard. He was so angry that he missed the chance to get Harry Potter in trouble. What? How? Harry asked, getting up from his bed where he'd been laying and thinking. It was fortuitous that he was thinking about this particular house elf. Now Dobby cannot do as he had planned, Dobby said, stamping his spindly foot. Sorry, Harry said, confused. What can I do to make it up to you? He asked, genuinely willing to make the little fellow happy. Yous can say yous will not go back to Hogwarts, the elf said immediately. His eyes got big and hopeful. Dobby, you know we're contracted to go until our OWLs, right? Harry asked, looking at the elf like he was confused. Maybe the purebloods weren't held by such a contract. Well, Millie did say it was the Muggleborn, so maybe so. Oh, Dobby did not know this, Dobby said, reaching over and grabbing a lamp and banging it onto his head. Bad Dobby, he said as he brought the lamp down on his head again and again. Hey, stop that, Harry said, grabbing the offending object and putting it away from the elf. Why did you do that? The flabbergasted boy asked. He'd never seen anyone punish themselves in such a manner before. Dobby almost got Harry Potter's magic taken away, the elf said, looking down at the floor. Sure, he was trying to get the boy in trouble, but not his magic taken away. That was paramount to death. But you didn't, so it's okay, Harry said, kneeling down and hugging the dirty elf. He didn't care if his shirt got stained. The elf needed some physical contact that wasn't abusive. The elf stood stiff as a board and snogged on Harry's shoulder. He reached up his hand and touched the boy's back tentatively. Harry let go quickly enough and sat back on his heels. Dobby is being sorry, Harry Potter, Dobby said, pulling some letters from his pillowcase. Dobby did not know he was putting yous in trouble by trying to keep yous from Hogwarts, he said, handing the letters over. Wait, Harry said, when the elf lifted his fingers to disappear. We can still be friends, he offered, giving the elf a smile. Yous want to be friends with Dobby? Dobby asked dubiously. His eyes went wide with disbelief. It just wasn't done. Dobby had heard of Harry Potter's kindness, but he never thought he would want to be friends with a lowly house elf, the elf said, still wide-eyed. Well, yes. I don't have any house elf friends, and you were trying to save my life, Harry said, putting his hand on Dobby's shoulder, making Dobby flinch. Dobby would love to be Harry Potter's friend, Dobby said, then snapped his fingers and popped away. Strange fellow, Harry said, then looked to the stack of letters in his hand and started reading. He spent the better part of the night replying to them, especially the Weasleys, so they didn't attempt a rescue. He had too much to do to spend time at the Burrow, though he would have loved to see a magical house. He needed to keep up with his non-magical studies. He wasn't going to fall behind. One day, a few weeks later, at their self-defense class, Millie introduced them to Phil Blake. He was a sixth-year Hufflepuff Muggleborn. They had seen him in the class, but rarely interacted with him. He was tall and good-looking. He was blonde, tan, and had an athletic build. You lot, this is Phil Blake, she said, bringing him over to the two going on second years. He's going to watch out for you this year and the next. He's going to keep in touch with me, too. I want you two to write to me once a week to let me know what's going on, but Phil will be my go-between, yeah, she said, a big smile on her face like she had solved a particularly hard problem. Hello, Phil, Hermione said, holding out her hand. She was glad someone would be there, like Millie had been last year. She had been at a loss for who they would turn to if something happened like Hagrid's dragon egg. Hello, Harry mumbled, though he didn't nod his head. Millie, are you taking me to Diagon Alley? He asked his favorite adult. She was the light of his world in a sea of worthless adults. In his eyes, I will, Millie said, putting her hand on Phil's shoulder. Phil is coming with us, she added, giving Harry a firm look. You can be politer, she chastised, giving him the stink eye. Sorry, he mumbled again. We'll go tomorrow, she said, looking at the two younger kids. Hermione, ask your parents if they want to come, or if they are more comfortable with me taking you, she instructed the bushy-haired girl. Okay, Millie, Hermione said, grinning. Her parents were more than likely to come. They loved the magical world. Shall we meet you there if they want to come? She asked, looking at the sullen Harry and frowning. Yeah, we'll save the bookshop for last, though. So how about we meet at the Leaky? The older girl proposed. Great. Around noon? Was the next question. More like 10 in the morning, Millie said, looking at her watch. I have an afternoon appointment. She explained the need for the earlier time. Oh, okay. I'll let my parents know and have Mum call you tonight, Hermione said, and then ran off to the car her dad was waiting for her in. He didn't have time to chat today. They were celebrating something. She didn't know what. It was an adult thing. Something about her parents' first date or something. Adults were strange. So, Harry, do you want to go and get some ice cream? And get to know Phil a bit better? Millie asked, looking at the pouting boy. It was kind of cute how jealous he was. No, thanks, Harry said before he turned tail and ran home. Do you think it's because I'm a boy? Phil asked with a chuckle. I don't know, Millie said, not sure whether to laugh or not. Come on, I'll buy the ice cream, Phil said, going to the ice cream truck. The next day, they all met up at the Leaky Cauldron and went to Diagon Alley. The Grangers, Dan and Emma, were happy to be part of the group. They loved Millie and were glad she had found someone to watch the kids in her place. Phil looked like a capable young man. They ran into the Weasleys and were very unimpressed with the father's lack of knowledge of Muggles. The fact that he treated them like smart pets was kind of insulting. They had met them at the bookstore, so most of the group was glad their day was almost done. Lockhart was signing books, and the store was crowded. They didn't care for the blowhard, and they just wanted to get their books and leave. Gilderoy saw Harry and grabbed him. Harry took his arm and shoulder-checked him right over his shoulder and onto the floor. The whole store came to a standstill. "Don't touch me," Harry said in a firm voice. Millie came running up and said, "Who do you think you are? Grabbing a young boy like that?" "Yeah, you pervert," Hermione stated, stamping up to Harry and hugging him. "Wait," Lockhart said, getting up off the floor and dusting off. "I just wanted a picture," he said, smiling his award-winning smile. He waved to the crowd, and the women swooned. "Don't touch me," Harry threatened when the man went to grab him again. He went into a defensive stance, Hermione and Millie doing the same. Phil came up and was standing behind Millie to back her play. "Come now, I just want a picture," Gilderoy said again, still smiling and waving at the crowd, though his smile looked forced. I don't like my picture in the papers," Harry said, moving away from the camera. "Did you hear that, cameraman? He doesn't want his picture in the paper," Millie stated, glaring at the man who just sneered at her. "My camera is protected against magic," he taunted, holding the camera out in a come-and-try gesture. She stomped up to him, snatched his camera out of his hands, and exposed his film. "There, problem solved," she said, smirking at his astonished face. "You can't do that," the cameraman said, looking at hours of work gone. "Then you should have respected Harry's wishes," she said, stomping back over to Phil, Harry, and Hermione. They were still holding their defensive poses. They were all moving backwards towards the Grangers and Weasleys. The Grangers were standing with the Weasleys, being held back by the two adults. They did not look happy. The younger Weasleys were all cheering Harry and his group on. Millie, Phil, Hermione, and Harry rejoined their group, got their books, and left. They went to the leaky and out to the non-magical world. "I can't believe the Weasleys wouldn't let us help," Dan said as they were going to his car. "It's actually a good thing that they did," Phil said, holding Harry's and his supplies. They were shrunk and in a small bag, but Harry was holding Millie's and Hermione's things. "How so?" Emma asked, not sure why that was. She too had taken self-defense courses. She was the one who had gotten Hermione the pamphlets for the classes Millie was taking, and in turn tutoring the kids in. Dan had learned in the Navy. "If spells had started flying then you would have been vulnerable," Millie answered as she attempted to fix Hermione's hair. It got bushier during the confrontation. Now it was standing on end. "I see," Dan said, thinking it might have been a good thing then. "Lockhart is going to be our data professor," Phil said, his tone one of resignation. "Shite," Millie said, then excused her language to the Grangers. "What does that mean?" Harry asked, worried that they seemed concerned. "That means self-study again," Phil said, shoulders slumping. "Sitch," Harry started, only to get a stinging hex to the rump. "Don't you dare," Millie said, smirking at him. "Sorry," Harry said, though personally he thought that was hypocritical. "Don't worry, Phil will be there to help you. I'm only an hour away." "You'll be fine," Millie said, ruffling his hair. He truly hoped she was right. "Goodbyes and gits. Thanks for all the reviews." It's a short one, but that seems to be the theme with this story. If you've read my stories lately, you know I'm dealing with bad hands. I've tried dictation, but it doesn't work for me. So, shorter chapters work for me in this case. I have over 40 stories written, 30 on AO3. If you're going to give them a read while waiting for this one to update. They're all different. Something I've neglected in this FIC. The disclaimer. If you recognize it, it's not mine. The rest of the summer went by swiftly. Harry and Hermione passed their tests with flying colors and were now caught up with their peers in non-magical studies. They would study throughout the year as best they could, but not get left behind in their magical courses. Phil vowed to help them. Now it was time to go to the train, and Phil was taking Harry, so Vernon didn't have to. Millie decided to drive them. She wanted to see her friend off before she went to her new job. She had a surprise for her little buddy, but she wasn't going to tell him. Not yet anyway. "Harry, I wanted to see if you were getting along better with Phil," Millie said, looking in the rearview mirror. It had been a few weeks now, and the two males had bonded over a few things, like their hatred of Lockhart and love of Quidditch. "He's all right," Harry said with a shrug, looking at the boy in question, who was in the front seat listening. "I mean, I think you're a nice bloke, Phil," he stated, not wanting to offend the other boy. "Thanks, kid," Phil said, looking over the seat with a knowing smirk. Harry was going through the complicated time in his life where girls were starting to look like girls, and he wasn't sure what to feel about Millie. He remembered doing the same with a childminder. "You're all right yourself," he said, winking at the kid. "Good. I'm glad you two are getting along because I want you to go to him if something happens at Hogwarts," Millie said seriously. I don't trust that Lockhart fellow, yeah, she added, glaring at the car in front of her like it was Gilderoy Lockhart. Me neither, both men said. Then they looked at each other and chuckled. The ride was filled with conversation about the coming school year and what to do if Lockhart got handsy. Like put him on his arse and go to a teacher or Phil. They came up with some pretty wild plans, and they laughed at most of them. It was good fun, but soon they were at King's Cross Station. Well, here's where I drop you off. I have to get to my new job, Millie said, pulling up to the drop-off point. You're not coming in? Harry asked, getting out of the car and going to the boot. No. Like I said, I start work today, she said, going to the back of the car and opening the boot. She then started pulling out Harry's trunk. It had a featherlight charm on it, so it was easily taken out. She placed it on the sidewalk and then turned to the boy she had come to. Love like a little brother. Look, Harry, I'll be only an hour away, she said with misty eyes. I know, Harry said, all choked up. He'd never said goodbye to anyone he loved before. He wasn't sure if he could. You take care at school, and if you need anything, you ask Phil. I trust him, Millie said, bending over and hugging him for all she was worth. Thanks, Millie, I love you, Harry said, hugging her back and holding on for dear life. I love you too, yeah, she said, letting go and ruffling his hair one more time. Go on with you, or we'll be here forever. She nudged him along and waved to Phil. Phil grabbed his trunk and put a hand on Harry's shoulder and guided him along. Harry went with the older boy and didn't look back until he heard the car door close. Bye, Millie, he called, turning around just in time to see the car pull away. Come on, kid. We'll miss the train if we tarry any longer, Phil said, leading Harry to platform 9 3/4. He got it. He felt the same way the first time he left his family behind. Yeah, I'm coming, Harry said, his throat hoarse from choked-up tears. They got onto the train without issue, and Phil went to find his own friends, stating he'd be back to check on Harry and his friends later. Hermione joined Harry, along with Neville and Dean. Ron and Seamus came a bit later, and they all talked about Dobby and his misadventure. I'm just saying it's strange that a house elf would do that, Neville said, looking confused. He's right, Ron said, just as puzzled. I don't understand, Dean said, in an equal state of confusion, but for a different reason. House elves are slaves. They can't act against their master's wishes, Harry stated. For Dobby to come to me is weird, he explained, pouting a bit. He really hated that one he called friend was a slave. He had yet to hear from Dobby again, but he was hopeful. Slave? Dean and Hermione shouted, both appalled and indignant. Dean more so than Hermione, and the debate began, neither side winning, since they were all children and didn't really have the information needed to make valid arguments for either side. And that's what Phil and his mates walked into a half an hour later. Whoa, Phil said, coming into the compartment. What brought this on? He asked, stopping Neville and Dean from shouting at each other. The two boys were in each other's faces, and Phil gently pushed them back down in their seats. House elves, Harry said with a sigh. He had been trying to defuse the situation for ages. Oh, said Phil and his mates, who were 3 other Hufflepuffs, 2 females and 1 male. Oh, that old argument, one of the females said, nudging Hermione to budge over. Phil went to the windows and leaned against them, while the other 2 stood in the doorway. It was a tight squeeze. That old argument? Hermione said indignantly. She took a breath, ready to lay into the girl. Don't get huffy with me, Missy. I didn't enslave the house elves. I was just as upset as you when I found out about them, the young woman said, wagging her finger at Hermione. However, there is nothing to be done for them, so you're arguing with your friends, who had nothing to do with their enslavement either, is pointless, she continued. She's right, Phil said, looking around the room at the 12 and 13-year-olds. There is nothing to be done for the house elves, so why are you arguing over them? Do you really want to throw away friendships over something you have no control over? He got it. He really did. It was an old argument, one that he and his mates had many times in the common room. It was only when they got older that they realized that only the Wisengamot could do anything to help the house elves, and none of the Muggleborn would ever be part of them. I guess you're right, Dean said, giving Neville and I'm a Burke look. It's just a really sore subject for me, he added, holding out his hand to his doormate. I'm sorry too, Neville said in that shy way of his. I shouldn't have said some of the things I did, he stated, not sure what had come over him. Well, I still think there can be something done, Hermione said, folding her arms. She wasn't ready to give up yet. Yeah, but do you really think this lot can do it? The boy at the door said, looking at the younger crew. They haven't even finished their second year of school, he pointed out. When you put it like that, she said contrite. But you are older, she said with renewed spark. But I don't want to take up that cause right now, the boy said, standing and shrugging. I have other plans for my future. That's for someone else to do, he said, waving to Phil and walking away. The female that was standing there did the same. What? How can they do that? This is important, Hermione all but shrieked. Here now, there's no need to be getting hysterical, the still unnamed girl said, putting her hand on Hermione's shoulder. Not everyone is going to take up your causes. That's something you'd best get used to now, she said, giving her a firm smile. At any rate, Phil said, looking around. This is Amy, he introduced the girl. She's going to help me help you. If I'm not around, talk to her, okay? He said, making sure they all got a good look at the red-headed girl. Unlike the Weasleys, who were gingers, this girl was auburn. She was willowy and had a slightly crooked nose. She had light green eyes and pale pink lips with a smattering of freckles. Are you in sixth year too? Harry wanted to know. He reckoned that by the time Phil graduated, they wouldn't need a mentor. At least he hoped not. But really, how much trouble can school be that he'd need someone every year? No, I'm fifth year, she said, smiling at them. It's my OWL year, so I might not be available all the time, she pointed out. But it'll be his Newt year next year, so I'll be more available then, see? She stated, giving them another winning smile. Oh, the kid said, seeing the reasoning in that. With that, talks turned to the two major tests that they would have to take to graduate from Hogwarts. The two older kids left soon after, and the rest of the ride was spent in compatible conversations. The trolley lady came by, and Harry and Neville treated the friends to snacks. The feast was fun, though Lockhart was just as much a fop as usual. Harry and his friends couldn't understand why all the girls liked the man. The first week went by with nothing happening, except Lockhart butting into every teacher's business. They seemed to think he was just as much of a pompous git as Harry and his friends thought the man was. Harry had no idea why he had been hired. It was obvious he didn't know anything. The first AT-AT class had been a nightmare. Lockhart released Cornish pixies on the class, and none of them knew how to stop them except Hermione. She froze them, and the boys shoved them back in the cage. Poor Neville had been put up on one of the hanging light fixtures, and it took Harry and Ron to get him down. That man is a menace, Hermione said to Phil, feeling bad talking about a teacher that way. Even after the talk during first year about Snape and Binns, she still felt some modicum of respect for authority. You let me talk to him about what to do to second and first years, okay? Phil said, a bit of bite to his tone. I don't want you to get into trouble for harassing a teacher, she said worriedly. She had an image in her head of Phil roughing Lockhart up. She didn't want him arrested for assault and battery, no matter how much the git deserved it. Don't fret, the older boy said, patting her bushy hair. I'm only going to make suggestions. Though he really did want to punch the man a few times in his pretty face. Phil, what do we do if he does it again? Harry asked, wiping the sweat off his face. They were just coming from their morning jog. Well, Hermione still walked, but the intention was there. At least she got fresh air. That was the important part. Get out of the room, Phil said, stretching a bit. Get you and the other kids out of the room, he reiterated. I don't want any of you hurt because of that man's incompetence, he stated, adjusting his shoulders to get out a kink. So, we shouldn't round up the animal or whatever? Hermione asked, worrying her lip. What if they cause damage? She asked, thinking of what unforetold destruction those pixies could have done. No, let that blowhard deal with it. If it wrecks his classroom, that's on him, the blonde said with a malicious grin. It'll come out of his paycheck. Especially if he can't fix it with magic, he said vindicatively. I get you, Harry said. His grin was just as wicked. He figured that Lockhart couldn't magic his way out of a paper bag. But Hermione started. Your scores won't suffer. The only test scores that you need to worry about are your OWLs and Newts. Which reminds me, did you get the second-year data book I told you to get? Phil asked, looking at her. He knew Harry had. Yes, and I've read it already, she said, nodding her head. That's how I knew the spell I used today, she added, grinning smartly. She was pretty proud of herself for that one. I don't remember that spell in that book, Harry said, rubbing the back of his head. He'd read most of it. He was proud of that fact. It's in the preface, she said, like everyone read the preface. Oh, was all Harry could say to that. That was very smart of you, Hermione, Phil said, making her preen. I've got to go, he said, letting them split from him there. With him going to Hufflepuff dorms, them going to Gryffindor. You don't think he'll rough Professor Lockhart up, do you? She asked when they were far enough away. No, but I'd pay to see that, Harry said with a dreamy smile. Harry, Hermione said aghast. What? The man is a fraud, the boy said, looking at her with a frown. Still, she said, her own frown fixed on her face. Whatever. Let's catch up with the rest of the group. They've got to be wondering what's taking us so long, he said, running up the stairs to find the rest of his friends that jogged with them. She shook her head and wondered why all her friends were boys. Harry and his friends were going to Harry's first Quidditch practice. The other dorm mates hadn't gone before and wanted to see one. Well, Hermione and Neville had, but the others had not. They had not been that close last year. This summer had brought them closer. It's after the workout, so they were all psyched up to see it. Harry had special permission to be last to practice as long as he was working out beforehand. They got to the field only to find Wood and Flynn about to come to blows. I wonder what's going on, Harry said, coming down to the field. The whole Slytherin team was there, and they had new brooms. They were facing off with the Gryffindor team, and his team was not happy. I don't know, Seamus said, looking at the rival team. Looks like Malfoy bought his way on the team, though, he said insightfully. It wasn't hard to guess since the Git was standing there with a smug smile. Oh, that's rich, Dean said, laughing heartily. You lot stay here. Let me go and stand with my teammates, Harry said, going to do just that. His friend stayed in the back, but close enough to hear what's being said. I booked the field, Wood was saying. So, you keep saying, Flint said, waving the note around. That doesn't matter. We've got permission to come and take the field, he sneered, getting into Wood's face. He was an ugly brute of a man. He stood taller than Wood by half a head and was much broader. But Wood wasn't standing down. Let them have it, Wood, Harry said, coming up to his captain. He put his hand on the other boy's arm. They'll need it, having Malfoy on their team, he said with a smirk. No, Wood said, folding his arms, being stubborn. He's right, Oliver, Fred said, smiling, coming up and throwing his arm around Harry. Anyone who has to buy their way on the team, George said, chuckling, doing the same to his captain. Needs all the help he can get, Fred finished, doubling over with laughter, taking Harry with him. I guess you're right. Good luck training the newbie. Wood sneered and turned and gestured for his team to abandon the field. They all laughed and gathered their brooms. However, I will be taking this up with McGonagall, he added, storming off the field, grumbling all the while about special privileges. You're pathetic, Malfoy, Harry said as he left, broom in hand. Only a loser would buy his way on a school team, he added as he walked away. His friends joined him as they laughed at the blonde boy. When my father hears about this, Malfoy was saying, moving as if to hex Harry in his back, only he didn't have a wand. Shut up, Malfoy. You are pathetic, Flint said, shoving the boy away from the retreating group. Get up there and practice, he demanded. That caused the group to laugh louder and harder as they walked away. That night, Harry wrote to Millie about his time at Hogwarts. Dear Millie, Hogwarts isn't the same without you. Phil tries, but he's not you. I miss you very much. You were right. Lockhart is a fraud, and we're keeping our eye on him. He released a flock of Cornish pixies on the class, and if it were not for Hermione, they might have hurt us. Phil says he's going to talk to him. He hasn't gotten handsy yet, so I haven't had to throw him on the floor, but I'm waiting for the right moment to. Draco Malfoy bought his way onto the team. What a loser. I'm glad I didn't do that. Do you think I'm being petty thinking that? How have you been? What have you been doing? Is the world treating you right? Write back to me, so I know you're okay. I miss you, Harry Potter, clear skies, and creepy voices. Thanks for all the reviews. Okay, so I dictated this chapter, and can I say that I hate editing? So if you see more errors than usual, that's why. My hands still hurt because of the editing, but we'll see. I'll keep practicing. Maybe it's a frustrating process. Let me know if the flow is different. I think it is, but that may just be me. Harry was hearing things, and he didn't know who to tell. He had been sleeping when he awoke to a creepy voice in the walls talking about how hungry it was and that it wanted to kill. He was terrified. The next morning, he fretted. He wrote to Millie first thing, but did he tell Phil? They were getting warmed up for their jog, but Harry was distracted. He wasn't paying attention and stretched wrong. Ow, he said as he pulled something incorrectly. Harry, Hermione questioned, making Minnie look their way. Are you okay? Phil asked, coming up to them. Yeah, I just pulled something wrong, Harry said, rubbing his leg. "Let's get you to Madame Pomfrey," the older boy said, putting his arm under Harry's and guiding him away. "You lot continue on. I've got him," he told the other second and first years. "All right," Hermione said, taking charge of the younger years. "I needed to talk to you anyway," Harry said as he limped to the hospital wing. "Oh," Phil said in a questioning tone. "Yeah, I think I heard a voice in the walls last night," Harry said, looking everywhere but at Phil directly. "Are you sure you heard something?" Phil questioned. "It was really creepy. I was asleep, and then I heard this voice say, 'I'm hungry, and I need to kill something.'" "Well, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what it sounded like it was saying," said Harry, whispering as it was really creeping him out that he was hearing these voices. "Did anybody else hear this?" Phil asked, looking around to see if anyone else was up and about. He didn't want anybody to think Harry Potter was crazy. "No, I don't think anybody else was awake," Harry said, raising his voice to normal for that part. They'd made their way down the hallway by this time, and were almost to the hospital wing. "Madame Pomfrey," Phil called. "I've got a patient for you," he said as they entered. He shuffled Harry over to the bed and set him down, putting his foot up on the bed to make sure the calf was elevated. Madame Pomfrey came bustling in and asked, "What happened?" "I just pulled something when I was stretching." "I'm sure it's nothing," Harry said, grinning like a kid that didn't want to get yelled at for eating the biscuit. "Well, let me take a look at it." "I'm sure you're fine," she said, waving her wand over the leg. She saw that there was nothing more than a pulled muscle. Another quick wand wave and the muscle was fine. "There you go, Mr. Potter, you're all good," she said, giving him a pat on the leg and sending him on his way. "Blimey, Harry, you're lucky. She usually makes me stay in overnight," Phil said as they hurried out of the hospital wing. "What do you think I should do about the voice I heard?" Harry asked as they made their way back to the exercise area. They both decided to see if they could get some exercise in before they went to breakfast. "I guess let it go for now. If you hear it again, talk to Dumbledore," the older boy said, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Talk to Dumbledore," Harry said with a note of incredulous. "I've only ever talked to Dumbledore once before." "Do you think he'll talk to me now?" he asked, shocked at the suggestion. "He's the headmaster," Phil said firmly, squeezing a hand on his shoulder. "It's important. This could be a danger to the school." He was concerned that somebody might think his little friend was crazy, but better to be thought crazy than a danger happening to the school. "I suppose you're right," the preteen said, dragging his feet a little bit. "If I hear it again, I will talk to the headmaster." "Come find me and I'll go with you," Phil offered. He wasn't going to let his little friend go up there alone without some form of support. That's why Millie asked him to be there in the first place. And he was going to do what she asked him to do, come hell or high water. "All right," Harry said, brightening at the prospect of not having to go alone. It was coming up on Halloween, and Nearly Headless Nick had invited Harry to his death day party. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that. He had asked Hermione and Neville if they wanted to come with him. They weren't sure how they felt about it either. On the one hand, it was an experience. On the other hand, it was an experience. It wasn't like a birthday party, which was a happy occasion. It was celebration of a death. Harry asked Phil if he wanted to go. Phil said no. Phil warned him that there'd be no food at that party and that it was cold and bitter in the basement. He told him if he was to go, then to bundle up and make sure that he brought his own food. He said he knew this because he had gone to the Fat Friars. Hufflepuffs stick together after all. Harry made sure to tell Neville and Hermione that he was going, and that if they were coming that they were going to be bringing their own food. They decided to go and to do just that, if only to be friends with Nearly Headless Nick. The other second-year kids declined, stating that they wanted to go to the main feast. A good time was not had by all. They met Moaning Myrtle, and she was not a happy ghost. Peeves picked on everybody, especially Moaning Myrtle. The Headless Hunt came about, and Nearly Headless Nick could not participate. He was very depressed about that. It made for a very miserable party. It was on their way back to the dorms that they ran into a petrified Mrs. Norris. She was hanging from a sconce on the wall. There was water on the floor. Harry thought he heard the voice in the wall again, but he wasn't sure. They were about to leave the scene when the rest of the student body came up the corridor. Draco Malfoy said some derogatory and threatening things. Of course, no one called him on it. Mr. Filch came upon the scene and started accusing Harry of petrifying his cat. Harry denied this, of course. He had no idea why this man was accusing him of hurting his cat. He had never done anything to the cat. Ever. He had never even been out after curfew, where he'd seen the cat. He had never even had detention, where he had seen Mr. Filch. If he had been a troublemaker, he could understand why Mr. Filch had such hatred for him. but he never had. The teachers came, and somehow Harry got roped into the whole thing. He was not happy. The next day, he complained to Phil. "I don't know what to do about it," he said, crumbling up some parchment and tossing it away. They were sitting in the great hall during study period. "It seems like every time something happens around here, I get blamed for it." "That's not true, Harry. It just seems that way," Phil said, knowing that Harry had stayed out of trouble all last year, but had been kidnapped at the end of the year. "Well, there was Snape and the broom incident. I know I'm just brooding. Sometimes I wish Millie were still here. She always seems to be able to snap me out of this. But what do? I didn't have anything to do with Mrs. Norris being petrified," he said, slumping down in his chair. "I'm sure the teachers will see that with time," the older boy said, writing something on his homework assignment. "Until then, just do your Quidditch, your schoolwork, and keep your head down." He wrote a bit more and turned and smiled at Harry and gave him a squeeze on his shoulder. "All right," Harry said, sitting up and starting on his homework. He had his own study group to get to later, and he wanted to get some of this done before then. He had Quidditch practice before then, so he had little time. "You have the Quidditch game coming up versus Slytherin, right?" Phil asked, turning back to his parchments and books. "Yeah, that's right," Harry said, pausing in his reading. "We're going to be playing Draco for the first time. I'm going to laugh my arse off." He could just picture it in his mind, how badly Draco was going to play on his fast broom. The Ponce had no idea how good Harry could play. Harry had not lost a game yet. "This will be his first time playing, and I'm pretty sure you'll be best," the older boy said, chuckling a bit. "Yeah, that's going to be fun," Harry agreed, still going over in his head how the game was going to go. "There you go," Phil said, smiling at his little friend. "You've got that to look forward to." "Thanks, Phil," the dark-haired preteen said, looking at his watch and gathering up his books. "Well, I better go practice," he stated, putting all his books and things into his backpack. "All right, you go do that. I've got work to do anyway," Phil said, going back to his homework. With that, Harry parted. It only took a week for everything to die down, and Harry was no longer being accused of petrifying Mrs. Norris. The game came, and Gryffindor won, with Harry catching the snitch. Draco didn't even come close, though he did follow Harry around the entire time. There was no interference with the game. It wasn't even a close call. There was a great party afterwards. Nobody knows how the alcohol got introduced to the party, but McGonagall was not happy. It was a good thing that only the upper years partook. Harry heard the voice again. He didn't find out until the next morning that somebody was petrified. This time, it was a first-year boy named Colin Creevey. Nobody knows what he was doing out after curfew. Some say he was taking pictures of the castle at night. Harry was scared to go to the headmaster. With somebody being petrified and him hearing voices, he was afraid he was going to be accused again. But he really didn't have any choice. He wanted to go find Phil. "Phil, I heard the voice again last night," he told the boy in a hushed whisper after he dragged him to an alcove off the side of the corridor. He had been walking down the hallway when he spotted him going to the Great Hall for breakfast. "Are you sure?" Phil asked, going pale at the thought. This was much more serious than just a cat being petrified. This was a student. "Yes, of course I'm sure," Harry said, just as pale as the other boy. The boy that had been petrified, Colin Creevey, was the stalker of Harry's. He was always going around taking pictures of Harry, and Harry was getting annoyed with it, and everybody knew that. There had been that incident with Lockhart at the beginning of the year too. So if he went and told the headmaster that he was hearing voices, he was more than likely going to be suspected. "Okay, let's go talk to the headmaster," Phil said, though he was very reluctant to do so. With that, the two of them went to go find the head office. The headmaster's office was on the second floor, guarded by two gargoyles. Neither of them knew the password, but Phil knew it was candy. So he started naming off all wizarding candies and found it to be the everlasting gobstopper. They went up the moving stairs and were about to knock on the door when a voice called out. "Enter." "Hello, headmaster," Phil said as they entered the ostentatious office. "We have a problem." It was a circular office that had gizmos everywhere. There was a huge desk in the middle with chairs in front of it. There was a telescope that pointed out the window in the back and a spiral staircase that led up to the second floor. There was a firebird on a perch that was watching them from near that staircase. "Whatever could be the problem, Mr. Blake?" the old man said from behind his desk as he folded his hands over his very long white beard. He looked over his half-moon spectacles and peered at the two boys standing in front of his desk, as if they had done something wrong. "Harry here has been hearing voices in the walls," Phil said, gently laying a hand on Harry's shoulder and nudging him forward. "Is that true, Mr. Potter?" the old man said, turning his twinkling blue eyes to the youngest boy in the room. "Yes, sir," Harry said, looking everywhere but at the old man's eyes. He really did not want to be accused of petrifying Colin Creevey. He also didn't want to be accused of being crazy. Only crazy people heard voices nobody else could. "Oh dear," Dumbledore said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "That cannot be good. We will have to endeavor to see what can be done about this. Please, tell me what you've heard, and start from the beginning and leave nothing out." He grabbed some parchment, ink, and a quill, and then poised to take some notes. So Harry sat and told him everything he knew, from the first time he heard the voice to the last time he heard it. His voice was shaky, and he was very scared. Dumbledore took notes, asked questions, and generally tried to figure out what was going on. Phil, the entire time, had his hand on Harry's arm to offer support. He was not going to let his little friend go through this alone. He'd grown fond of the lad. "Well, Mr. Potter, this is indeed very concerning," Dumbledore said, finishing off the last of his notes. "You are the only person who's heard these voices so far?" he asked, peering over the top of his glasses in a grandfather-like manner. "Yes, sir," Harry said, still not quite meeting the old man's eyes. "No one else was awake when I heard them," he added, looking at Phil. "Oh dear," the headmaster said again. "Do you know where they are coming from?" he asked one more time. "As far as I can tell, they're in the walls," Harry said. Confusion etched his voice. "Well, Mr. Potter," Albus stated, running a hand down his beard with a twinkle in his eye, "I thank you very much for coming to tell me. We will do what we can to solve this mystery. I ask that you and your friends do not do anything. As a matter of fact, do not tell your friends. Leave this to the adults, and we will see what can be done. Mr. Blake, I'm sure you want to help as well, but I ask that you also leave it to the teachers." He turned his attention to the older boy. "No problem, headmaster. We will leave it in your hands," Phil said, getting up to leave. He prodded Harry to stand. "Yes, sir," Harry said, getting up quickly at the prod, more than ready to leave this office. With that, the two left the office. "Thanks for coming with me, Phil," Harry said, after they made it down the moving staircase. "I really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to be with me." "Of course. I came with you, Harry. That's what Millie asked me to do," Phil said, slapping him on the back in a friendly manner. "Still, you didn't have to do it." "Well, that's what I'm here for. If you need me again, just come and find me," the older boy said, sincerely. "All right, I'm gonna go find Hermione and Neville. I'll see you later, Phil." "Thanks again," Harry said, rushing away from the awkward situation. It was hard for him to be sentimental with anyone but Millie. Speaking of Millie, she had written back and said that if he heard the voices anymore, to keep away from them and to tell the headmaster every time. To keep Phil informed and to make sure to stay safe. She was only an owl away. It came quickly, so she must not have been that far away. He sure did miss her, and if she was close, he hoped to see her again soon. Harry found Hermione and Neville discussing how to make Polyjuice Potion. They decided they were going to find the heir of Slytherin. Hermione's bright idea was to brew Polyjuice Potion and sneak into the Slytherin common room and to see if Draco Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin or if he knew who it was. After all, the boy bragged over it often enough. Harry wasn't too sold on the idea. He didn't think Draco was smart enough to be the heir, and he was a braggart like Lockhart. Speaking of Lockhart, no one knows what Phil said to the man, but he'd been subdued since. He simply had them reenact his books, and was just polite and easy, though his classes were still all about him and his accomplishments. Dada was still a self-study class, and they covered it in their study group. Harry led that discussion. Anyway, Harry went to find Phil. He couldn't find Phil, but he did find Amy. "Amy, I don't know what to do. Hermione wants to brew Polyjuice Potion and go into the Slytherin common room," he said, coming up to her in the corridor as she was going somewhere. He was just randomly wandering around looking for Phil and spotted her. "Dear Merlin, whatever for?" Amy asked, putting her fingers to the bridge of her nose and closing her eyes as if fighting off an urge to groan in frustration. "She thinks Draco Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin or knows who is," he explained, keeping up with her longer gait. "Oh, that girl," Amy bemoaned. "I'm gonna have to talk to her." She turned and started in the opposite direction. "She's in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom," Harry called after her when she started walking faster. "Thanks, Harry. I'll go find her." With that, Amy took off to find Hermione before she did something stupid. She found her in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, setting up a cauldron. "Hermione, what on earth do you think you're doing?" she asked, putting her hands on her hips, making the younger girl squeak. "Nothing," Hermione said quickly, trying to hide the cauldron behind her back. "Harry already told me what you're doing," Amy said, trying not to come off like she was bossing the girl around, but giving advice, "and I'm here to talk you out of it." Hermione was very upset that Harry ratted her out. She knew what she was doing would get her in big trouble, and she knew it was dangerous, brewing a potion that was way above her age level. But Hermione said, looking down at the ground. "But nothing, young lady," Amy said softly in a kind voice, coming up to her and putting a hand on her shoulder. "You are far too young to be brewing polyjuice potion." She ran her hand down the bushy hair in a gentle manner. "But I know I can do it," the teen protested. "Oh, of that I have no doubt," the older teen said kindly. "But you're still too young, and it's far too dangerous." It was too. Even the most experienced teenagers thought twice before brewing this type of potion. "Well, maybe you could help me," Hermione tried with hope in her eyes. "I could, but I don't want to know who the heir of Slytherin is," Amy stated, deflating the other girl's hope just like that. "Don't you want to know who's opening the Chamber of Secrets? Or who petrified Colin Creevey?" Hermione asked, not understanding how someone couldn't want that. "No, and neither should you. You should be leaving it up to the teachers," Amy said, a bit more firmly than necessary. "But what if they don't find out who it is?" "They didn't find out who was after the Philosopher's Stone last year," the younger girl pointed out. "And Harry almost died," she added, stomping her foot. "Last year they didn't go to the headmaster," Amy said, knowing that it had been hard for the first years last year. It warped their view of authority. "This year the headmaster knows. How about we give it a few days and see what the adults do? If nothing is done, then we'll see what happens." "Fine," Hermione said, folding her arm in a defiant manner. "But I'm keeping a close eye on the situation," she huffed. "And I'll help you," Amy agreed. And with that, the two of them took the cauldron down and went to the Great Hall for lunch. Harry looked her way, and Amy gave him a nod, saying that everything was okay. "For now, yay Snape, and boo Snake. Thanks for all the reviews. This is not one of my more popular fics, but one of my more well-loved ones. Meaning the ones that do follow it love it. At least I think you do. I dictated this one too. I think I'm getting better at combining dictation and editing. It's a tricky process. It is certainly faster. Let me know if you see any mistakes, so I can correct them. I do go over it 5 times, but I don't catch everything, and I have a bad habit of adding on as I go." Not much happened for a very long time. The kids went about their business. No voices were heard within the walls. Harry started hoping that the voice had disappeared. He went about his business of Quidditch practice, going to classes, and just generally having fun. Phil and Amy kept a close eye on the children, but nothing seemed to be happening. In the middle of December, Lockhart decided he was going to have a dueling club. Everybody thought this was a great idea, except Harry and his group. "Do we really have to go to this?" Harry asked as he stretched to get ready for his morning exercise. "No, you really don't. But you might have to. Besides, it might be fun," Phil said, doing his own stretches and getting ready for his own exercises. He was actually looking forward to the dueling club. Not that he was looking forward to Lockhart, but he wanted to see who else was there. That person had to make the whole thing entertaining. "We might actually learn something," Hermione said. She was standing and waiting for them to finish their warm-up. She had already finished hers. She wanted to go to the dueling club because she wanted to learn. She wanted to see what the bumbling idiot thought a dueling club looked like. "Do you really think we'll learn something from Lockhart?" Neville asked, trying to mimic what Harry was doing. He was new to this exercise group. "No, not really. But somebody is going to be with him, and we might learn something from them," Hermione said, unknowingly voicing Phil's thoughts. "There is that," Phil said, nodding in agreement. "I really don't want to go to this," Harry said, turning to Phil with pleading eyes. "Then don't go," Hermione said as if it were that simple. "You mean it's not mandatory?" Harry said, a note of hopefulness in his tone. "How can they make a dueling club mandatory?" "I mean, it's a club," Hermione said, confusion lacing her voice. "You'd be surprised what adults think they can get away with," Phil said, his tone a bit firm. "Do you mean it is mandatory?" Harry asked with horror. He really did not want to go. "No, it's not mandatory, but they really do expect you to be there," Phil said. He put a consolatory hand on his friend's shoulder. He knew Harry didn't want to go, His interactions with Lockhart have been comedic at best, horrific at worst. Does that mean I have to show? Harry asked, slumping his shoulders in defeat. Don't worry, I'll be right there with you, Phil said, giving his shoulder a squeeze. We're standing in the back, Harry said, nodding his head. Sounds good to me, Phil said, nodding his head in agreement. They parted and started doing their morning exercises. The dueling club was set to meet that evening. They just wait to see how it turned out. Since Lockhart was going to be leading it, it should be a hoot. They couldn't wait to see who was doing it with him. They really hoped it was Flitwick. The dueling club was just as bad as they thought it was going to be. Lockhart didn't know one end of his wand from the other. Snape was his co-teacher, and he handed the blowhard his arse without a problem. It only took one spell to do it too. The whole audience crowed at the feet. Gilderoy simply got up and played it off like he meant to do it that way. They moved on to student participation. When Lockhart called on Harry, Phil decided it was time to step in. He had promised that Harry wouldn't have to make a spectacle of himself. Here now, quit picking on the second years, Phil said, pushing Harry behind him and stepping forward to stand in front of the stage. Are you presuming to tell me what to do, Mr. Blake? Snape said, his sneer firmly attached to his face. He stood there with his arms folded over his chest, glaring down at the sixth-year boy. He cut quite the intimidating figure. There was a reason more than half the school was terrified of the man. I believe I am, Professor Snape, Phil said, though he was shaking in his shoes. Snape was not somebody you mess with lightly. There were O's in AHS coming from the people behind and around him. I believe I'm a better dueler than Harry Potter. Or Draco Malfoy. I know I'm a better dueler than Lockhart. Come on, Cedric, let's show this lot how it's done. The fifth-year Hufflepuff looked at him and shrugged and stepped forward. He had no problem showing off to the masses. I believe I'm in charge of this dueling club, Lockhart said, flipping his hair over his shoulder and flourishing his elaborate cloak. And I do believe this young man is correct. Mr. Blake, you can come up and show everybody how it's done. You can even take on me, the famous Gilderoy Lockhart. He smiled at everybody with his award-winning smile and waved at the crowd. The girls all ate it up, and some even cooed or screamed a fangirl scream. The boys, on the other hand, were cheering on Phil. Phil stepped onto the stage. Cedric stepped back and cheered on Phil with the rest of the boys. Harry was yelling the loudest. He was just glad it wasn't him up there. I would be more than happy to take on you, Professor Lockhart, Phil said, grinning like a fool because he knew he was going to take this fop down. If there was one thing from reading this man's books and being in his class, he knew that he was a fraud. He couldn't do a single spell. It was surprising that he graduated from Hogwarts at all. With that, the two began to duel, and it was no contest. Even though Phil was only sixth year and Professor Lockhart was an adult, Phil handed him his arse with ease. Everybody laughed uproariously, and Snape looked sour, as if he couldn't believe that this man was even on staff. I do believe it is time to call this dueling club to an end, the dour man said, over the crowd of students' heads. They had been there hoping to learn something all evening. They all had disappointed looks on their faces. Not that he cared. He was here under duress. But we didn't learn anything, called a voice from the middle of the crowd. Brave boy, and I do not believe you will from this upstart, came the silky voice of Snape, making more than one of the light-hearted students shiver. There is one thing that can be said about Snape. He was very, very menacing. Well, why can't you teach us anything? Came another voice from the gathering. Another brave student. I am not here to teach you dueling, Severus said, glaring out over the crowd. Many of them turned their eyes down. He had a way of making them feel guilty, even if they did nothing wrong. But I heard you were a great dada teacher, said one of the sixth-year Slytherins. He was sucking up? Did that count as bravery? That caused Snape to pause. Very well, I will teach you something, he said. And with that, he began to teach them some shielding and some hexing. He paired them up by year and walked amongst them and taught them as per their year level. Lockhart was pushed to the side, and the dueling club went on without him. Every time he tried to interfere, he was shunned. Soon enough, he swanned away, claiming it was time for his beauty treatment. No one missed his exit, and they were glad to see him leave. That was a pretty good time, Harry said as they made their way out of the club going to their dorms. He was impressed with the whole affair after Lockhart left. And you didn't think you'd learn anything, Phil said, clapping the boy on the back in a friendly manner. Yeah, but that's when I thought only Lockhart was teaching. Snape is actually a pretty good teacher. For Dada, that is, Harry said, bouncing up and down at the excitement of everything Snape had taught them. He had learned more in that one club than Lockhart had taught them the entire year. Yeah, he's actually really good. I'm surprised he's not our data teacher, Hermione said, frustrated that she had not had any notes. But who brought quill and ink to a dueling club? He certainly didn't scare me as much in that club as he does in potions. That's for sure, Neville said, a confused but brilliant smile on his lips. He had actually had a really good time and learned a lot in that club. Well, he didn't learn anything from Lockhart, but he learned a lot from Snape, though the man did make comment on his wand and said that he should have it replaced. He was of two minds about that. For one, this one was his dad's, but for two, it was rather old. He'd have to talk to his gran about it. That's good to hear, Phil said, this time clapping Neville on the back. Oh, maybe we should start a petition to get him as our data professor, Dean said, turning around and walking backwards so he could face everybody as he talked. To him, this was a brilliant idea. Anything was better than the last two professors that they had. That's actually a really good idea, Amy said. She was in complete agreement. She has been here for 5 years and had not had a good data teacher in all that time. If it wasn't for the study groups, she'd be hard-pressed to pass her OWLs. Let's do that, Hermione said, itching to write it all down right this very instant. Unfortunately, she did not have her quill and ink on her, and with that everybody started talking rapidly about starting up a petition about having Snape as a data teacher. It started spreading like wildfire through the entire student body. Soon everybody was talking about it. Whether it comes to fruit or not was another story, but it was spreading to everyone. Even the teachers were hearing about it and thinking it was a good idea. Well, Lockhart didn't think it was a good idea, but no one cared what he thought. It was after dinner the next day, when Harry was walking with Neville, that they were joined by a contingency of Hufflepuffs. They were all talking about having Snape as the data professor and how much different he was when he was teaching defense, when Harry heard the voice from the wall. It was talking about killing again. Did you lot hear that? He asked, spinning around as if to see where it was coming from. I heard a bunch of hissing, one of the girls said. She too was looking around, but fear was in her eyes. Yes, and I heard something slithering in the walls, Neville said, his wand was in his hand. You didn't hear a voice? Harry asked. Confusion laced his voice. He was sure he heard a voice. It said it wanted to kill. They had to have heard it. No, just a bunch of hissing, the first girl said, clutching to his arm like he would save her from whatever it was. Oh, Harry said, extremely puzzled. We should tell somebody, Susan said, knowing her aunt said to report strange things right away. So they all started running down the hall away from the sounds. And they came upon Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick. The two are frozen, petrified in the middle of the entrance hall. Justin was lying on the floor next to a floating Nick. They looked like they had been trying to get away from whatever froze them. Oh my goodness, what happened? Susan asked, going straight to Justin. He was a housemate, and she was worried about him. I don't know, Harry said, looking at the weird state nearly headless Nick was in. It looks like what happened to Colin. He had visited the boy in the hospital wing just to see what had happened to him. Do you think it has anything to do with what we heard in the walls? One of the girls asked, clinging to Neville. Gosh, I hope not, Neville said, thinking what was in the walls sounded big. But we'd better tell Dumbledore. Why should we tell Dumbledore? Susan asked. He's got too much to do. According to my aunt, you start at the bottom and then work your way up. I think we should go and tell Professor Sprout. Perhaps you're right, Neville said, rubbing the back of his head. You lot go tell Professor Sprout. I need to go find Phil, Harry said, moving to do just that. Why do you need to go tell Phil? Susan asked, getting up and dusting off her robes. He's my mentor of sorts, Harry said, still moving away from them. Oh, she said, directing her group towards Professor Sprout's office. So Harry took off to go find Phil. He found him in the Great Hall. Phil, he said, coming up to the older boy and putting a hand on his shoulder. There is a problem. What kind of problem? Phil asked, gathering up his things, and then getting up. He followed Harry out of the Great Hall and followed the kid towards the head office. Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick have been petrified, Harry said as they hurried along. And I heard the voice from the wall again. He whispered so he couldn't be heard. We need to go tell Dumbledore, Phil said. And with that they walked faster. Were you alone this time? He asked, hoping the boy had witnesses so that no one thought he was crazy. Maybe if other kids heard the voices, then Harry would not be accused this time. No, I was with the group of people. But all they heard was a bunch of hissing. They didn't hear any voices, Harry said, his brows scrunched up in confusion. It was just too strange to him. Why was he hearing voices when they weren't? Hisses, you say? Phil asked, and his face turned white. Harry, have you ever talked to snakes? He asked, trying to sound as casual as possible. He didn't want his friend to freak out if it was nothing. Yeah, can everybody? Harry asked. He shrugged his shoulders as if it was no big thing. Harry, don't ever tell anybody you could talk to snakes, Phil warned, keeping his voice soft but urgent. He pulled him into an alcove and got down to his eye line. I want you to listen to me very, very carefully. Other than the headmaster, I don't want you to let anybody know that you could talk to snakes, not even your best friend. People in this country think that talking to snakes is evil. So, unless it's to save somebody else's life, don't ever let anybody know. Do you understand me? Okay, Phil, Harry said, his eyes were wide with fear. He had never seen Phil look so concerned about anything. Did they really think something as simple as talking to snakes was evil? That seemed so ridiculous to him. It was just a language. With that, they hurried off to the headmaster's office. Once they got there, they used the password Everlasting Gobstopper to move the gargoyles. They went up the moving stairs and entered the door when they heard somebody say enter. Ah, Mr. Blake and Mr. Potter, what can I do for you today? The headmaster asked, placing his folded hands over his beard. He took note of the fearful look on their faces and wondered what was going on. Harry heard voices in the wall again, and we're almost convinced that it's a snake, Phil said. His voice was shaky, as he really didn't want it to be true that his little buddy could talk to snakes. And what has led you to believe that this is a snake? Albus asked. He peered over his half-moon glasses at Harry with a bit of sadness in his eyes. It was as if he knew the reason why they knew it was the snake, and he was sad about it. Well, you see, sir, I can talk to snakes, Harry said, looking everywhere but Dumbledore's eyes. He looked at the fiery bird sitting on the perch, and it trilled at him. That song made him feel much better. And you heard voices in the walls that nobody else can hear, I see, the old man said, running a hand down his beard. Well, I was with a group of people, and they were hearing hissing. And I was, hearing voices, Harry said, still not looking the old man in the eyes. Oh dear. Just that moment Minerva McGonagall came in. Albus, there's been another petrifying, she said as she came bustling in. She stopped short when she noticed the two students. Minerva, as you can see, I'm busy right now. I will come and see what I can do as soon as I am done here, Albus said, giving her a twinkling look. Very well, Albus. I will see what I can do to make them comfortable until you can get there, she said with a sniff. She did not like to be dismissed and with that, she left. Sir, am I in trouble? Harry asked, looking in the man's eyes for the first time. I do not see why you would be. Hearing voices does not constitute you being in trouble, Dumbledore stated, winking at the young boy in a grandfatherly fashion. Thank you, sir, Harry said, very much relieved. It does give me a clue as to what is going on, though, and I very much appreciate you bringing this news to me, gentlemen. Now run along and be on your way. And let me and the adults take care of it, the headmaster said, getting up to get ready to handle the latest crisis. Thank you, sir, both Phil and Harry said, turning and exiting the room. Now remember, Harry, tell no one, Phil said to Harry as they were far away from anyone who could hear them. They had stepped into an abandoned classroom. You don't think I'm evil, do you, Phil? Harry asked, very concerned. Phil was a good friend, and he didn't want to lose him. Of course not, Harry. I think you're a perfect little boy, the older boy said, rubbing the younger boy's upper arms in camaraderie. Do you think I should tell Millie? Do you think she'll think I'm evil? Harry asked, even more worried over that. Millie was his world. If she thought he was evil, he didn't know what he'd do. I think Millie is the only other person you should be able to tell. And I think she'll love you no matter what, Phil said, ruffling his hair and grinning down on him. However, I think you should tell her in person. Don't put it in the letter. Never ever write it down. Okay, Phil, Harry said, thinking of ways to get a hold of Millie. Maybe she could visit or something. And with that, they parted ways. Phil went to the Hufflepuff common room, and Harry went to the Gryffindor common room. Harry met up with all the second-year friends, and they all asked him where he'd been. And he told him he went to the headmaster to let him know that Justin had been petrified. When Neville asked how come, he said the headmaster had asked him to. Harry asked everybody who was staying over for the Yule break, and found out that only the Weasleys were going to be staying, so it was just going to be him and them this Christmas. He did not know if Phil and Amy were going to be staying, but that would be okay. He would be fine with just himself and the Weasleys. Dear Millie, I'm writing to let you know that there have been more petrifications at the school. The headmaster knows, and he says that it's not my fault, even though I hear the voice in the wall. This time other people heard it too. So, it can't be my fault. I miss you very much, and this Christmas is going to be very lonely without you. I wish you were here. You still haven't told me what your new job is. Can you tell me now? Are you happy with it? Do you get paid well? Where is it at? There are times I turn around to ask you a question, and you're not there, and it just kind of breaks my heart. Phil's all right. He's been there for me, and he really has been like a big brother. I'm really happy he sticks up for me with Snape and Dumbledore, and you'd be very proud of him for that. But it's just not you. Amy has been very good with Hermione. She stopped her from brewing the polyjuice potion, which is a good thing, because we could have gotten in really big trouble for that. And now, the teachers are on the lookout to find out what's happening with the petrification. We don't have to. I really hope they do their job on this. I don't want to be caught in the middle. Anyway, I hope to see you soon. Love, Harry. Surprise. After surprise. Thanks for all the reviews. It was the night before the train was to leave for the Yule break. The whole school was just finishing with dinner, and we're eating their afters, and there was a happy atmosphere. Even though there was some petrification going on, there didn't seem to be anything overly oppressive about the environment. Only 2 people were petrified, and nothing had happened in days. People were starting to get over the fear. And they were going home where it was safe. Harry and his group of second-year students were joking around and generally having a good time. Even if Harry was having an identity crisis inside about the whole talking to snakes ordeal. He really wanted to tell Hermione. He didn't think she'd tell anyone or shun him. She was a Muggleborn after all. He was going to ask Millie as soon as he saw her, even if he had to wait until summer to do that. Dumbledore stood up, tapped his glass to silence the room, and said, I have a few announcements to make. First of all, thanks to a generous donation from an anonymous donor, I have ordered the Mandrake Potion to be shipped in. So Mr. Creevy and Mr. Finch, Fletchley will be joining their families for Christmas. At that announcement, the student body clapped. Everybody was really excited that they would be unpetrified, except for perhaps the Slytherins. What did they care for some? Muggleborn? Still, they wouldn't be stuck in the hospital wing for the whole school year. Dumbledore held up his hands for quiet, and he continued. While you are on Christmas break, the Aurors will come in and check the school for any perpetrators of what is causing the petrifications. I ask that you do not bring any dark objects into the school when you return, as the Aurors will be here, and they will be checking your belongings. He looked out over the students with his grandfatherly image in full force. At this, many grumblings were heard among the student body. A few yelled out, "You can't do that." Draco Malfoy being the loudest heard, and the boy added, "My father will hear of this." To which he replied, "You will find I can." His face took on a firmer look. There were a few very white faces among the student body, and they knew that there were going to be some objects that were taken home and never returned. To which a few teachers were very happy to know. They were tired of always being on the lookout for dark objects. Well, they would still be, but to know that some were going to be gone was a blessing. For my last announcement, the headmaster said, as to your petition to have Professor Snape as the defense against the dark arts professor, I am sad to inform you that at this time we will be keeping Professor Lockhart, but I will endeavor to see the professor's name takes up the position in the future. Lockhart looked like he wasn't sure if that was a compliment or not. However, he stood and waved to the crowd with his award-winning smile, and the girls all cooed and did their little fangirl cheers. So, there were still those that loved the man and thought he was a brilliant man. The announcement got the rest of the student body grumbling and clapping at the same time. On the one hand, they grumbled that Lockhart would be staying. On the other hand, they were happy that Snape would be taking up the position in the future. With that, Dumbledore sat down. "Well, what do you think of that?" Harry said, taking a bite of his treacle tart. He just loved this dessert. He still ate it at every meal. He was sure there would come a time he would try something new, but this was not that time. "I think it's great that Colin will be able to go home for Christmas," Neville said, taking up his fork and serving himself some more pumpkin pie with whipped cream. "I think that's great too, but I was talking more about Snape," the dark-haired boy said with a chuckle. He was glad for the younger boy, but he was more concerned about his education. "Professor Snape," Hermione grumbled, though she didn't say it too loudly. She had given up correcting them directly. Still, she didn't like the lack of respect. especially after the man's showing at the dueling club. I'm not sure how I feel about that, Neville said, his brow scrunched up in confusion. Even after the dueling club, he was still terrified of the man. It took more than one class to get over the fear the rest of the year. Though since the petition had been started, Snape had been reasonable in the last couple potion classes. It was as if he knew it had been started by them. I mean, it's great that he's going to be in the future, but we don't know how far in the future that will be, Dean said, shoveling a large bite of blueberry pie into his mouth. That's true, Harry said, wiping the edge of his mouth with a napkin. For all we know, it might be after we graduate. And wouldn't that suck? That would just be years and years of self-study. That would be terrible, Hermione said, echoing everybody's thoughts. I don't want to have to self-educate the entire time I'm here. What if we're stuck with people like Lockhart this whole time? Her hair seemed to get frizzier and frizzier as she spoke. It was as if the angrier she got, the frizzier it got. Harry was concerned that soon it would be standing on its end. Don't worry about it, Hermione. You're one of the smartest people we have, Ron said, finishing off the last of his third helping. You just like me because I help you with your homework, the bookworm said, smiling indulgently at him. She didn't mind him asking for help. Well, there's a little bit of truth in that, the redhead said, going to reach for a fourth helping, only to have his hand slapped away by his older brother Percy. That's just mean, Harry said, a frown marring his face. There were times he just didn't understand Ron. He was really, really smart when it came to chess, but then when it came to schoolwork, he just seemed so lazy. It's all right, said Hermione. I know how to deal with people like Ron. She smiled a smile like she had a secret. Oh, the boy said. How's that? I don't do all his homework, she said. I simply tell him to look up what he needs to find. I tell him where to find it, of course. I am ever so helpful like that. That's right smart of you, Hermione, Dean said, guilty of having asked Hermione to help him with his homework a time or two. However, he never took advantage of her like Ron did. I've been dealing with people like him for a very long time, she said, sticking her nose up in the air just a little bit. Anyway, I am glad Colin is going to be going home for Christmas. At least he doesn't have to be stuck in the hospital wing this whole time. But I wonder how they're going to find out what's petrifying everybody. But what if what's petrifying everybody goes home for Christmas? Harry said, finishing off his treat and looking around the room as if the answer was waiting in the rafters. Well, you and the Weasleys are going to be here, Seamus said, pointing his finger between the two boys. Are you trying to say that I'm petrifying everybody? The dark-haired boy said, not sure if he should be angry or not. I'm just saying that there are still going to be some people in the castle, and maybe one of them are what's petrifying everybody, the Irish boy said, quickly becoming defensive. He didn't want them to think that he thought they were the perpetrators. Good, because I'd hate to think you were accusing me of doing anything wrong. Nah, you're too much of a goody two-shoes. I am not. Take that back. No, you really are, Dean said, clapping Harry on the back, making everybody laugh. And the table started laughing. Everybody started having a good time, and the tension was broken. Amy and Phil looked on from the Hufflepuff table and were very happy to see that. Everything was going good at the Gryffindor table. They were going to be leaving for the Christmas break, and only Ron and Harry were going to be staying in that little group. Though there was going to be a Christmas surprise for Harry. The Aurors showed up, and they were swarming the castle. They looked everywhere in all the nooks and crannies. They even looked in Harry's trunk. They didn't find anything except his cloak, and they tried to take it, but it wasn't a dark object, so Dumbledore nixed that. They looked in Ron's trunk, and they didn't find anything there. They looked in the Weasley twins' trunks and took half their stuff. But they gave it back. It was only joke stuff. But when they looked in Ginny's trunk, they took a book, and they didn't give it back. The rest of the Christmas break was rather boring. All Ron wanted to do was play chess. Harry was pants at chess. He hated playing it. He wanted to go outside and have a snowball fight, so he invited the twins along. Ron would rather stay inside where it was warm. Percy was busy with his girlfriend, and Ginny was moping. So Harry and the twins went outside and had a snowball fight. They came back cold and wet, but happy. Having had a good time. The next morning was Christmas morning, and Ron woke Harry up very early to go open presents. They brought their presents downstairs to open them with everybody else. And down there was a surprise for Harry. Sitting next to the tree was Millie. Millie! Harry cried, dropping his presents and flying into her arms. He hugged her as tight as he could, so tight that she had problems breathing. Hiya, Harry, Millie said, hugging him just as hard. She missed her little first eye. She was very happy to be back in Gryffindor Towers, seeing how happy he was. He had grown a bit, and she was very glad to see that. "What are you doing here?" the dark-haired boy said, finally letting her go and taking a look at her face. She was just as pretty as she always was. "I came to surprise you for Christmas," she said, her hands falling to her side, but with a huge smile on her face, showing just how happy she was just to see him. "Well, it's certainly a surprise, but how did you get into the common room?" he asked, looking over to the Weasleys and seeing what they were doing. They were off to the side, opening their presents, letting him and Millie have their space. "That was actually quite nice of them. I asked Dumbledore for permission to come and see you," she said, tucking her arm into his and pulling him further away from the Weasleys. It wasn't that she didn't trust them. She just wanted some time away from them with Harry. "And he let you?" the younger boy asked, looking up at her face with curiosity. "Well, obviously, yeah," she said with laughter in her eyes. "Yeah, that was kind of a stupid question. So, what are you doing here?" he asked again, hoping it was just to see him and not something bad. "I wanted to see my favorite first eye," Millie said, confirming his hopes. She wasn't here for anything nefarious. She was just here to see her favorite boy. She had missed him something fierce, and she wanted to give him something special for Christmas. "I'm in second year now, Millie," he huffed at her. He wasn't going to be treated like a baby. "I know you are, but you'll always be my favorite first eye," she said, ruffling his hair like she always did. To her, he would always be like a little brother. "So, let's go someplace where we can talk. I have something I need to talk to you about," he said, shuffling his feet a little bit. He was very reluctant to talk about this, but he knew that it was important. "Oh, it sounds important," yes, she said, concern in her tone. "Yeah." With that, the two of them exited the common room and went to an empty classroom. "So, what is it that you need to talk to me about?" she asked, making sure to stay at eye level with him. "Phil told me I could only tell you, but it's really hard for me to say, because he said it was evil, and I really don't want you to think I'm evil," Harry said, babbling for all he was worth. He really didn't want to tell her this, because he was very scared of how she was going to react. "I would never think you're evil, Harry. You can tell me anything, yeah," she said, but she was very worried about what he was going to say. "Well, you see, I can talk to snakes," he said, keeping his eyes glued to the floor. "Oh," Millie said, reaching over and pulling him into a hug. "I don't think you're evil, Harry, but I can see why Phil didn't want you to tell anybody." She let him go and held him at arm's length. She looked into his eyes to make sure that he understood what she was saying to him. "Can I tell Hermione?" he asked, shooting her a pleading look. He wanted to know because it had really been bugging him some since Phil told him he couldn't tell anybody. Hermione was his best friend. "I think it will be okay if you tell Hermione, but make sure you tell her where nobody else can hear. It's very, very important." Phil was not kidding about that, she said, running a hand down his face. She wanted to make sure that he understood just how important this was. He would be ridiculed and shunned by the entire wizarding world if they found out that he was a Parselmouth. Well, maybe not the Muggleborns, but just about everybody else. "Okay, Millie, I trust you and Phil," Harry said, beaming a brilliant smile at her. He really did trust these two, and he hoped one day to be just as trustworthy to somebody younger than him when he was their age. "Let's go open our presents and have a good Christmas, okay? No more of this depressing stuff." "Yeah," she said, grabbing his hand and heading towards the door. "Okay, Millie," he said, going along with her. He really wanted to open his presents anyway. All this mushy stuff was for girls, and with that, the two went back to the common room and opened presents and had a great Christmas. There was a great deal of presents under the tree for everyone: Millie, Harry, and the Weasleys. It was mostly jumpers, candy, and broom repairing and maintenance kits. But there were a few things on there that were special, like handmade ornaments and other things that children give one another for Christmas. There were a few books from Hermione, as she was prone to give those out as gifts. "Hey, Millie." "Yeah, Harry, you never did tell me what your job was." "I thought you were going to university," he said as they sat drinking hot cocoa after a long day of opening presents and snowball fights. "Well, I decided I was going to open my own business instead," she said after adjusting the blanket on her lap and taking a sip from her cocoa. "Really, what is it?" he asked, very intrigued. He wondered what she could possibly have started when she was so adamant about going to university. "I opened a defense studio in Hogsmeade," she stated proudly, holding her chin up high, as if she had done something nobody else had done. Which was true. Nobody else had done anything like this in the wizarding world. "You did? How's it working?" he asked, leaning forward. as if he could get the answer much quicker. Not bad, actually. I get a lot of Muggleborns and half-bloods, she said, taking another sip of her cocoa. And then she added, but I'm getting a few of the pure bloods that I went to school with. They're actually doing really well at it. I didn't think they would because they've been pampered all their life, but they're following along pretty well. Yeah, it was because her business was doing so well that she was able to give the donation to the school and bully the headmaster into ordering the Mandarin potion. It had been a hard sell, but a threat here and some blackmail there, and voila, things got done. She felt a bit bad about using Harry's living conditions, but the old man should have done something about them earlier. Wow. Well, I'm glad it all worked out for you, Harry said, smiling at her. There was a great deal of pride in his voice. Me too. I think it's just what this world needs, yeah. And I owe it all to you, my little first tie, she said, leaning over and ruffling his hair. Leave off, will you? Harry said, batting her hands away like he had done millions of times before. Never, she said, putting her cocoa down and starting a tickling fight. And with that, the two had a great time, just visiting until it was time for Millie to leave. It was a tearful goodbye, but it was good to know that Millie was just down in Hogsmeade. Soon enough, it was time for the students to return, and just like Dumbledore said, the Aurors were there to check everybody's luggage as they came in. Some of the students didn't listen to the headmaster, and their stuff got confiscated as they came in with dark objects. The notes were sent home to their parents, and one of the 7th years was arrested. Harry didn't care about all that. That was up to the adults to take care of. What he cared about was talking to his best friend. As soon as she got settled in, he approached her. Hermione, I have something important to talk to you about, he said when she came down from the stairs of the girls' dormitory. She was looking really good in her winter clothes, and she had a happy smile on her face, like she had had a really good Christmas. He took her to the classroom that he and Millie had talked in and sat her down. What is it, Harry? She asked, looking at his face like she was confused as to why he wasn't as happy as she was. She settled in the chair and put her hands in her lap, waiting for him to spill what had gotten him so tense. Well, it's really important. I have to have your promise that you won't tell anybody, Harry said, taking the chair opposite of hers and looking her in the face with the intensity not belonging on a 12-year-old boy's face. Of course, Harry, I would never spill your secrets, she said, reaching forward and grasping both of his hands in hers. Well, see, the thing is, I can talk to snakes, he said, stumbling over the words just a little bit. He was getting better at this telling secret thing, but they made such a huge deal out of it that it was really hard to get out. And this was the last person he was probably going to tell. Oh, is that all? What? Is it evil or something? She asked, waving her hand and giggling a little bit. She had not read anything about being able to talk to snakes. Well, she read a little bit about Slytherin and Voldemort being able to do it, but that didn't mean everybody thought it was evil. Did it? Actually, yeah. According to Phil and Millie, most people think it is evil, he said, looking at her like she had lost her mind. Hermione was usually much more informed than this. Are you serious? She asked, completely aghast that people would think that a language was evil. Just how simple-minded can people be? That was like saying English was evil. Yeah, according to them, all of the wizarding world thinks it's an evil language, he stated, nodding his head in confirmation. But it's just the language, she said, throwing her hands in the air like people were morons. You can't tell anybody, Hermione. I can't tell you how important this is, he said, grabbing her hands again and giving them a squeeze. Don't worry, Harry, I won't tell anybody, she assured him, squeezing his hands back. Thank you. Hermione, I can't tell you how much this means to me. It felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Now, he had someone his age that he could talk to. Harry, you're my best friend. Of course, I won't tell anybody any secret you ever give to me. I'll stand by your side no matter what. She looked into his eyes and saw that he was still scared and hugged him again. Thank you, Hermione. You're my best friend too, and that's why I told you. He squeezed her back, and the two separated and moved to the door. And with that, the two went back to the common room with the shared secret. They joined the rest of the group of second years and had a great time talking about the old break. The Weasleys were in good form. Even Ginny had gotten over her funk. There were no more petrifications the rest of the year, and the Aurors left after a month of nothing happening. There were no voices in the walls, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. However, that meant somewhere in the castle, There was a snake that could kill, just waiting for someone to wake it up again. That was something to worry about another day. Lockhart was found to be a fraud by Snape, who really wanted the dad apposition. Gilderoy was drummed out of the castle when he hired the dwarfs for his Valentine's Day fiasco. Snape got his wish partially. He and the others picked up the slack, along with Dumbledore for the rest of the year. Soon enough, it was time to go home, and Harry was willing to see the Dursleys, as long as Phil was going to take up Millie's place. She was still going to visit him and help Phil, but she had her business to run. Harry would be going to Hogsmeade with Phil every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday for classes along with Hermione. They didn't want to lose their advantage. It looked like it was going to be a productive summer. Summer with Millie. Thanks for all the reviews. Hermione didn't get to join Harry for most of the vacation because she went on vacation with her parents to France. So, Harry spent most of his time with Millie in Hogsmeade going over his self-defense. He was still taking his Muggle classes with Phil and Millie, and he was doing very well with those. He had caught up within his age group and was going to do his tests at the end of the summer, but he was alone without anybody his own age. Everybody else had plans for the vacation. Neville was on a vacation with his grand somewhere in Asia. Even Ron and the rest of the Weasleys were in Egypt. Every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, he was in Hogsmeade, and after his class, he would go around the village looking at the shops. There were some amazing things in this small village. It was like a smaller version of Diagon Alley. It lacked a few things. There was no broom shop, nor was there a wand shop. Still, there was a candy shop and a joke shop, a pub, and a tea shop, and a few other things that made it a really nice place to visit. And it was like looking at a postcard of an old-time village of homes with thatch roofs and wooden structures. Very picturesque. Today was his birthday, and he received some horrible news from his aunt's house. He rushed to Millie's via the night bus. He had used it many times during this vacation to get there. Phil had taught him how, just for occasions like this. "I don't know what to do, Millie. She's a nightmare," he said as he paced around the workout area of Millie's self-defense shop. She had everything you could want to have to work out, like dumbbells, yoga mats, skip ropes, and all sorts of exercise items. There were also things like pepper spray, brass knuckles, weighted bags, and assorted self-defense necessities. Anything to get into shape and protect yourself. "Who are you talking about, Harry?" "I can't help you if you don't let me know, yeah," Millie said, looking both amused and concerned at the same time. She was amused because he was pacing like an adult, but concerned because he was very upset about whoever it was he was talking about. It was obvious he didn't like this person more than he didn't like the Dursleys. "My Aunt Marge, well, she really isn't my aunt. She's Vernon's sister, but she's a nightmare, and she's supposed to be coming to visit today, and I don't know what to do," Harry ranted, even going so far as to throw his hands in the air. "How is she a nightmare?" Millie wanted to know, so that she could help fix the problem. "She brings this little dog, Ripper, and he bites me every time he sees me. She has no control over him, and she often encourages him to bite me," the teen said, and there was even a bit of fear in his voice, like he really didn't like the dog and it had bitten him many times before. "Do you want me to go over there and threaten her like I did with your Uncle Vernon?" she offered, thumping one of her hands into the other hand in a threatening manner. If she thought Vernon was bad, this other woman sounded even worse, and she was more than willing to give her a what for. What kind of woman sicked her dog on a small child? Only somebody mentally unbalanced would do such a thing, and she had no problem putting somebody like that down. "No, you can't. She doesn't know anything about magic," Harry said, slumping his shoulders in defeat. He'd love nothing better than for Millie to go over there and turn Aunt Marge into a teacup forever. But there was such a thing as the statute of secrecy. "I'm still an adult, and I can still threaten her," the older girl suggested. "I don't think it'll work with Aunt Marge. She's a very big and mean woman." "She's even bigger than Uncle Vernon," Harry said. His eyes got so large at how big Aunt Marge was. "That, and she likes her wine a lot." "Well, you can stay here with me while she's visiting," Millie said, gesturing above her shop. She lived in the flat above it. "My flat has 2 bedrooms, and you are more than welcome to take the second bedroom." "Do you think my Aunt Petunia will let me?" the teen asked with hope in his voice. That would be a perfect solution to this problem. He'd get away from the Dursleys, he'd get away from Aunt Marge. He'd be able to do his homework. He'd be able to go around town. He'd be close to Hogwarts. He would have freedom. It would be great. "Honestly, Harry, I think your aunt would do anything to get you out of the house if it would keep the peace," Millie said. She moved to her office and went to the desk and gathered up some papers that she had been keeping for a while now. After the trouble that Harry had had in the last couple of years in the school, She wanted to have these papers signed and ready in case she needed them. So far, he'd been able to keep out of any major trouble, bar his kidnapping, but signs showed that there was going to be a time when she was going to need these papers signed. "Could we go and ask?" Harry asked her, ready to bolt out the door, just for the opportunity to get out of his Aunt Petunia's house. "Sure. Let me just close up shop. I don't have any classes until 2 p.m., she said, going to throw the close sign on the door. She only kept the open sign switched on to sell the merchandise in the shop area when there were no classes. And with that, the two of them closed up shop and went to Harry's aunt's house to ask if Harry could stay at Hogsmeade with Millie until Aunt Marge left or longer. The only person left in the house was Aunt Petunia. Millie took her into the living room and sat her down. "Look here, Petunia," she said in a firm tone. "Harry doesn't like your Aunt Marge. He doesn't want to stay here while she's here. Give me a power of attorney and let him stay with me until she's gone, or even till the end of summer. I'll make sure he gets to Hogwarts on time." She said all this rather forcefully because she really wanted Petunia to agree. "Why should I do anything to make him happy?" Petunia said, sneering at the young people sitting in front of her. She did not like her nephew, and she did not want to make him happy in any way, shape, or form. She would rather see him suffer under the gentle persuasions of Aunt Marge. Then again, she really didn't want him in the house, and she really didn't want to get Aunt Marge all riled up. That woman's tended to drink more when she got angry, and the angrier she got, the drunker she got, and she was harder to handle when she was drinking. "Well, you could leave him here, and accidental magic might happen, and then how would you explain it?" Millie said. A sickening sweet smile plastered her lips. She knew how much Petunia hated magic, and she knew there was no way she wanted Aunt Marge to know about it. "Oh, for goodness sake, just take the boy," the horse-faced woman said, ready to just get these people out of her house, especially with their unnaturalness. "I need a power of attorney, yeah," the younger woman said, giving her a "you'd better agree" look. "Fine, just give me the papers and I'll sign them," Petunia said, holding out her hands for whatever paper she needed to sign. She'd sign just about anything just to get them to leave. Vernon was due back with Marge any minute now, and she just wanted them gone before they got here. Millie handed over the papers she'd been keeping for quite a while, just for this type of occasion. Petunia signed on the dotted line and gave Millie the power of attorney to have control over Harry, just in case he needed medical attention or legal advice for any reason. Little did Petunia know, but she basically signed her rights away for Harry in the magical world. She really should have read what she was signing. "Well, it was nice doing business with you, Petunia. I'll take Harry and get out of your hair," Millie said with a very bright smile on her face, which gave Petunia pause. Then she turned to Harry and said, "Harry, go pack your stuff, yeah? You're going to be staying with me until the end of summer. I'd be careful if I were you. The news said that mass murder, Sirius Black, has escaped Azkaban," Harry's aunt said with a sneer. She, of course, knew who Sirius Black was. She had met him at Lily's wedding. A wedding she regretted going to, but there it was. "How do you know about Azkaban?" Millie asked, completely shocked that Petunia would know anything about the wizarding world, especially with how much she despised it. She wasn't quite sure who Sirius Black was or how important he was in Harry's life, but she was going to keep a lookout for him. If someone like Petunia was even mildly worried about it, yes, she was going to keep an eye out for him. "That boy of Lily's told me about it." Petunia sniffed as if she smelled something foul in the air. "Right? Harry, go get your stuff," Millie said, nudging Harry out of the room. With that, Harry ran upstairs and grabbed all his things. It took him a matter of 5 minutes since he never really unpacked at Aunt Petunia's house. He made sure to grab everything under the floorboard. He hurried back downstairs with his full trunk, and they were out the door. Since Millie could now apparate, they were back in Hogsmeade in a matter of seconds. "Your aunt is a real piece of work, yeah," Millie said as they were unpacking his trunk in his brand new bedroom above her shop. "She has her good days since he started talking to her, but yeah, she's really not a nice person," the dark-haired teen said as he shrugged his shoulders and put some shirts in the dresser drawer. He was just glad to be away from his aunt's house, even if it was his birthday, and nobody had really celebrated it with him yet. To him, this was an excellent birthday present. He did not have to deal with Aunt Marge. "Well, at least you don't have to do the chores all the time anymore, but I'm glad you're going to be staying with me for the rest of the summer," Millie said, coming up behind him and ruffling his hair. "Millie, who is Sirius Black?" Harry asked, looking at her as he put the last shirt away. "Let's wait till tomorrow. and I'll let you know all about him. Today is your birthday, and I want to go to the Three Broomsticks to celebrate, she said, coming up to him and giving him a brilliant smile. Since today was his birthday, she just wanted to party with him. All right, said Harry, all but bouncing in place of the joy that he wasn't going to have to sit at home alone. So, after Millie's afternoon classes were over, the two went to the Three Broomsticks to celebrate Harry's birthday. Madame Rosmerta gave them a complimentary birthday dinner, and Harry got to taste butterbeer for the first time. It was a good time for both of them, and at midnight Harry got his birthday presents from all of his friends. This time nothing prevented them from showing up, and he got a ton of presents, including, of course, a book from Hermione. He got things like candy, a broom servicing kit, a sneakoscope from Ron, a book on curses from Neville, and some general junk from the rest of his friends. The next morning, Millie sat Harry down after breakfast. Okay, you wanted to know about Sirius Black, right? She asked. Yeah, what about him? Well, I don't know much, she said a bit hesitantly, because she really didn't want to give him false information. I've looked it up last night in the newspaper, so this is what I've got. Sirius Black is the one who is reported to have turned in the Potters to you-know-who. He is also reported to have killed 14 muggles and a man named Peter Pettigrew. Now, Pettigrew was also a friend of your parents, and he was supposed to be the one who went after Black to turn him in. They say Black has escaped from prison because he might be after you. Now, I don't know how much of this is true, because we're talking about the Daily Prophet here, and they don't always report facts, she said, completely out of breath for having said it all in one go. Okay, said Harry, thinking it over. He wasn't sure whether to be mad or not, but he was generally confused. He was going to have to do his own research on everything, because that was two of his parents' friends that were either guilty or dead. Either way, there was a madman that had escaped from prison, and he was either after him or he wasn't. It was confusing. I have a bit more of bad news, Millie said, reaching over and grasping his hand. According to the newspaper, they're going to be putting Dementors around Hogwarts. She shuddered at the thought of those demons being anywhere around all those kids. What is a Demento? They're the guards of Azkaban. They're soul-sucking demons. They make everything around them sad. And I mean so sad it'll make you feel like you can never be happy again, Millie explained, giving a full-body shudder. I'm going to get up a bunch of people and we're going to protest, but I don't think it'll do any good. What I want you to do is to stay away from these soul suckers. She already had a list in her brain as to who she was going to call to see who was going to go up against the Ministry to get these soul-sucking demons away from the kids. Unfortunately, most of them were Muggle-born or half-bloods, and only a few light-sided purebloods were on that list, so it might not be effective. How am I going to do that if they're going to be surrounding the school? Harry asked. Fearfully from what she was saying, it sounded like it was going to be a scary year at Hogwarts. I don't know, but you can look up and try to learn the Patronus Charm, she said thoughtfully. That was a spell that would be very useful for everybody to learn this year. Is it hard? He asked, hope in his voice. Yes, but I think you'll be able to do it because you're a strong wizard, Harry, she said, reaching over, ruffling his hair. Can you do it? The teenage boy asked, batting her hands away and trying to straighten his ever-messy hair. Probably, but nobody's ever taught me. I've never had a reason to learn. Yeah, Millie said, smiling at his efforts of trying to straighten his messy hair out. She just reached over and messed it up again. One of the perks of being an older sister figure. Well, if you can do it, then I can do it. Then we'll learn together, Harry said, holding out his hand in a type of deal-making agreement. That's a really good idea. You're a smart kid, Harry, Millie said, taking his hand and shaking it. Okay, so together we'll learn the Patronus Charm. I'll do it all year at school, and you'll learn it here in your shop, he said, grinning like a fool, like he had just won some type of lottery. Okay, and we'll teach it to our friends. It's a deal. The rest of the summer was spent roaming around Hogsmeade, doing his Muggle homework, his Hogwarts summer homework, and his self-defense classes. It was about a week before Hogwarts was going to start that he ran into a large black dog. The poor thing looked horrible. It was skinny and mangy and looked like it hadn't had a bath in forever. It was looking at him with bright, pleading eyes. Hello, boy, Harry said, gently slapping his hands to his thighs. The dog wagged its tail at him and looked at him with puppy dog eyes. Do you want something to eat? The teen asked in a soft voice. He didn't want to spook the dog into running away. The poor dog looked like it had been abused at some point, or at the very least neglected to the point of starvation. The dog wagged its tail again and came forward just a little bit. Let's go find you something to eat, Harry said, patting his hand on his thigh some more. Come here, boy. "Come here, boy," he kept calling. The dog came forward slowly but surely, until he was sitting right next to Harry. And boy, did that poor dog stink. Harry and the dog went to Millie's shop, and the teenage boy made sure the dog stayed outside because he just stank that badly. Harry knew Millie would just kill him if he brought something that smelly into the store. "Millie, I found a dog. Can we get him something to eat?" He called out into the store because he didn't see her in the storefront. "You found a dog," she said questioningly as she came out of the storeroom. She was wiping her hands on a towel, so she must have been doing something dusty. "Yeah, he's in sad shape. He really needs something to eat, and I want to give him a bath," Harry said as he headed towards the kitchen to see what he could feed the stray. He wasn't sure what they had left over and what would be good for the dog, and the sad shape it was in. "Harry, you can't just bring strays home yet," Millie said with some exasperation. She always knew Harry had a kind heart, but to bring home strays? That was not something she was willing to deal with on a regular basis. Maybe one that would be fine, but if she gave into this one, how many more would he bring home? She was going to have to put her foot down. She knew that. But he really needs something to eat or he's going to die. "Really, just let me get him something to eat and a bath. I promise I won't make you keep him," the teen said, turning his puppy dog eyes on her. "All right," she said, caving into the power of the puppy dog eyes. "We'll give him some leftovers from last night, and then you can take him out back and bathe him there. She's going to have to be careful around this one." Those puppy dog eyes were deadly. "Thanks, Millie. You're the best," Harry said, running up and hugging her around the waist and turning around, going back to his rummaging of the chill cabinet. Harry took the leftover roast beef from last night's dinner and fed it to the dog a little bit at a time. He knew how it was to eat after you've been starving, so he knew you had to do a little bit at a time. The dog seemed to understand and didn't try and grab the roast beef out of his hand and ate it nibble by nibble. After the dog had eaten the last of the roast beef, he took him out back and gave him a good bath. Because the hose was magical, the water came out warm. He used his own soap to lather the canine up, and soon it was a nice, clean dog. The dog was happy to be clean and started running around the backyard, barking and yapping. He came up to Harry and licked his face. He was just so happy. Millie was standing at the back door, watching the whole thing. "Can we please keep him?" "Millie, look at him. He's so happy," Harry said with his arm around the dog, rubbing his neck. He was just smiling just as brightly as could be. It was quite the picture to take in, a boy and his dog. "I don't know. He's a pretty big dog, Harry. He might eat a lot, and you're going back to school in a week." "Yeah," she said, looking at the dog. She didn't know how she would be able to feed such a sizable animal. She made a good bit of money with her store, but still that was a very large dog. It almost looked like a Grim. "He might be good protection for you here," Harry said, rubbing down the dog's neck as if it were a good boy. The dog just sat there with its tongue hanging out the side of its mouth, as if it were hanging on every word the two people were speaking. He turned his puppy dog eyes to the woman in the doorway. "I don't know. He doesn't look very vicious to me," Millie said with a playful smile on her lips. "Maybe you can just keep him for company," Harry said, desperately grasping for anything that would let her keep this dog. There was just something about this dog that he wanted to keep it near. "We'll keep him for the week until you go back to Hogwarts," she said, throwing up her hands in fond exasperation. "Yeah, did you hear that, Patfoot? You can stay here for a week," the overly excited teen said as he hugged the dog excitedly. "Why did you call him Patfoot?" "What an odd name," Millie asked, giving him a perplexed look. "I don't know, it just came to me." "It sounds like the right name," Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders. "Okay, if that's what you want to call him," yeah, she said. It was no big deal to her what he called the dog. And with that, Harry and his new dog went into the house and spent time together. From then on, they were seen all around Hogsmeade, just spending time together and having a good time until it was time for Harry to go and get his supplies from Diagon Alley and then catch the train to Hogwarts. He was spending the night at the Leaky Cauldron with the Weasleys, so Padfoot was staying here. Harry was upset that he couldn't take the dog with him, but that's the way of things. What a train ride. Thanks for all the reviews. Harry had a good time at the Leaky Cauldron with the Weasleys, Neville, and Hermione. Neville had gotten special permission from his gran to stay with Harry at the Leaky Cauldron. The two boys would be sharing a room until it was time to catch the train the next day. Phil and Amy would be walking them there. Harry got to meet up with the twins and spend time with them. Their baby sister Ginny seemed to have a crush on him, which made him feel awkward. But she seemed like a nice enough girl, even if she did hide behind her mother almost the entire time she was there. He met her last year, but she was mostly shy enough to stay away from him. The whole book thing made her hide in her room a lot. Soon enough, Harry, Neville, Ron, and Hermione went into Diagon Alley to go get their stuff. Mrs. Weasley didn't want to let them go at first, but then decided that they would be fine alone in the alley. The parents would be nearby. That, and there were oars everywhere, thanks to Black being at large. "Hey Neville, did you have a good time in Asia with your gran?" Harry asked, all but bouncing along the cobblestones of Diagon Alley. He was super excited to be here at this time. He had had such a great summer with Millie, and now he was surrounded by friends. "Yeah, I did. Gran mostly did political stuff during the day, but I got to spend a lot of time in the gardens," Neville said. He walked a little bit slower, but he was happy to see his friend in such a good mood. "Were there different plants there?" the dark-haired boy asked. He had never been outside of England, but he had always wondered what plants were like elsewhere. He had seen pictures in books, but to see them in real life must have been fascinating. "You wouldn't believe the many different types of plants they had in the gardens," the sandy-haired boy enthused. He made wild hand gestures about just how intriguing those plants were. "Did you get to see the pandas?" Hermione asked, having been interested in the black and white bears. "Yeah, they're awesome," Neville answered. He too was fascinated by the large, gentle giants. "Why are you guys talking about those boring things?" said Ron. He had so much fun in Egypt, and he had already talked about his vacation and was bored talking about everybody else's. "Because they're interesting," said Harry. He wasn't sure what Ron's problem was, but they talked about that vacation earlier. Sure, Ron's was more exciting in the fact that the twins had pulled a lot of pranks and there were cursed items and magical stuff, but that didn't mean pandas and plants weren't interesting. "I think it's intriguing," said Hermione with a sniff. She got to see both the Muggle and the magical side of France, and she found both fascinating. "We should get our stuff," said Harry, stopping in front of a store so that they could divvy up what they needed to get. They already got their robes. They just needed books and pet stuff. He had already gotten the Monster Book of Monsters from Hagrid. It was supposed to come for his birthday, but the owl went to his aunt's house, so it came the day after. Millie had figured out how to tame it. "I need to get some tonic for Scabbers," said Ron, petting his pocket where the rat Saturday. "He's not been feeling well since we got back from Egypt," the boy said, peeking in said pocket. The rat did look sick. All it did was lay there in the pocket. "My parents gave me some money for a pet," said Hermione, preening like a girl who just got money from her parents for her first gift. "I need some owl treats." "Why don't you lot go to the pet store? Me and Neville will go and grab our books," said Harry, wagging his finger between him and the sandy-haired boy. "Don't you think we should stick together?" the bushy-haired witch asked, giving them a stink eye like they were planning something nefarious. "Nah, we could get things done much quicker if we split up. I'll get all your books. You get my owl treats," said Harry with a shrug of his shoulder as if to show how easy it was. To him, it just made sense to split it up. "But you don't have my list," she said, worrying her lip like she didn't want to give it up. "Well, give it here then," he said, making finger motions like hand it over. "Very well," Hermione said, passing it over. She gave a sigh, like she knew the next words that were coming out of his mouth, and she didn't want to deal with it. "Hermione, why do you have so many books?" Neville asked, peering over Harry's shoulder and seeing all the books on her list. "I've got special permission," was all she said. She stuck her nose up in the air just a little bit and kept her mouth shut. "Well, I hope you can handle the load," Harry said, giving her an appraising look. "We'll get these books picked up for you and meet you at the ice cream parlor." He tucked the list into his pocket and looked to his friends in a "are we ready to do this" type of manner. "All right, we're going to go to the pet store, get what we need, and we'll meet you there," his best friend said, turning and heading to the pet store. "We'll be there," Harry said, going the opposite direction. And with that, the friends split up and went their separate ways. Harry was deep in thought for about 5 minutes as he and Neville made their way down the cobblestone streets. "I'm going to have to talk to Amy about this. I don't think Hermione is going to be able to handle her course load," he said to Neville when the other two were out of sight. "Why didn't you say anything when she was here?" Neville asked, looking over his shoulder to make sure the other two weren't following them. He didn't want them to overhear this. "I don't think she'd listen to me," confessed Harry. He shrugged his shoulders in a "what can I do" manner. "I can see where you'd think that," his friend said. He placed a hand on his shoulder and squeezed it. There were times when Hermione was just bullheaded. "Do you think she'll listen to Amy?" asked Harry. Hermione was his best friend, and she had been with him since day one of Hogwarts. He didn't want to see her burn out like she was planning on doing by taking all these courses in her 3rd year. He really hoped that she listened to Amy like she used to listen to Millie. She listened to her last year, right? "I don't know. Hermione is stubborn like that sometimes. However, for her sake, I certainly hope she does. Well, I guess the best we can do is just ask her. Come on, let's go get the books, Neville said, having exhausted this topic. Yeah, they got the books. Harry told the merchant how to tame the Monster Book of Monsters, which made the man cry, and they got a 10% discount on their purchase. Then they met, everyone for ice cream, and had a good day just hanging out in Diagon Alley. No mass murderers or dementors were seen or heard. It was a good day. Phil and Amy showed up at the Leaky Cauldron the next morning to help them get to King's Cross Station. They wanted to make sure everybody got there on time, as the Weasleys were notorious for running late. And as normal, the red-headed family was running late. So Phil and Amy gathered up Hermione, Neville, and Harry and got them to the station on time. They bustled them into a compartment that had a man that was sleeping. He was a worn man that was graying at the temples. He wore very ragged clothes that were clean but mended. He looked like he had been ridden hard and put away wet. There were scars on his face, and they looked self-inflicted. "Who's that man?" asked Harry, his voice soft, so he didn't wake the man. He wasn't sure why they were putting him in this compartment, but he did feel a bit safer being around an adult. "R.J. Lupin," said Hermione as she dragged her trunk underneath the seat. She put her cat carrier on the seat next to her that held the mushed-in-faced, orange tabby cat that she had purchased in Diagon Alley. The shop owner said it was half Kneazle. His name was Crookshanks, and he hated Ron's rat. "How do you know that?" asked Neville as he dragged his trunk and put it under the seat. He sat on the opposite bench of the adult that was sleeping. He also kept his voice very low. "It's on his briefcase," she said, pointing to the briefcase above the man's head. And there on that briefcase was some faded gold letters that said R.J. Lupin. "Oh," said the boys as they both looked where she pointed. "Are you all going to be okay here?" asked Phil, leaning in the doorway. He too was happy that there was an adult in the compartment. He didn't like the fact that there were dementors going to be at the school or that there was a mass murderer on the loose. "We should be fine," said Hermione, pulling out a book and setting it on her lap. Not that she was going to read it right now, but there was always the chance that the boys would start talking Quidditch, and when they did, she was going to crack open her book. "Amy and I are going to be in the compartment next door. We don't want to leave you alone with the notorious criminal, Sirius Black, being on the loose. We see that you have an adult here, but we'd still feel better if we were going to be close by. So if you need anything, wake him up or come get us. Understand?" Phil said, pushing himself off the doorway and standing. "Thanks, Phil," Harry said, giving the older boy a brilliant smile. "No problem, kid," Phil said, reaching over and ruffling his hair. "Leave off, will you? I'm not a kid anymore." "Hey, Amy, can I talk to you alone for a minute?" Harry asked, getting up and heading towards the doorway. He was almost her height now. He noticed that as he stood by her. "Sure, kid, let's go see if we can find some place quiet," she said, looking confused as to why he would want to talk to her right now. And with that, they went to the compartment next door. "What did you want to talk about, Harry?" she asked, settling on one of the benches. "For some reason, Hermione wants to take all the elective courses," he said, putting his hand on his forehead and rubbing it. "Oh, for goodness sake, is she really?" Amy asked, exasperated, pinching the bridge of her nose as if she was coming down with a headache. "I had to buy her books," he said, remembering the otchiness in his arms from having to carry all those books. Even with them shrunk down, they'd taken up quite a few bags along with everybody else's. "What am I going to do with that girl?" the older girl stated, still rubbing the bridge of her nose with her fingers. Still, she had volunteered to help with the kids, so they didn't do anything that would hurt themselves. She knew what she was getting into. Well, no, she didn't know what she was getting into, but now she did. Who knew Harry and his friends could get into so much trouble without even trying? "Is there any way you can talk her out of it?" Harry asked. There was a pleading tone in the quality of his voice. He really didn't want Hermione to get sick over this. "I'll see what I can do," she promised, putting a hand on his shoulder and giving it a squeeze. The two went back to the compartment, and Amy asked, "Phil, can you stay here with the boys for a minute? I need to talk to Hermione." "Yeah, sure, no problem," the older boy said, perplexed, but figuring there was something going on that he would know about later. He was sure Amy would rant about it, like she had about the polyjuice the year before. "Hermione, come here for a minute. I want to talk to you," the older girl said, making follow-me motions. "What do you want to talk about?" Hermione asked warily. Amy had that "it's for your own good" tone to her voice going on. "I just want to talk to you about your course list," Amy said, being completely honest. There was no sense in lying to the girl. Hermione glared at Harry, but she got up and went with Amy to the next compartment. You're not going to talk me out of it, she said, folding her arms defiantly. Hermione, what you're doing is very, very dangerous, Amy said, folding her arms just as defiantly, but trying to keep her voice gentle. But I would learn so much, said Hermione, her tone coming out practically a whinge. But you'll burn yourself out, sweetie. How are you even going to take all these classes? Some of them run simultaneously. Amy wanted to know, even though she had an inkling about how it was going to happen. She couldn't believe the teachers were going to let a third year do this. It was ridiculous. I can't tell you. They made me promise, Hermione said. She was looking everywhere but Amy's face. Whatever it is, it's got to be dangerous. I mean, it's got to include time magic. Time in and of itself is dangerous. It causes paradoxes, the older girl said, throwing her hands in the air, still not believing that the adults were going to let this child do this. How could you know that? She asked, gobsmacked that the other girl figured it out. Then again, it really wasn't that hard. There's really only one way to be two places at one time. It's the only logical thing. Hermione, I want you to think very, very carefully about this. This is really dangerous for you. You're going to burn yourself out. You can study Muggle studies all on your own, and divination is a crock. You don't even need to study divination. Do you have the sight? She asked, once again knowing the answer. She had never heard or seen Hermione give any premonitions. How will I know if I have the sight if I don't study divination? The bushy hair witch asked. That didn't make a lot of sense to her. Oh, believe me, you'll know, Amy stated with a look of incredulity on her face. So you don't think I should take divination or Muggle studies? Hermione asked, her face downcast on the thought of not having to take these classes. Muggle studies is 100 years out of date. The only thing you'll learn in that class is Muggle history. Like the study of the horse and buggy, Amy said. She went up to the girl and tucked some of her hair behind her ear. She really was just trying to help her. She couldn't tell her what to do. She wasn't her mom. And you don't think I'll learn anything in divination? Hermione tried one more time. Not unless you want to learn how to read tea leaves, Amy said with a chuckle. That and the divination teacher is a complete fraud. And you're not just saying all this just to get me to stop taking these classes? The younger girl asked, frustration leaking into her voice. I'm saying this to prevent you from causing yourself serious mental and health damage, Amy said, still playing with the girl's hair. Trying to fix it in some sort of orderly fashion. Why didn't they tell me this would cause me damage? Hermione asked. She couldn't believe the teachers would risk her health like this. Probably because they think more of your academics than they do of your health, Amy suggested. Can I try it for a couple weeks? The younger girl asked, hoping beyond hope that the older girl would let her just try it for a bit. I'll tell you what, you try it for a month, and if I see you're frazzled, then I want you to. Stop, Amy said, knowing that the other girl would never forgive herself if she didn't at least try. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Hermione said, grabbing the other girl and hugging her around the waist. Don't thank me yet, because I can tell you right now, you're going to regret it, Amy said. I'm going to prove you wrong. You'll see, the younger girl said, pointing her finger at her in victory. I doubt that very seriously, sweetie. The two went back to the other compartment where the boys were waiting. Amy and Phil went to their compartment, first giving the trio a final statement that they were right next door. By this time, the train was just about ready to leave, and the Weasleys were rushing to make the train. Ron got there just in time. The redhead came into the compartment huffing and puffing, pulling his trunk behind him. Give us a hand, would you? He asked Neville and Harry. Harry took out his wand and levitated the trunk up to the upper luggage rack. Thanks, mate. So what's been going on? Why did you guys leave like you did? He asked, taking a seat next to Harry. Oh, we couldn't very well wait around for you, Harry said, giving him a playful shove. Boy, I like that, Ron said, actually getting offended. Phil wanted us to get here early, Neville said from his seat beside Hermione. Yes, and I had to have a talk with Amy, Hermione added, telling the truth that wasn't quite the truth. Well, next time wait for us, okay, the redhead said, miffed that he had to go with just his family. The twins were a nightmare when it was time to go to Hogwarts. They had pranks galore in the morning, and that's why it was always so hard to get going on the day it was time to return. That all depends on Phil and Amy, Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders, like it was a given. Why do you listen to them anyway? They're just other students, the other boy asked. He didn't understand the dynamics of mentors. They're not even prefects like Percy. He's head boy. Because Millie asks us to, Neville said, as if that was the obvious reason. I don't get why you're so obsessed with that Millie girl anyway. She's not even a student anymore, Ron said, folding his arms as if he just really did not understand. She was just a girl, and she was always bossing Harry around, making him not have any fun. Hey, don't go speaking bad about Millie, Harry said, really upset. Nobody talked rudely about Millie around him. Those are fighting words. Okay, sheesh, Ron said, holding his hands up in surrender. When do you think the trolley lady's gonna be by? Neville asked, trying to defuse the situation. Not for at least an hour, Hermione said, as the train lurched forward. How do you think the Chudley Cannons are gonna do this year? Ron asked, hoping for a neutral conversation. And with that, the talk turned to Quidditch, and Hermione got her book out and started reading. And it stayed like that for a couple hours. The trolley lady had come and gone until the train started slowing down, causing a great deal of confusion. There was frost forming on the windows, and it started getting very cold. The lights went out. Everybody, don't move, came a voice from the dark. A flame appeared in the hand of the adult. What is it? Harry asked, lighting the tip of his wand. I don't know, but don't move. I'm going to go find out, said Lupin, getting up from his seat and moving towards the door. Just then, the door opened, and Phil and Amy poured into the compartment. Are you all right? Phil asked, raising his lit wand and looking at all the faces in the compartment. He noted the adult was up and sighed a sigh of relief. At least the kids weren't alone. Yeah, we're all right. Why is it so cold? Harry asked, hoping the boy had the answers. We don't know, but you lot stay here. We'll stay here with you, Phil said, making the boys budge over. I'm going to go find out what's going on, said R.J. Lupin, squeezing past the two Hufflepuffs. He was just glad there were older students with the third years. There was a bit of shuffling, and the adult left the compartment. The younger kids all gathered by the window as the two older kids stayed by the door. It was still very cold and very dark. Everybody had their wands lit up, but they didn't know what was going on. Phil and Amy locked the door so nobody could open it. There was rattling as people tried to get in, but they didn't let anybody in until they heard Ginny's voice. Hey, that's my sister. Let her in, Ron said, tugging on Amy's sleeve. Phil opened the door really quickly and let two little girls in. One was a little redhead girl, Ginny, and the other was a little blonde-haired girl. They were both terrified. It's a madhouse out there, said Ginny as she ran over to her brother. Her eyes were blown wide with panic. Her face was paler than usual. Can we stay in here with you? Said the little blonde. Her voice was wispy, and she didn't look nearly as frightened. You couldn't tell she was scared except for her eyes. They were also blown wide. Her face, though, was vague. Of course, get over there by the window with the other kids, Amy said, nudging the blonde to follow the redhead. So they all huddled by the window until R.J. Lupin came back. Okay, it's all over now. The Dementors boarded the train, and now they're gone, he said, as he sat down on the bench he had vacated earlier. He looked worn and haggard, like he had just performed a great feat of magic. Did you use the Patronus charm? Asked Harry, getting a bit excited over that possibility. Yes, I did. How did you know that charm? The adult asked, running a hand down his face. Millie told me about it. I'm going to learn it. Can you teach me? Harry asked, excitement in his voice. Even if the guy said no, he could still look it up and learn it on his own. It's a very hard charm to learn. I'm a very strong wizard. I think we'd all like to learn, said Phil, looking at the teacher. It was something he'd like to learn, and they were going to be Dementors at the school. He could learn it and teach everybody in Hufflepuff, and even the kids. Well, I can teach you, the man said to Phil. This boy looked to be in his 7th year, and it would be much easier to teach it to an older teen. I'd be proud to learn it, Phil said, puffing out his chest a little bit. Then you could teach me, said Harry, knowing Phil wouldn't deny him. Sure thing, kid, Phil said, giving the kid a wink, making Lupin give him an exasperated look. And with that, the train started moving, and they were on their way to Hogwarts. First week and Halloween shock. Thanks for all the reviews. I added the Monster Book of Monsters in the last chapter. I completely forgot about it, so I went back and added it in. Not much, just a few lines. When they got to the castle, Hermione was taken off to the side by McGonagall. She was only gone for 5 minutes, but when she got back, she was glowing with happiness. At least she got back in time for the sorting. The welcoming feast went off without a hitch. Everybody was happy for the food. It had been a long train ride, and the thought of the Dementors had been scary, and the trolley had been a long time ago. There did seem to be a lot of chocolate for afters, though. Dumbledore did give plenty of warning about the Dementors. He made sure to let everybody know to stay away from them and stay on the school grounds. He also gave warning about Sirius Black being on the loose and made sure to let everybody know that if they saw anything, they were to let an adult know right away. Then he introduced Remus Lupin as the Dada professor and Hagrid as the Care of Magical Creatures teacher. Both men received rather lackluster greetings. Remus because he was in poor quality clothes, and Hagrid only received overwhelming applause from the Gryffindor table. Nobody else seemed to think he would make a great teacher. The first week of school was interesting. Hermione went to all her classes, but she was getting tired out even during that week. Amy and Harry were keeping a close eye on her. She was not skipping any classes and she was doing her homework, but she was already getting circles under her eyes. She was already disillusioned with divination. Harry was pretty sure that she wasn't going to stay there very much longer. He was glad that he didn't take that class from what she was telling him about it. He had taken runes, arithmancy, and care of magical creatures. Millie had talked to him about his electives and said that if he wanted to make anything of his life, these were the classes he needed to take. They would be harder, but he would make something of himself. "I'm telling you, Phil, it was upsetting," Harry said as they were sitting in the study hall. Each of them had books, ink, quills, and parchment spread out around them. "Why do you say that?" Phil asked, going over his homework. It was his new year, and even this early in the year, he needed to buckle down hard and get his work done. It was mostly revision, but he needed that. "I wanted to see what my boggart was, and it wasn't fair that he cut me off like that. Everyone else in the class got to see what their boggart was, but I didn't. He just shoved me out of the way, and that wasn't fair," the teen said, almost pouting like a kid. "Why do you want to see what your boggart is so bad?" the older teen asked, still writing on his assignment. "What if it's something that comes back and haunts me later? I mean, what if I get caught unawares?" Harry said, tapping his quill on a parchment, making splotches everywhere. He was going to have to rewrite this assignment. "I guess I can see where you'd see that." "I don't know what my boggart is," Phil said, getting a thoughtful look on his face. He wondered if Lupin was going to be doing that in all his classes. He had already had his Dada class this week, but he wondered if the man was going to bring it back. "It's still not fair, but that's not even the worst class that I had. The worst class that I had was Care of Magical Creatures. Do you know that Malfoy got hurt in that? Now they're going to kill Buckbeak." Harry asked, getting truly upset. He really hated Draco Malfoy and his prima donna ways. "What happened?" "Well, you know how they gave us that monster book of monsters? And how Millie told us how to open it?" "Yeah, well, that started the whole thing. Most people hadn't figured it out, and they were using belts to keep it closed, so Draco kept calling Hagrid an oaf and making fun of him in class. And that made Hagrid all flustered. And then he brought out the hippogriffs, which made Malfoy scorn him further. I got a fly on him, which was wicked, but Malfoy wouldn't listen to him and kept making fun of him. And then when Hagrid told him not to insult the hippogriffs, Malfoy didn't listen. So, when he got up to the hippogriff, he called him a name and Buckbeak attacked. Draco started screaming that he was going to see Hagrid fired and Buckbeak dead," Harry said, all in one breath. "Every fool knows you don't insult a hippogriff," Phil said, shaking his head at the idiot. "I know Malfoy is a fool," Harry said, trying not to laugh because it was not a laughing matter. "Do you have proof that Hagrid told Malfoy not to insult the hippogriff?" the older teen asked, laying down his quill for a moment. He could see how serious Harry was. "Only the word of all the kids in this class," Harry said, not really sure what good a bunch of kids could do. "That should be proof enough." "Get a statement going," Phil suggested, picking up his quill and starting on his homework again. He really needed to get this done. "I don't think the other Slytherins will sign it and leaves the Gryffindors," Harry said. He wasn't sure how good a statement would do. Their petition didn't get Snape into the Dada classroom last year. "Well, have all the Gryffindors sign it, and we'll see what we can do about saving Buckbeak. I'll see what I can do on my end. I'll look up some legal things to see what happens there. I know somebody who's got a father who's a lawyer. We'll see what he has to say. Just because Malfoy has money doesn't mean he's got a case." "Don't worry, we'll see what we can do," Phil said, even though he was still concentrating on his homework. "All right, I'll see what I can do," Harry said. Even though he didn't think it would do any good, he would put in the effort to save Buckbeak. He was going to see if he could get some of the Slytherins to sign too. After all, not all of them can like Malfoy. And with that, the two continued their studying. A month went by, and Hermione was extremely frazzled. Amy sat her down in an empty classroom to try and talk her out of taking all those classes. All right, Hermione. It's time for you to give up the time turner, she said, gently grasping both of her hands in hers. She was trying not to come off as bossy, but as caring. But I'm learning so much, Hermione said, tears prickling in the side of her eyes. She had tried to be so strong in doing this, but she knew that she wasn't. It was just too much work. And there was just so much wrong with what she was learning. But look at you, dear. Your hair is a mess, your eyes are in circles, and you are completely out of control. You snapped at Harry the other day for no reason, Amy said, running her hand down Hermione's hair. Hermione sighed. She knew the other girl was right. Okay, she said. I'll go and give up the time turner tomorrow, and I'll give up Muggle studies and divination. I haven't really learned anything of Muggle studies, even though it is pretty fascinating how they see Muggles from the other side. However, Amy had been right. It was pretty much a study on the horse and buggy, and not what Muggles were like now. And divination was the next question. You were right about that. It's a complete crock. I haven't learned anything in that class except how to predict somebody dies every day. Harry's not even in that class, and she predicts his death every single day, Hermione said, showing her frustration by slamming her fists on her knees. She didn't know how she kept her temper in that class. All she ever wanted to do was throw her book at the teacher's head. I wonder why she's picking on Harry like that, Amy said with a confused look on her face. Probably because he's the boy who lived, Hermione said with a frustrated look on hers. Probably. Well, I'm so glad you see it my way. I hate to have to do this to you. I'm not your mom or anything, the older girl said, still running her hand down Hermione's hair. She did try and tame that hair as often as she could. It was a futile effort, but she did give it a shot. I know you're just looking out for me, and I thank you for that. But I've learned ever so much. I still have the books, and I can continue learning from the books, even though the teacher in divination is a crock. There is still so much to learn from the book, Hermione said, getting some of her enthusiasm back. She always did learn better from books than she did from teachers anyway. She just got so frustrated with the pace of the classrooms. It was like waiting. Are you going to keep care of magical creatures? Amy asked. I'm not sure. I love Hagrid to death, but I don't see where care of magical creatures is going to help in my career choice, Hermione said, worrying her lip. What is your career choice? Was Amy's next question. I'm not sure yet. That's why I'm not sure whether I'm keeping the class or not, Hermione answered with a pucker in her brow. She knew she wanted to go into the ministry in some capacity. She just wasn't sure how yet. I think you should probably keep it for now. I have a feeling you're going to be a crusader, Amy said, remembering how she met the girl. Oh, well, you know about the house elves, correct? That's how we met. After all, remember? The older girl pointed out. Yes, I remember, the younger girl said, a confused look on her face. She wasn't quite sure where this was going. Well, if you're going to take up the fight of the house elves, you're going to need care of magical creatures. You're going to need to learn the ins and outs of all the magical creatures so you know how to stand up for the rights of them, Amy said, getting on her soapbox a little bit. She, too, was a crusader for the rights of house elves. And while as a Muggle-born, she couldn't do anything to free them, she was hoping that one day she could get enough people together that they would get at least the right to be not abused. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I think I'll keep that class then, Hermione said, bouncing in her chair just a little bit. Good for you. If I were you, I'd grab another book besides the one that Hagrid gave you. There are much better ones on the market, and the Monster Book of Monsters is made basically for just that, monsters, Amy said once again, trying to tame her hair. She got it in a ponytail, so that was better. Yes, I'll look into that, Hermione said. She twisted her head about, trying to see how the ponytail felt. It felt pretty good, actually. With that, the two girls hugged and left the room. The next day, Hermione gave up her time turner to McGonagall. Are you sure this is what you want to do, Miss Granger? The prim and proper transfiguration teacher asked as she took the time turner from her most promising student. She was very disappointed that the girl wasn't going to use it for the entire year. Yes, ma'am, Hermione said, folding her hands and putting them in her lap. Very well then. I'm sorry to see such a brilliant mind wasn't able to handle it. The older woman sniffed as if she was very disappointed. I'm sorry to say that such a brilliant mind such as yours wasn't able to see that a young mind such as mine should not be tortured in such a way, Hermione said with a sniff as she got up and walked out of the room. Soon enough, it was Halloween. Everybody was having a great time. Harry was able to go to Hogsmeade because Millie had signed his permission slip. At first, they weren't going to accept it, but she came up to the school and showed them the power of attorney. Dumbledore was not happy about that, but he had no say. Millie left the castle pretty smug. She had taken away guardianship from Dumbledore. She had legal say over Harry's health, his money, and his well-being. She was pretty content about that. As it was right now, she was having the goblins do a complete audit on his accounts. So far, they hadn't found anything misleading or incorrect, which she was very happy about. Harry took everybody to Millie's shop, and they were all very impressed with her equipment. Most of them didn't buy anything. Well, some bought a few things, but most of them just looked around. Dean, who was ever a sports fan, did buy a couple of exercise things that he could use at the school. He was always going on that the running just didn't cut it. He was an exercise buff. He needed more than running to keep in shape. So, he purchased a complete set of dumbbells. The rest of the time was spent at the candy shop and the joke shop, finishing up at the 3 broomsticks. Harry, who'd spent most of his summer in Hogsmeade, was pretty bored actually, but he did have a good time showing his friends around. He got to see Padfoot again, and he and the dog spent their time as a tour guide, showing everybody the nooks and crannies of the village. At some point, halfway through that, the dog ran off to who knows where, and Harry was pretty upset about that, but he knew that the dog would be back, so it was okay. According to Millie, Padfoot took off all the time and always came back. She said she thought about putting a leashing charm on the dog, but then decided since he was a stray, he was just used to his freedom and always came back for the food. When it was time to go back to the school, there was a bit of a panic among the teachers. They hustled everybody into the Great Hall. "What's going on here?" Harry asked as they milled their way around the Great Hall. "I'm not sure," Phil said. He had met up with Harry and the other teens when they came up to the school. He and his other Hufflepuff friends had been in the Hogsmeade village also. "Well, do you know anything that's going on?" Seamus asked as he looked around to try and see what was going on, but none of the teachers were anywhere. So all he had was a bunch of confused kids asking the same question he was. "I think somebody tried to break into the Gryffindor common room," somebody in the back said, their voice carrying over the crowd. "Why would anybody try and break into the Gryffindor common room? Everybody was at Hogsmeade," someone else asked. Everybody looked around, but a great deal of people were looking straight at Harry. Everybody knew that Sirius Black was after him. Not everybody. The younger years were still there, somebody else pointed out. Even though nobody really believed that anybody was after the younger years. "Yeah, but who want to kill the younger years?" Hermione said, voicing everybody else's thoughts. "As far as I know, the younger years were all in the Great Hall doing studies," Ginny said, looking around at all her companions, that were all sitting at the table where they had been when the Gryffindor common room was broken into. "Are you sure about that?" her brother Ron asked. "Yes, we were all right here," she said, nodding her head with all the others. "So somebody tried to break into the empty common room," Dean said with a tone of disbelief. That just didn't make any sense to anybody. Why would anybody break into an empty common room? "That's my understanding," Ginny said, looking at Dean with something akin to fancy. Not like the crush she had on Harry Potter, but there was interest there. "Why would anybody want to do that?" was the question on quite a few lips. "I don't know. All I know is the fat lady is all torn up," the red-headed girl said. "One of the teachers came down here and said that, right before she told us we couldn't go up into the Gryffindor common room." "That's awful," Lavender said, putting her hands to her cheek in mortification. "How are we going to get into our common room?" Ron wondered, thinking about his soft, comfortable bed. "Attention, students," said McGonagall, from the platform at the front of the teacher's table. "As of right now, everybody is going to be staying in the Great Hall until the castle has been searched. We have reason to believe that Sirius Black has been on the grounds, and we are taking this very seriously. Therefore, you are to stay here in the Great Hall until the whole entire school has been searched." She looked at them with pursed lips and a dour face. "Where are we going to sleep?" somebody asked from the middle of the crowd, though everybody else was thinking it too. Nobody wanted to give up their nice, comfortable beds in the dorms, and especially when only the Gryffindor common room was the one broken into. It didn't make any sense to them. Why would everybody else have to suffer? And even then, the common room hadn't been breached. Why did they have to sleep in the Great Hall? That didn't make any sense. "You will be provided with bed rolls, and you will be sleeping here tonight," she said with a perfectly calm voice, as if this were perfectly normal and it was just a camp out. "Oh man," said a lot of people. "Dinner will be served shortly," McGonagall said as she stepped away from the dais and moved on to do what she had to do, which was to continue the search for Sirius Black. Everybody went to their own table and sat down and waited for dinner to be served, but there was a lot of speculation going on and a lot of fear that Sirius Black was in the castle. The Halloween feast was canceled, which pissed a lot of people off. "So, Harry, are you scared?" Ron asked, taking up a chicken drumstick and eating a bite. "No, why would I be?" Harry said, confused at the question. He served himself up some beef stew. It was getting chilly now. "Well, he's after you, isn't he?" the redhead pointed out, shoving another bite of food in his mouth. "Are we sure about that?" Harry asked, still wondering if it were true. After all, the man hadn't made any aggressive movements towards him yet. "Well, that's what everybody says," was the answer. "Yeah, but that's only speculation. We don't know that for sure," Harry countered. He didn't believe what he read in the Daily Prophet and had found nothing in his research that proved otherwise. He tried to break into the Gryffindor common room, "And that's where you live," Dean pointed out, trying to get in the conversation. He didn't want to sound like a Debbie Downer, but it was a fact. "That doesn't mean anything," Harry tried to bluster. He really didn't want a mass murderer after him. "Face it, Harry, Sirius Black is after you," Ron said, pointing his fork at the other teen. I still don't see why he's after me, though." "I didn't do anything to him," Harry said, slumping his shoulders in defeat. He shoved some food in his mouth and chewed. He didn't really taste it, though. "If I were you, I'd watch my back," the redhead said, though there was some sympathy in that comment. "Thanks, mate," Harry stated, a bit bitterly. Dinner was not a happy meal, but it was eaten, and as soon as it was done, everybody cleared off the tables and they disappeared. Bed rolls were laid out, and they spent the night in the Great Hall. Harry overheard some of the teachers talking about how Sirius Black might have been there to kill Harry, but that didn't make sense because Harry wasn't even in the castle when he attacked. Harry did overhear Snape trying to say that it was Remus' fault that Sirius was in the castle in the first place. He did wonder about that. Did that mean that Lupin knew Black? But that also meant that Snape knew Black too. They must have all known each other in school. Obviously, Snape didn't like either Lupin or Black, but that was neither here nor there. He was going to have to talk to Lupin to see what he knew about Black. The next morning, the search was over. Black was not found, so they were all able to go back to their common room. Nothing was out of place, and everyone relaxed. Harry was just glad things were back to normal. Well, as normal as things got in Hogwarts. "Hey, Harry, come here a moment," Fred said, waving Harry to the side of the common room. "What's up?" Harry asked as he came up to the twins. "We've got something for you. It'll help you make sure there's no one after you," George said, handing Harry a blank piece of parchment. They went through the steps on how to activate it and showed him how to close it too. "This is great," Harry enthused, looking at all the names in the common room, and then noted a strange name in his dorm. "Shite," he said, running from the room to the Great Hall, hoping Phil was there. The teen was not, but Cedric Diggory was. "Cedric, do you know where Phil is?" he asked, vibrating in place. "No, I don't know where he is right now." "Is it important?" the older boy asked. He didn't like the look on Harry's face. He'd never seen Harry so shaken before. "Yeah, it's very important." "Do you know where Amy is?" Harry asked. His face was very pale, and he was shaking something fierce. "I can go find them, but I'll check in the common room," Cedric offered, getting up and taking his books with him. "Let's go," Harry said, heading towards the entrance of the Great Hall. And with that, the two of them ran off to the Hufflepuff common room. Cedric went inside to see if the two were there, and he came out 2 minutes later with both Phil and Amy in tow. "Thank Merlin you're here. I have to show you something," Harry said, pulling them off to the side. He pulled out the map and activated it and showed them the name of Peter Pettigrew resting on Ron's bed. "Shite," they both said, going pale. They both knew the story about Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black. Millie had made sure they both knew. She wanted to make sure they knew so that they could tell Harry anything they knew and researched on. Pettigrew is supposed to be dead. Dead men don't rest on beds in dorms. "What are we going to do about this?" Harry asked. He stood up, taller, ready to face any action. "You're not going to do anything. We're going to go and talk to Susan," Phil said, waving a finger between him and Amy. "Who is Susan?" "Susan Bones?" Harry asked, vaguely remembering the girl from some of his classes. He did have to wonder what she had to do with it, though. "Yes, she's going to call her aunt, and then the aunt will come and take care of it," Phil confirmed. He knew that she was the head of the DMLE and that she would love to take care of this. If there was one thing Amelia Bones did not like, that was injustice. You just go back to your common room and don't say anything to anybody, Amy said, turning Harry around and pushing him towards the Gryffindor common room. Okay, I'll take your word for it, Harry said, though he was very reluctant to go. He really wanted to be a part of the action. He wasn't some little kid. He was a teenager. He was 13 years old. Trust us, we'll take care of it, Phil said. He and Amy turned around and went back to the Hufflepuff common room. They had things they had to get done. Harry trusted them and went back to his common room, but he was a bundle of nerves and was pretty much vibrating in place the whole time. A half an hour later, a group of Aurors came into the common room, marched up the stairs, and into the third-year boys' dorm. They came out 5 minutes later with a struggling man. They didn't say anything to anybody. They just stormed out of the room with that man. And that was that. Harry, although, breathed a sigh of relief when he took out the map and didn't see the name Peter Pettigrew on it anymore. Trouble with Dementors. Thank you for all the reviews. It was the day after they got back to the dorms, when Harry finally got all the statements done about Buckbeak and what had happened in care of Magical Creatures class. Yeah, everybody in Gryffindor signed it. That had been in the class anyway. He even had a few from the Slytherin side that didn't like Draco Malfoy and thought he was a prima donna. He took them to Phil so he could give them to his friend, who would then pass it on to his father. Here you go, Phil. I got those signatures that you asked for, Harry said, handing over the statement. They were walking down the hallway and were between classes. How many did you get? Phil asked, looking over the 2 pieces of parchment. One had signatures on it, and the other had the statement. It looked to be just what he needed, even if it was poorly done since it was done by a teenager. Then Harry handed him a 3rd piece of parchment. Well, I got everybody on the Gryffindor side to sign it. They were more than happy to do it. Nobody there likes Malfoy, and they wanted to tell the truth about it. And I even got a few of the Slytherins to sign it. They don't like Malfoy either. And of course, Hagrid gave his own statement of what happened. I had him write it in his own handwriting, but his English isn't that good, the younger teen said, pointing to the 3rd parchment. It had taken him a while to get Hagrid to make that statement. He had to talk to him for quite a while and make him understand that he needed to do this to save Buckbeak's life. That's even better because it sounds like he wasn't coached, Phil assured him, putting a hand on his shoulder as they walked. Oh, okay, good, Harry said, looking around and seeing where he was. He had a free period next and needed to get to Quidditch practice. Thanks. I'll get this to my friend's father, and we'll see what we can do about saving your friend, Buckbeak. I wouldn't worry too much about Hagrid's job. Dumbledore is pretty good about keeping people hired on, the older teen said, putting all the parchment in his backpack and getting ready to get to his next new class. Okay, well, I gotta go practice for Quidditch. What's got us practicing in this weather just in case it doesn't let up? Harry said with a look of despair as he glanced out the window, seeing the torrents of rain coming down. With that, the two parted their separate ways. It was going on November 8th, and coming up to the time when they were supposed to be playing Slytherin for Quidditch, but Draco Malfoy was complaining so much about his arm that they were going to be playing Hufflepuff. Wood was in such a state because he had to completely rework his strategy. Harry didn't care. He was worried about playing in the weather that didn't seem to be changing. It was storming out, and even though they had caught Pettigrew, the Dementors were still around the school, which means they hadn't cleared Black yet. The day of the game came, and there was a big storm out. The rain was coming down in sheets, and there was thunder and lightning everywhere. You could barely see anything, let alone hear anything. The thunder was crashing so loud. Are we going to be playing in this? Harry asked as a huge thunderclap sounded throughout the changing room. It was so loud that a few people put their hands over their ears just to keep it from hurting them. It looks like Wood said, but even he looked grim. Even the Quidditch fanatic that he was didn't want to play in this type of weather. They're not going to call the game because of the weather? Asked Angelina, who, besides Harry, was one of the smaller players and was very worried about getting tossed around in the winds that were going on outside. Brooms were not conducive in keeping one steady in the air. No. If they play like this in the professionals, they're going to play like this for us, said Wood. He too looked worried about them playing in these types of conditions. He could see the two small players just getting hurt out there. But we were just a bunch of kids, said Harry. He wasn't sure how Millie would feel about this. Look, they're not going to call the game. We're just going to have to deal with this, said Wood, making slashing motions with his hands because there was nothing he could do about it besides forfeit the game himself. And he wasn't going to do that. He had never forfeited a game before, and he wasn't about to do it now. With that, They all got bundled up together and got ready to face the storm. It was a howling storm, and Harry could barely see out of his glasses. Hermione had put an impervious charm on them, but the water still kept running off of the glasses, and he could barely see. The game went on, and he did see the snitch, so he went after it, and it seemed to climb higher and higher, and it got colder and colder, and it wasn't until too late that he realized that there was a Dementor there. He heard a lady scream, and he got so cold, and he heard his parents in the last minutes of their life, and he passed out and fell from his broom. And that's the last thing he remembered. He woke up in the hospital wing, surrounded by his friends and Phil and Amy. The team was off to the side, like they wanted news, and had been left hanging in place of his closer friends. Millie was also there, but she was talking with the nurse. Millie, he called in a thready voice. He was happy to see her, but he just couldn't seem to raise his voice above a small croak. "Oh, Harry, are you okay?" "Of course, you're not okay. I mean, how are you feeling?" Millie said, as she came over to him. She had been talking to Madame Pomfrey, who said it was a miracle that he was alive. But he was okay. He was going to be staying in the hospital for the weekend, just for observations. He had had pneumonia because they had been playing in the weather, and he had hurt his back even though Dumbledore had caught his fall. Madame Pomfrey had cured it all, but she wanted to keep an eye on him anyway. The other players had all gotten pepper-up potions as well, to stave off the pneumonia. Most of them had better constitutions than Harry. The audience had been protected with a barrier against the weather. Cold. Scared. What happened? Harry asked, looking around at everybody's faces and happy to see that they were all there for him. The last thing he remembered was hearing his mum begging for his life, the yelling of the killing curse, and a man's hideous laughter. And that was kind of scary. He was going to have to talk to Millie about that, but he didn't want to have to unburden it in front of all of his friends. He really needed to learn the Patronus charm. The Dementors came, and they knocked you off your broom. I am so angry at Dumbledore. You would not believe how angry I am right now, she said, grabbing his hand and holding it tight. She almost hurt his hand with how tight she was grabbing it. She was that angry, but she relaxed and just held on to it gently. Why would the Dementors be on the pitch? I thought they were supposed to stay outside of the grounds, Harry asked as his friends let the two sort of siblings talk. They did seem to be going back and forth as they watched the two have their conversation, but they were keeping out of it for the moment. They don't know why they were on the pitch. Some say that it was the excitement of all the children that drew them there. I don't know either. All I know is I'm going to be having words with the minister about this. You are a national icon, and you almost got kissed. And that's not what I'm upset about. You're not a national icon to me, but I'm going to milk it for every bit it's worth, yeah, Millie said with an evil smirk on her lips. Now that she was the guardian of the boy who lived, she was going to use that for all she was worth. She'd ask him first, of course, like she was doing right now, in a roundabout way. You do what you have to do, Harry said. He loved it when she got devious. You bet your sweet arse I am, yes, she said. She loved it when he agreed with her. They seem to be of like mind sometimes. Oh, Harry, I was so worried, said Hermione. She just couldn't take being left out anymore. She had to get her feelings out there. She was just going to burst. There were tears pouring down her face now that she knew her friend, best friend, was okay. I was too, mate, said Dean. His sentiments were echoed by the rest of his friends as they all patted Harry on the arm or whatever part of his body that they could reach. I think we all were, said Phil, reaching over and ruffling Harry's hair. How did I survive the fall? Asked Harry once everybody got through touching him. He looked around and saw there were all sorts of presents everywhere. He didn't know who all these people were that were sending him gifts, but he was happy for it, he guessed. Well, I cast the Patronus as well as Amy and a few others. There must have been 10 on the field. I've been busy in the common room. Even Dumbledore cast one, and he also was the one who prevented you from falling to your death. Anyway, there were quite a few. Patron uses on the field, and then Dumbledore's prevented you from falling. And that's how you survived, Phil said, using wide hand gestures to show just how many patron uses were on the field and how wild it was at the time that Harry was falling, and how scared they all been that he was going to die. You're going to teach me that spell, said 3 different people. Millie, Harry, and Hermione. Then they looked at each other and nodded firmly. They were going to learn this charm, and they were going to do it together. Not a problem. I'll teach it all to everybody I can. We'll have a little group, Phil said, chuckling at their determination. What happened to my broom? Harry asked, looking around and not seeing it anywhere. He thought maybe they had taken it to his dorm room. Well, we didn't really care about your broom at the time, so it just kind of flew away into the whomping willow and was smashed to pieces, Amy said, with a shrug of her shoulders. Oh well, what am I going to use to play my next game with? Harry asked, a bit downtrodden that he didn't have a broom to play on, but not too broke up over it. It wasn't like he bought the broom. Then again, it was a gift and one of the first gifts he had ever received, so he should feel a little broke up over it. Don't worry, I'll get you another broom, yeah. That, and you have plenty of money to get. One for yourself, but I'll buy this one for you, Millie said, reaching over and ruffling his hair. Why don't we split the cost, said Harry, knowing that he has more money than she did, even though her shop was doing really well. We can do that, said Millie, more than happy to split the cost with him. Who won the game? Harry asked, the thought just coming to his brain. It really was the last thing on his mind, but he did notice that Wood was not in the room. They called the game right before Cedric caught the snitch, Angelina said as the team came over to enter the conversation. Yeah, they thought he won for a minute, but they called it. So, we're going to have to replay the game, Katie added, getting excited that they were going to have to replay the game. Oh, that's too bad, Harry said, feeling bad for Cedric that he had the victory taken away from him just when he thought he had it. Why do you say that? Shouldn't you be happy that they called it? Fred asked, wondering why the boy was upset that Hufflepuff didn't win. No, it's just that he went through all that trouble to catch the snitch. He should have the win. Harry tried to explain himself. Well, I don't agree with you, said Fred, puffing his chest out a little bit. I think we should play it on better terms. And in better weather, said George, matching his brother's movements. I guess you're right, said Harry, slumping down in his pillows a little bit. He was getting tired now. Having worked out all the important things, they settled down and talked about and named things for a while just to relax. It'd been over 2 weeks since they caught Pettigrew, and the Dementors were still hanging around the school. Not that anybody knew they'd caught Pettigrew except for Harry, Phil, and Amy, and possibly Susan. But Harry was still confused as to why the Dementors were still around the school. I don't understand, Phil. What's going on? Why haven't they taken the Dementors away when they know Sirius Black is innocent? Harry asked quietly as they sat and did their homework in the middle of study hall. He was taking a break from his Transfiguration homework. It was getting hard this time, and he wanted to give his mind a rest. They probably don't know that he's innocent of everything. Sure, Pettigrew is still alive, but what about the 12 muggles that he's supposed to have killed? Phil said as he too took a break from his strenuous homework. Newts were not something to laugh at. If he thought OWLs were bad, he was wrong. These are so much harder. Oh, I didn't think of that, Harry said. He hadn't really thought about the 12 muggles. All he thought about was that the dead man was alive. That had really blown his mind. They still probably have to question Pettigrew and find out what he knows, the older boy said logically. It did make sense to him. They'd have to question him about everything. For all he knew, the man was a Death Eater. I mean, he did give over the Potters to you-know-who, but it's been 2 weeks. How long does it take to question a man? The younger boy asked. To him, it didn't make any sense. You arrested somebody, you questioned them, and you threw them in jail. That's how it worked on the telly. The wheels of justice move very slow unless you grease them with money, Phil said sagely with a nod of his head. He'd heard of all the backdoor dealings with Minister Fudge and how people got away with just claiming they were imperious, not to mention the ministers before him, though he didn't think there hadn't been a crooked minister in a long time. That's unfair, Harry groused, picking up his quill and marking his paper with a slash. He just noticed a mistake. He was going to have to redo this paper. Dang it, he hated using quills. Welcome to the wonderful world of justice and politics, Phil said with a chuckle. He, too, picked up his quill and started working again. It was time to get back to work. He needed to get this done. If he put it off much longer, he wasn't going to get it done in time. So that's it? We're going to have to continue dealing with the Dementors until somebody comes along and greases the palm of the minister? I don't understand, Harry said, finally getting a grasp on it, but not really understanding because it just didn't make sense to him why somebody would have to buy their freedom. That wasn't the way it worked in the real world, was it? Yes, that's pretty much what that means, Phil said as he continued to write on his homework. Is there any way I can get it to go faster? Harry asked, hoping beyond hope that there was a simpler, more legal way to get the wheels going. I don't see how you would. You're just a kid, Phil said, thinking for a moment. Yeah, but as people are fond of saying, I am the boy who lived, Harry said with a lifting of his eyebrow and a quirk of his lip. I don't know what you can say, though. What are you going to tell them? Oh, I'm the one who found Peter Pettigrew, Phil said with a bit of a chuckle. He'd never seen Harry use the "I'm the boy who lived" bit before. Oh well, I'm the one who found him, said Harry, puffing out his chest a little bit, then looking around to make sure nobody was listening to them. Everybody else was concentrating on their homework, and they were keeping their voices rather low. Maybe Phil had put up a bubble when they started talking. He didn't know. I don't know, Harry. I don't think that's a good idea, Phil said, getting serious for a moment and letting Harry know what he really felt. I guess you're right. But still, I just want the Dementors gone, Harry said, slumping down in defeat. He knew it wasn't a good idea to invoke the whole boy who lived thing. People would think he was pompous and start treating him differently. Just give justice a chance. It's just slow. I'm sure they'll be gone soon, the older boy said, giving him a winning grin. He clapped him on the back and went back to his homework. Millie said she was going to be doing something. Maybe she's got something going that'll get them gone faster, Harry said, getting hope in his eyes. He, too, went back to his homework. Maybe. And with that, the two went silent and scribbled on their parchments so they could get their homework done as quickly as possible, yet as thoroughly as possible. It was a week later that the Dementors were finally called back. The day after that, the Daily Prophet showed that Sirius Black was an innocent man. It said that Peter Pettigrew was the traitor and the one who killed the 12 Muggles, that he was the one who framed Sirius Black for all his crimes, and that Sirius Black was innocent of everything. It called for the man to come in and get his exoneration papers and all of his personal effects that were taken from him when he was arrested. Do you think he'll go into the ministry, or do you think he'll think it's a trap? Hermione asked, worrying her lip. She didn't know who Sirius Black was, but if it were her, she would think it was a trap. I don't know. He probably doesn't trust the ministry at all, Harry said. He knows he didn't trust the ministry after the things Phil had told him. I know I wouldn't if they locked me up for 12 years, Dean said. He didn't know the ex-convict from Jack, but he wouldn't trust anybody who locked him up for 12 years. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, Harry said, wondering what was going on back at Millie's place. It was Break, and Harry and his friends had permission to visit Hogsmeade while he stayed at the castle. He and his friends were able to go back and forth down to the village and visit Millie in the shops, along with anyone over third year. One day when he was down there visiting her, he noticed that Padfoot was gone. Millie, where's Padfoot? Harry asked, looking around the room for the large black dog. He hoped he hadn't run away again, or permanently. He had to go visit the ministry, yes, she said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. She was doing the dishes and not looking at him when she said this. He had to go visit the ministry? That doesn't make sense, Harry said, looking at her like she had lost her mind. What dog needs to go to the ministry? Maybe to get certification papers for being well-trained. Well, you see, Padfoot is really Sirius Black, she said, finally turning around and facing him and letting go of the joke. You mean to say my dog is actually a mass murderer? Ex-mass murderer? He said, sitting on the floor, just losing the feeling in his legs and completely flabbergasted. A complete mass murderer in the house with Millie, and he didn't even know it. What a complete moron he was. He was the one who let the dog in. He had begged to let him stay. Well, he wasn't really a mass murderer, was he? She said, going over to him and pulling him up off the floor and putting him on a stool. Don't fret so, Harry. He was harmless. Yeah, how did you find out? Harry asked, letting go of the fact that he had let somebody who could have been a killer into the house. He was going to not have to bring strays home anymore. First a dog, then a rat. They could be anybody. This wizarding world was just blowing his mind. Heck, even his teacher was a cat. Next thing you know, there's going to be bugs flying around. They could be people too. He was going to have to be careful. He told me after he read the paper, she confessed. It had been quite the sight to see him turning into a man. She threw him over her shoulder so fast it hurt his pride. Did he scare you or hurt you in any way? Harry asked, very concerned over her. Then again, she was quite the badass when it came to protecting herself. Maybe he should be more concerned over him. Well, he scared me at first, but he didn't hurt me at all. I must have put him on his arse about 3 times before he stopped whinging, she said, chuckling a bit about how much she had made that man whinge. I'll bet you did. So, he's at the ministry getting his stuff. And his exoneration? The teen asked, getting up and going to get something to drink as all this talking was making him tired. There was some hot cocoa on the stove. He was going to grab some of that. It was cold outside. Yes, but there's something else I have to tell you, Harry, she said, going over to grab a cup for herself. They both went back to the bar at the end of the kitchen and sat, both grasping the cups in their hands to keep them warm. "What's that?" Harry asked, hoping it was good news. "Sirius Black is your godfather." She looked at his face to see how he was taking the news. "What does that mean exactly?" he asked, slowly putting his cup on the table. "It could mean a lot of things, or it could mean nothing. That is completely up to you. I have power of attorney over you, which means I'm in charge of your physical, financial, and mental health. I can keep that power over you, or I can give it up to your godfather, but I'm leaving that decision up to you." "Yes," she said, all in one breath, just to get it out there so that it would be in the air, and he could decide on what he wanted to do. "Well, I don't know Sirius Black from Jack, so I want you to keep it," Harry said, folding his arms defiantly, as any other teenager would do when they want to get their way. "I think you should meet Sirius first before you say anything like that," she said, but she graced him with a sweet smile. "Okay, I'll meet him, but I don't think I'm going to change my mind." "You're Millie," he said, as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. "You're such a sweet kid," she said, reaching over and ruffling his hair, as she always did. "I'm not a kid anymore," Harry said, batting her hands away as he had done a million times before. "I love you, Harry. I love you too, Millie." Now it was up to how the meeting between Harry and Sirius went, but Harry was sure it was going to stay the same. He was going to stay with Millie in the magical world, a day with Sirius. Thanks for all the reviews. It was brought to my attention that the Great Hall was only used for study hall in the movies. Well, for the sake of this FIC, it is study hall. I need a place for the houses to mingle. I have posted a few one-shots to practice my dictation and editing. Go check them out and give me some feedback if you like. Please and thank you. A few days after getting the news about Sirius, Harry got the news that Buckbeak had gotten a stay of execution. It was great news for him, because now he had one less thing to worry about. He ran down to Hagrid's house to let him know. It was cold out and snow covered the ground, so they made sure to bundle up. It was just him and Ron at this time. Everybody else was at home for the break. Well, Amy was around, as was Susan, but they were busy. Ron wasn't overly excited about going down to Hagrid's, but he did want to get out of the common room for a while, so that was okay. He was being particularly nice this time around because there was nobody else to play chess with except Harry. So, he wasn't being as rude as he usually was. "Hey, Hagrid, I just got the news that Buckbeak's going to be set free," Harry said as Hagrid answered the door and let them into his small but very warm hut. He came inside and sat down on the overly large couch and put his hands towards the roaring fire. Ron did the same thing, taking his scarf off and putting it on his lap. "Did you now? Well, that's good to know. I'm really glad you and your friends got to help Bucky," the giant man said as he got the kettle out of the fire. He placed it on the table to let it cool just a bit as he got some cups down from the side of the wall. He put those on the table and went about getting some tea from one of the shelves over by the kitchen area. "Well, we really wanted to help you too. Are you going to be able to keep your job?" Harry asked. He had been pretty worried about that and was upset if the man would lose his job over something that Draco Malfoy had done. "Oh, don't you worry about me none. Oh well, Hagrid knows how to handle himself. Dumbledore, great man Dumbledore, he'll make sure that I keep me job," Hagrid said as he went about making the tea. "Are you sure, Hagrid? Because we could put in a good word for you," Ron said, putting his 2 nuts worth in. He sat back on the couch, being nice and warm from the fire. Don't you worry none. I've got it taken care of," the gentle giant said, waving off their concern. "Okay, do you need anything else from us?" Harry asked as he took the cup of tea from Hagrid's hand as the much larger man passed it over. One of Hagrid's teacups fit in both of his hands, even the smaller ones. "Nah, let's just have some tea and talk about better things," Hagrid said as he poured them some tea and gave them some rock cakes. And with that, the group just sat there and had a pleasant conversation the rest of the day. It was still Yule break, and Harry went down to Millie's house to meet with Sirius. He had been both looking forward to and dreading this conversation. On one hand, this man was his godfather, and he was always looking for somebody who was part of the family. It had been something he'd been dreaming about since he was a little kid. On the other hand, this man might try and take him away from Millie, who was also now part of his family. She was like an older sister to him. Sure, he had had a crush on her for a minute, but now all he could think about was that she was family. They were settled in the living room of Millie's flat. It was a comfy room that had modern furniture that was squash and bulky. It was all fluff and pillows, like Millie was trying to keep it all girly on purpose. Harry never figured her for the type, But here he was sitting on a puff ottoman. And it was surreal. Sirius was sequestered into the only recliner in the room. He needed the support more than Harry did. The entire room was done in shades of pink and white, with hints of gray, but not overwhelmingly so. "Are you staying here with Millie?" Harry asked with a narrow-eyed glare. He wasn't sure how he felt about some man staying in the house with his big sister. Sure, she could take care of herself, but still, "She's letting me stay in your room for now," Sirius said, grinning at him like a loon. He didn't care what was going on. He was just ecstatic that he was now in the same room with his godson. It had been this moment that kept him going all these years. "I'm not sure how I feel about that," Harry answered, folding his arms and making his glare even harder. He wanted to make sure that Sirius understood that Harry was very protective of Millie. "Well, I really don't have any place else to go," Sirius said, looking confused as to why the boy was so upset. It wasn't like the girl was in his age range anyway. "I think it's right nice of her to let me crash at her place. But let's not talk about that right now. Let's talk about us. Millie tells me that she has a power of attorney over you right now. But I was wondering if you wanted to come live with me." There was a quality about his voice that made it seem as though Harry was just going to bend over and say yes right away. It was an aristocratic quality of somebody who was used to getting their way just by saying a few words. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that. It wasn't quite stuck up, but it was there. "I don't even know you." "I know Millie," Harry said, looking at him with a tilt of his head and puzzlement in his eyes, "and she saved me from the Dursleys. I think I'd rather live with her. Well, I have to go back to the Dursleys for at least a little while every summer. According to Dumbledore, there's some kind of wards up that have to be fed," he explained, even though that puzzlement never left his face. This was something that Dumbledore had explained to Millie when she went up to show him the power of attorney. It was something about blood wards that Harry had to feed about 2 weeks out of the year. They didn't understand it, but they came to some sort of agreement. And as long as the Dursleys behaved themselves, he was fine with it. According to Dumbledore, it helped the protection from his mother that was attached to him. "I've never heard of wards like that. I'm going to have to speak to Dumbledore." "Are you sure you don't want to come live with me?" the dogman asked. He wasn't sure he liked being told no. It's not something that happens to him very often. Only his mother denied him on the regular. It was a new experience. "Don't you have to recover or something? You've been in Azkaban for over 12 years. That has got to be murder on the mind, let alone the body," the teenager pointed out, still looking at him queerly. He didn't know much about Azkaban, but he knew about regular prisons, and he had heard that the Dementors were at Azkaban and therefore had to be at least 100 times worse than a regular prison. He had only been around the Dementors once, and he knew that it was 100 times worse than anything he had ever felt. To be around that for 12 years, well, you're right about that. "I really should get some healing done, both mind and body, but I was just wondering if you wanted to come live with me after I'm better," Sirius said, nodding his head in agreement. "The entire time I was in Azkaban, the only thing that kept me sane was knowing that you were out here waiting for me." That sounded kind of corny. "I meant that you were out here healthy and waiting for me to come and rescue you." "No, that didn't sound right either. What I meant was, you're just making it worse. I understand what you meant, but," Harry said, trying to voice his opinion without making it worse on his side too. He didn't want to alienate the man. He just didn't want to live with him. "I think what you're both trying to say is you don't know one another. But you mean a lot to each other, yeah. But right now, everything is up in the air. How about we do this?" Millie said, coming into the room with the tea service. She hadn't been eavesdropping per se, but she did hear the last 2 comments, and now she wanted to help solve the situation. "How about we have joint custody after Mr. Black gets healthy?" she offered. She had no problem sharing custody with Sirius. She was only 17 years old, and he might be useful later down the road. He was pure blood and would be listened to far more than she was. And he could grease palms, so to speak. "Now, that's a right sound thought," Sirius said, liking that idea immensely. He had the money and the age, but he didn't have the mental stability. She was mentally capable, but she was young and just starting out. So it worked out well for both of them. And Harry seemed to like her and defer to her. So she got to take care of his growing up, and he got to spoil his godson. "How will we do that?" Harry asked, looking back and forth between the 2 adults. "I still have to go back to the Dursleys for a couple of weeks. That would be splitting my time 3 ways." It wasn't that he didn't want to spend time with the 2 of them, but he just didn't see him bouncing between 3 houses during the summer. That would get tedious very fast. Well, for right now, Sirius is staying here, so it's still only splitting your time twice, Millie said as she started playing mother. And when he gets his own place, he teenage boy asked as he took the cup. She handed to him. Well, he can get a place here in Housemate, she said as she poured a cup for Sirius. That way you can still only be splitting it twice, and he and I can have joint custody while you stay here in my shop. That sounds like a lovely idea, said Sirius, taking the cup and taking a fortifying sip out of it. This discussion had not gone the way he thought it was going to go. He thought Harry would be happy to jump in and live with him. Still, it wasn't the worst that could happen either. Harry hadn't booted him out of his life, so there was that. You want to stay here in Hogsmeade? Harry asked, not quite completely floored by the idea, but baffled by it. Doesn't it seem like an awfully quiet town for you to be in? I would think you want to go into the city or something. Sirius seemed like a city boy. You really don't know much about me, do you, Harry? Sirius asked, knowing the answer. I just spent the last 12 years in hell, with a lot of screaming and moaning. I think I'd like someplace quiet for a while. As he spoke, he looked around Millie's quiet flat. It was very peaceful and homey, except for on the days that the children were there from Hogwarts. And even then, it wasn't nearly as bad as it was in Azkaban when the Dementors were about. He didn't think there would be a day go by when he didn't hear the screams of his cousin Bellatrix. She was the worst, mostly because she would cry and cry for Voldemort to come and save her. I would have thought prison would have been really quiet and you would have wanted noise around. Sorry, I shouldn't have presumed, Harry said. He kept forgetting that demons were in that prison and how they would make the prisoners react. Millie reached over and grabbed his hand and gave him a comfortable squeeze. It's all right. This is a right nice place. I think I like it here. But I need to go to St. Mungo's and let them help me for a while, Sirius said, giving him a shaky smile. It was not a place he wanted to go. It was going to be very quiet there, yes, but it was also going to be very sanitary and strict. The complete opposite of Azkaban. When do you think you'll be better? Asked Millie, taking a sip of her own tea. She wanted to make sure that she had Harry's room ready for him to stay in and to look over the cottages and flats in the village so that they could find one for him to live in. She might do that while he was staying at St. Mungo's. That way she had things for him to look over when he got back. They said it'll take about a month and a half, the dogman stated, closing his eyes at the thought of having to stay in the hospital for over a month. He had just got his freedom, and now he was going to have to be locked away again, even though it was to get better. It was nerve-wracking. That Suna? It would take years and years in the non-magical world. Yeah, Millie said, surprised that it was actually not going to take that long. She would have figured after 12 years it would take much longer for them to take care of all of his issues. But then again, they cured the common cold in less than 5 seconds. Well, that's one thing we have a foot up on in the magical world. We're a lot better at medicine, Sirius said, smiling a proud smile. He and Lily had had many debates on stuff like that right before they went into hiding. What about mind healing, yeah? Millie asked. She knew they didn't have anything like psychiatrists or counselors. They had something called a mind healer, but she didn't know what they did. We have better Band-Aids. According to what Lily used to tell me, we have better mind-altering medications, but we can't cure the disease, Sirius explained, trying to rack his brain for what his friend told him about what the difference between the two worlds were when it came to psychological problems. According to her, they had mind doctors and stuff, but according to him, they had better drugs, or potions as the case may be. That's what the mind healers did. They prescribed those potions. They also diagnosed the disease. They did not, however, offer counseling. Well, they can't cure mental health disease in a non-magical world either. So don't feel bad, yeah, Millie said, reaching over and grabbing his hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. She wanted him to feel right at home in her house. If she was going to share custody with Harry, she wanted to make sure that she was friendly with him. But she wasn't going to let him spoil Harry, as it seemed that's what he wanted to do. They were going to have to sit down and set some ground rules. Why do you keep calling it the non-magical world, not the Muggle world? Sirius wanted to know. Not even Lily called it the non-magical world. She called it the Muggle world like everybody else. Was this woman trying to change thousands of years of tradition? Then again, he didn't know that they used the word Muggle 1,000 years ago. That could be a new thing, because Muggle is demeaning. It means simple-minded, yeah, Millie said. Then she picked up one of the cakes off of the tray and took a bite out of it, probably a bit harder than she normally would have. Oh, I didn't know that. I guess I can see where you'd get upset about that, Sirius said. He was going to have to look up that word, because as far as he knew, it only meant non-magical. Then again, how hard would it be to change muggle to non-magical? Since I have the both of you here, there is something I wanted to talk to you about, Harry said, fiddling with his cup because it wasn't something he really wanted to talk about, but he really needed some help because it was keeping him up at nights, literally. Oh, what's that? Asked Millie, instantly growing concerned. Harry looked wary, and that never boded well. Now that she looked closely at him, he looked a bit tired too. She had brushed it off earlier as nerves from him wanting to meet Sirius. It's about what I hear when the Dementors are around, Harry said quietly, playing with his cup in his hands. He could hear them now as he was speaking about it, and it was not a pleasant thing. It was as if they were just repeating in his brain over and over again, and he really didn't want to hear that. And he didn't know what to do about it, either. Oh, Merlin, that must be terrible, said Sirius, putting his face in his hands as if, by covering his face, he didn't have to hear what he thought he was hearing. I hear the last moments of my parents' life. So yes, it is terrible, Harry said, a grim look on his face. Oh my God, said Millie, setting her cup on the table and rushing to Harry's side and drawing him in her arms like she would never let him go. I hear my dad tell my mom to take me and run, and then I hear my mom beg for my life. And then I hear a man laughing, and then nothing, Harry recited in a dull voice. He was simplifying it greatly because he didn't want to go into great detail in case it flashed up in his brain even more. I can't believe you remember that night. That has got to be the worst thing imaginable, Sirius said. He knew what it was like to have the memories repeated over and over in your head, and he didn't want his godson to go through that. And to hear the last moments of your parents' life had to be a very traumatic thing. It is, and I don't know what to do about it. I mean, I'm glad the Dementors are gone, but what if they return? What if I get around them again? That's a crippling memory. I'm learning the Patronus charm, but it's harder to learn without a Dementor around, Harry said, desperation lacing his tone. He really hoped the two adults in front of him had some way of helping him get some sleep. He didn't know Sirius that well, but he did know Millie, and she had been the one who had helped him through everything. If it wasn't for her, well, his life would be hell. He was sure of it. It's actually not that hard without a Dementor around. People do it all the time. I'm learning it, and I'm not scared of Dementors yet, Millie said to Harry, giving him a big smile and trying to be encouraging. She retook her seat, but kept his hand in hers. You bloody well should be, Sirius said, probably a bit harsher than he should have. But he had been around these things for 12 years, and he knew they were something that you should be scared of. No, that's not what I meant. I meant I don't need a Dementor to use the Patronus charm, she reiterated, trying to calm the man down. She knew he wasn't quite right in the head, and she didn't need him angry in the middle of her living room. I know that's what you meant. I'm sorry. I'm still a bit addled in the brain, Sirius said, once more putting his face in his hands and rubbing his temples at the same time. He really needed to get control of his emotions before he snapped at the wrong person and did irreparable damage. The last people he wanted angry at him were Millie and Harry. They had taken him in when he was in his dog form and got him back to some form of health, and that was not what most people would have done. These were good people, and they were family, in his eyes anyway. But what should I do about this nightmare? It's been plaguing my mind ever since that game. I can't sleep at night, Harry asked, his brain going 100 miles an hour. He really wanted to get some sleep. He was keeping the kids in the dorm up, even though it was just Ron right now. He feared what was going to happen when the other kids came back from. You'll break. Have you gone to Madame Pomfrey for dreamless sleep? Sirius asked, knowing that she would be the first person he would have gone to. I did, but she said they're addicting, and I can only have one a week, Harry said. He had been hoping for a better answer than that. Getting one night's sleep a week was not really conducive to good homework. Have you tried a clemency? Sirius asked, really getting into this helping his godson thing. He was full of useful advice right now. Then again, he was pure blood, and Millie was muggle-born. She probably didn't know these things. See, he was going to be helpful after all. No, I haven't tried that yet. I don't even know what it is, Harry said, looking at his godfather with curious eyes. It's the art of clearing your mind and blocking it from people who can read it. Yeah, Millie said, adding her 2 nuts worth in. She had looked it up ages ago because she didn't want Dumbledore getting into her brain. That, and she had a sneaky suspicion that Snape knew legilimency too. She was glad Sirius suggested it because she was pretty sure it would help Harry with his nightmares. There are people who can read your mind? Harry asked, completely gobsmacked. Not that he had any secrets, but it was a violation of his privacy, and he didn't want anybody in his brain without his permission. Yes, but it's very rare. It's called legitimacy, Sirius explained, getting really excited about being able to train his godson in something so intimate. A clemency required a lot of trust, and there's a way to block this? Harry asked, ready, willing, and able to get started to prevent anybody from getting into his brain. Yes, and I can teach you the basics of it before I go to St. Mungo's, his godfather said. He too was willing to get started. It would get his mind off of all of his worries. He was due to go to St. Mungo's in 3 days. It had been arranged for him to go then. They had wanted him to go right away, but he convinced the authorities that he needed time with his godson. And you'll be able to teach me this before the end of the Yule break? Harry asked, looking at the older man as if he had been given him some peace of mind. Yes, like I said, I can teach you some of the basics right now, Sirius said, getting up and heading towards a workroom. It's simple meditation and clearing your mind. However, you'll need to get a book to help you with the rest. Or ask someone who knows a clemency, like Millie. I have to go to the hospital in 3 days, he reminded the teen. Well, let's get started, Harry said, putting down his cup and following the older man. He'd let Sirius start the process and finish it off with Millie. That way he could learn more about the man. So they sat in one of Millie's empty workrooms and went through the steps of basic meditation. It was rather easy to do since Harry had been practicing some form of meditation for his self-defense moves. That night, after doing a simple meditation that Sirius had taught him, Harry laid in bed, and he had done something he hadn't done in a while. He looked to the sky and said, "Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. I finally got to hear your voices, and I got to say it was not pleasant, as I thought it would be, but at least I got to know which voice to put to which picture. I'm really sorry that you had to go through what you went through right before you died. That must have been very scary for you. I know it was scary for me to hear. I really hope that you like Millie. I don't think she's taking your place, but I know that she's helped me a lot, and I hope that you like her too. I got to meet Sirius, and boy is he interesting. I wonder if he's the same as he was when you lot went to school. I don't think so, because I think the Dementors did something to his brain. Was he that bad when you were in school, Dad? Or was he a lot better than that? I guess you'll never be able to answer those questions for me. Maybe you can look out for me when I'm sleeping and keep these bad dreams at bay. That would be nice. I just wanted to let you know that I miss you, and I love you and nobody can take your place. Good night, Mom, Dad." He went to bed and tried to dream of the rematch of the Hufflepuff game or the upcoming Slytherin game. Either one was better than his now normal nightmares. A Yule quirk and some birthday fun. Thanks for all the reviews. This one's on the short side. I blame my muse. Yule was spent at Millie's house, since Christmas was going to be spent at the castle, and they all had a really good time. It was just Sirius, Millie, and Harry. Sirius got leave from St. Mungo's for the day and was able to spend the time with them. He bought Harry a firebolt, which was kind of unnecessary, because both Harry and Millie had bought one too. "Well, I guess I have a backup room now," Harry said, as he stared at the very expensive broom in his hands. He was really glad that Sirius had bought the broom for him, but he really didn't need the second one. He guessed his godfather was trying to make up for years and years of no presents. He plastered a grin on his face and looked happy to have it, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "That's okay. Now if one gets destroyed, you'll have another. Or you could let somebody else on the team use one of them." "Yeah," Millie said, reaching over and putting a reassuring hand on Sirius's arm. She wanted to make sure the man wasn't upset, that Harry wasn't overly overjoyed that he got a broom from him. She felt bad that she hadn't coordinated gifts with him. Maybe she could have avoided this if she had just let him know that they had already purchased a firebolt.